134, Chapter 118. As a time traveler, Loya knew that after the death of a person with abilities, the demon would leave the body of the original host and rehost on the same kind of fruit, but he was not sure whether it would definitely host it nearby. This time, through Badger's observing the whole process of Blackbeard, seizing the shock fruit at close range, Loya realized that the dark fruit has such skills. Sure enough, the villain also needs to be cheated. It is worth mentioning that the reason for snatching the Jinjin fruit from Blackbeard was not because of the system task, but because it was planned in advance. Before the action, the mission hadn't been triggered yet. He simply didn't like Blackbeard and thought it would be good to add some trouble to this guy. The shock fruit had other uses, then he acted like this. Just by coincidence, the system task was triggered, and he was rewarded with an extra wave. This wave is so profitable. Strange. These two guys. The Red Earl next to him finally saw the mystery that it turned out that this guy, Natural Disaster, actually hid such a trick. One seems to be able to become transparent and disappear together with a person, and the other is Blackbeard's partner. No wonder he wasn't nervous at all before and actually snatched the shock fruit from Blackbeard's hand. But soon he noticed something was wrong. Originally, he didn't pay much attention to people like Badgers. His attention was basically focused on Blackbeard before, and he didn't specifically use the hockey on him to detect, so he ignored the existence of this person for a while. But this time when the two of them came over, the Red Earl subconsciously used his knowledge to explore their memories and dig out all the previous plans of the Natural Disaster guy. It's not that there is any purpose, it's just curiosity. What he didn't expect was that he couldn't sense the breath of these two people at all, just like facing a natural disaster. How is this possible? As long as they are human beings, no, as long as they are living things, they will make sounds. His hockey of knowledge can sense the breath of the other party and detect their memories. Forget about the Natural Disaster guy. But why didn't he even sense these two guys who looked very weak at first sight? Could it be that their knowledge, color, and domineering energy are also at the same level as mine? No, absolutely impossible. There must be some other reason. Captain, I'm afraid Badgers was betrayed by this guy when he was pushing into the front gate of the city. As for what ability he used, I'm not sure. Vanoka expressed his guess. At that time, he vaguely felt something strange, but because of the Natural Disaster, Badgers, who crashed into a warship, quickly walked out of it. It seemed that the injury was quite serious, but there was nothing unusual about it. In addition, their attention was entirely on the Natural Disaster, so they didn't pay much attention to it. Looking back now, that was the only place where the Natural Disasters could do anything. Blackbeard actually suspected so, and the real Badgers was probably in danger. If he was switched at that time, there was only one possibility. At that time, Badgers was already dead. And this fake has been following them from Impel Down City back to the Navy headquarters, just to wait for an opportunity to steal the shock fruit. Damn Natural Disaster. So scheming. Even Blackbeard feels inferior to him. Bang. Bang. They're gone. Those are leaves. This move also caused a lot of exclamations and miraculous feelings. Just like magic. Is this also the ability of Natural Disasters? They finally know why there were two Natural Disasters before. It seems that this is the truth. It's just that this guy's abilities are too powerful, too many. Apparently, he misunderstood Padon's ability to transform leaves into Loya's Sky Dragon ability. But I guess it won't be long before the red-haired pirates will arrive, having demonstrated the ability of shape-shifting leaf in front of them. Naturally, it is no longer a secret, and soon the existence of Padon will be known to others. It doesn't matter, Loya had no intention of hiding it. On the contrary, he was happy to see it happen. There is a big black bag behind him. Do you think Whitebeard's shaking fruit will? Someone suddenly noticed that after Badgers and Absalom disappeared, a black cloth bag was left behind. The fruits stored inside are all fruits that Loya bought specially in advance, mostly dragon fruit. Before taking action, he gave the black cloth bag to the deformity Absalom, wanting to try his luck. If you're lucky, maybe even Ace's Yasuo fruit will be in it. Although people have been complaining about the Yaoshao fruit that even dogs won't eat it, it is still a natural devil fruit after all, in the spirit of not wasting it. And with the prophetic conditions of the time traveler, Loya will naturally not let it go. When the black bag appeared in everyone's sight, Blackbeard could no longer move his eyes away. Then he seemed unwilling to give in and roared angrily. Natural Disaster, I admit that you are powerful. I have nothing to say if I fall into your hands. But so what if you snatch my earthquake fruit? Can you eat it? I am the only one in the world who can master two devil fruit abilities, and the Navy and the world government will never let you go. With you here, they will definitely have trouble sleeping and eating. He doesn't believe that Loya has the same physique as him. If he dares to eat a second devil fruit, this guy will definitely die. Everyone is speechless. This guy's obviously looking for trouble for the natural disaster, but it's what Blackbeard said. It's a fact. Once today's incident is exposed, people all over the world will not think that the Navy has won the final victory. They have only one person in their eyes. That is the natural disaster. In fact, when the Warring States period learned that the earthquake fruits fell into the hands of the natural disaster, they really couldn't sit still stay. No matter whether Scourge can eat the second devil fruit or not, no matter what Scourge wants to do with this fruit, their navy will not allow such power to fall into the hands of pirates, especially a powerful pirate like Scourge ago. Otherwise, it will be an extremely terrible disaster for the Navy, the world government, and the whole world. Natural disaster. Hand over the fruit. A loud roar. The body of Warring States in the distance suddenly swelled up out of thin air. Everyone exclaimed, Marshal Warring States really took action. The guy with black beard really got it right. Buzz. The bright golden light shines on the world. The sound of Sanskrit singing was faintly heard. He was like a giant Buddha in myths and legends with a golden body, extremely hard and extremely strong. He released an aura like an abyss in an ocean and slapped it down with a palm. The overwhelming impact condensed on him in one palm. It seems to be able to crush everything, and the power is unimaginable. It is like the palm of the Tathagata falling from the sky, trying to subdue the natural disaster, the monkey. Very scary. This is the power of the Warring States Marshal. He had obviously used this gesture before when he was on the execution platform, but it was completely different. Natural disasters are about to start, right? Just when everyone thought that the natural disaster might have to transform into a giant dragon to block such a terrible blow, everyone was about to see the shocking battle between the giant Buddha and the giant dragon. Loya waved his hand gently, and the huge black bag behind him disappeared. Then he said leisurely, Are you deliberately provoking trouble and waiting for an opportunity to take back the fruit? What did you just say? That you are the only one who has two different abilities. Anyway, although I haven't fully mastered this power yet, I still want you to have a good look at what a true god is. When it comes, the scorching wind will blow across the desolate land, and the living will turn into corpses. When light and darkness meet, the ritual of summoning the obelisk begins. Titan Soldier of Obelisk. 135, Chapter 119. The other side of the battlefield. Jinbei, are you still unwilling to hand over the dragon's son? Akainu, covered in blood and scars, was seriously injured after taking Whitebeard's painful blow, but he still stood firm and pursued bravely. He wanted to eliminate the root cause. As long as we reach the sea, it is my territory and I can escape. Jinbei hugged the unconscious Luffy without looking back and jumped down from the wall of Marineland. Below was the sea. No. The biting cold and the hard ice made Jinbei's heart skip a beat, sinking. Has even the sea outside the bay been frozen? With screams and the sound of gurgling magma, Jinbei felt the terrifying heat wave approaching him. Not good. Jinbei was shocked. He felt the overwhelming killing intent. Now he was in midair. The only thing he could do was to block the opponent's attack with his own body. But he was facing magma and the terrifying temperature that melted everything. It was an attack that could be resisted with the body. A punch penetrated his chest. Even Straw Hat Luffy was not immune. Blood spurted out, but it was quickly evaporated by the terrifying high temperature and contained it. Jinbei. He penetrated Jinbei and gave Ace his brother. Is he still alive? People from far away came to help, but the white group pirates who were ignored by Akainu changed their colors in shock. What a hindrance, Jinbei. Akainu and Jinbei's straw hat hit the ice hard together, and Akainu landed safely at the same time, with a look of disdain and chill on his face. If it weren't for that bastard Jinbei, he would have killed the evil seeds in the square. But it doesn't matter now. They have no way to escape. That punch has severely damaged them. Now they only need to add the last blow. Phew, Brother Luffy, I'm sorry for making your injury worse. Idiot, you still have time to worry about others. It's all your fault for causing trouble and causing me to hit it a little crookedly. If it goes through the heart, then he will be free, right, Jinbei? Do you still want to protect the guy who had a piece of his chest ripped out? He's about to smoke. Akainu was about to take action when a sharp blade of sand suddenly appeared on the ice and cut him into two pieces. Unfortunately, it didn't really hurt him. Crocodile. Akainu's elementalized body slowly merged together. But before it could truly heal, a violent sword energy opened a series of white fine marks on the ground, and in an instant, Akainu's body was cut into two again half. This time it's, Shiryu of Rain. You bastard, are you planning to save Straw Hat Luffy's head? Akainu was furious. Time and time again, he couldn't believe it was so difficult to kill a Straw Hat Luffy. Haha, there's nothing I can do. The captain I just followed seems to attach great importance to the woman on this guy's boat. I can't ignore her request. Behind, Shiryu was walking slowly with a blade in his hand and a cigar in his mouth. Another figure suddenly ran out beside him. That was Nico Robin from the Straw Hats. Oh. Crocodile's eyes were deep. He and Robin used to have a cooperative relationship, betrayed each other, and wanted to kill each other. They didn't expect to meet here, and now they're thinking about the one who ruined their plan in Alabasta Straw Hat Luffy. Time is such a wonderful and mysterious thing. Protect what you want to protect, and don't let these people do whatever they want. Ignoring these, a sandstorm rolled up in his hand, and then blew the seriously injured Jinbei and Straw Hat Luffy into the sky. Its direction happened to be the direction of Nico Robin. Behind her, the little lion 1,000 Miles of Sunshine was docked. Don't forget your agreement with the captain, Eugilio said indifferently, and then the sword energy continued to burst out from in front of him. From a distance, it was like a bright wave of air, separating the void and the ice, constantly moving towards. He attacked and killed the Akainu coming from a distance. Luffy. Robin used the flower fruit's ability to transform arms, and tied up Jinbei and Luffy like ropes. Although she was surprised that Crocodile would help Luffy, a former enemy, could it be because Whitebeard was against him before he died? Luffy's care made this ruthless and decisive hero come to help Luffy regardless of danger. But now is not the time to think about this, that we must immediately take Luffy and the others away from the Navy headquarters for treatment. This injury is so serious. Without Chopper, we can only think of a way to go first. Uncle Rayleigh. Maybe he will have a solution. The abominable Crocodile, Shiryu, and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates all risked their lives for the Straw Hat Boy. Akainu was furious when he saw the many figures blocking his way. We have all witnessed the unfathomable obsession and power he possesses. He is the man Ace wants to protect, the man his father approves of. It is our duty to send him to the new era. Akainu, his level of danger that makes you want to eradicate him is the same as our huge expectation of saving him. At the same time that the battle here broke out, the terrifying scene appeared in the broken square, which shocked the whole world. The entire square was enveloped by the vast storm. The surging power collided with each other in an instant. Rumble. There are simply no words to describe this blow. The impact of a giant Buddha. One person. What is that? The hurricane alone blocked the Sengoku attack? Retreat. Whether it was Blackbeard and the others, the Navy, or even Sengoku who took action, they were all forced back by this hurricane. Whoops. The red beam of light shot out and shot into the sky fiercely. The scorching wind spread from that direction to the surroundings, causing the sea of clouds to churn. The sea of clouds with a radius of 100 meters suddenly condensed into a cloud cover. Everything it was as if a person's heart was being pinched. A terrifying aura fell from the sky, overwhelming everyone watching the battle in the distance, and their chests were suffocated. It was shocking and shuddering. Then, what is that? He has transformed. No, it's not the previous Sky Dragon. He has turned into another form. How is this possible? Did he really achieve a miracle? He has two abilities, and they are both fantasy beasts. God's power. Amidst countless shocked, fearful, stunned, panicked, and horrified eyes, a huge monster like a god of war descended on the earth. In just this moment, the entire earth was trembling, and under this scorching wave, it was like a storm, sweeping up. Rocks flew into the sky. Under the scorching hurricane, all that could be seen was the hard-armored skin that was as blue as the ocean and astonishingly large. Even the Warring States Buddha, which was dozens of meters tall, it only reached the top of his thigh. Just looking at such a large god of war makes people hairy and sends chills down their spines. What kind of powerful power can there be in a blue body that looks like a hill? This is, Warring States' face was also extremely shocked. A tragic and bloody aura rushed towards him. In an instant, a scene like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared, which was strange and terrifying. 136, Chapter 120. Someone can really eat the second devil fruit. As an intermediary in the underground world, Doflamingo knows so many big figures in the world and knows so many secrets of the world, but even those monsters have never seen such weird things happen. His worldview has been refreshed. A dragon fantasy beast species, a giant fantasy beast species. So wonderful, great. This power is too perfect. Doflamingo laughed loudly. That it is precisely because of this existence that this sea will not look boring. A white beard fell, and a natural disaster rose. The world government, the whole world is in turmoil for it, bar. Is this kind of power also brought by devil fruit? Interesting, so interesting. There is no meaning to living, but if you are alive, you can find interesting things. From now on, history will be rewritten. The Red Earl's old eyes, which retreated far away, showed excitement and addiction after being glazed over. He felt his blood boiling and tightly grasped the umbrella in his hand. If it was only a preliminary agreement before, he felt that it's not bad to join this person's team. Now he is eager to stay with this person and witness everything. To do this, he must get the power to restore his youth. In order to achieve his goal, he will pursue no matter how dark the power is. Doesn't it mean that you can't eat 2 devil fruits? Only Blackbeard with a special physique can do it. Why can this guy do it too? The evil king shouted at Blackbeard. No matter what incredible thing happened to him, I would think it was normal. Crescent Moon Hunter shook his head and said with a hint of numbness, What can you use to fight such a monster? The big wine barrel said bitterly. So big. He's as big as me. The huge battleship Henin's face was full of shock. No, it's impossible. The most shocking person at this moment is none other than Blackbeard Teach. How could this guy have 2 abilities? Why did he eat 2 devil fruits? And they were both rare fruits of the Phantom Bee species. Divine Wrath Crush Punch. 1. The fist fell. Boom. A silent loud noise exploded. Suddenly, the world seemed to be hanging upside down, and the void was shattered. The sun, moon, and stars seemed to be crushed under this punch. It's over. All is lost. The headquarters base is about to collapse. Giving up the position is no longer an option. What has become of the fortress of justice that has been guarding the world's seas for hundreds of years? Everyone in the Navy felt that the world was shaking, and all they could see was the punch that shook the sun and the moon. They even had the illusion that they had been knocked out of the entire world and were out of tune with their surroundings. Despair, powerless. This is not true, is it? Dasky, who participated in the war on top with her boss Smoker and rose to the rank of ensign, was so frightened by the huge godlike figure that she collapsed on the ground. Does such a thing really exist in the world? At this moment, a roar resounded through the clouds. The fortress can still be rebuilt, but the island of Malinvando, located in the center of the world, is of great significance to people all over the world who are afraid of evildoers. Justice that bears the name of benevolence and righteousness will not be destroyed. No matter how bad the situation is, he, the naval marshal, must stand up. Boom, a terrifying aura rose from the huge golden Buddha of the Warring States period, with a vast aura. Suddenly, a golden shock wave visible to the naked eye hit the person in front of him. The god of war, giant, attacked. The earth, the atmosphere, and the golden shock wave visible to the naked eye suddenly exploded inch by inch, unstoppable. Countless people in the sky and on the ground were shocked to the point of seeing their eyes flashing and their ears ringing. Giant God Soldier versus Giant Buddha. 1 punch versus 1 palm. It was as if 100 bombs exploded at the same time. The shocking sound made many people's eardrums burst. Centered on the giant god soldier Loya and the giant Buddha warring states, the originally dilapidated land sank again. Rupture, the abyss intensified and spread, and the entire island was about to be split in half. The huge shock waves swept hundreds of meters, blowing many people around. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the naval hero garb also moved. Thunder exploded, the atmosphere filled the air, and a punch hit the sky. When facing Whitebeard, he did not move. When Ace was executed, he felt compassion, but now, he can't let his old comrade fight alone. Oh, is the world about to be destroyed? Isn't it true? He, Calamity, actually showed the ability of the second fruit. He once turned into a giant dragon, and now he has become a giant god of war. Monster. This is a monster. Oh, what will happen to this world? In the shampoo field watching this live broadcast, an atmosphere of solemn panic lingered in the sky. Everyone couldn't help opening their mouths. The supernovas were also speechless and stunned. The final direction of this war was completely beyond all expectations. It was unexpected. The war with Whitebeard was over. Now the enemy of the Navy was a natural disaster. In such a top-level war, they all seemed too insignificant. At this time, an alarm sounded. Emergency notice. An earthquake with Marinafando as the epicenter caused a tsunami along the southern coast of the Shampoo Islands. An alert is hereby issued. So there may be confusion. Please don't panic. Please evacuate to higher ground toward the northern part of the archipelago, toward islands 40 and 50. Tsunami? Earthquake. As soon as these words came out, it immediately caused a panic. The people watching were already in a state of mental tension. After such a scare, they immediately felt like a pot exploded, and they rushed to leave the place as if they were running away. Area. Far away and high up, Pluto Rayleigh, who had been watching the live broadcast, tilted the wine bottle in his hand, spilled the wine, and soaked a large area of his clothes. But he didn't care. The look in his old eyes had changed from surprise to shock. Got it. Three-color domineering, double fantasy beast fruit. This person has mastered the power enough to destroy the world. If you were alive, Roger, would you evaluate him as good or evil? Is his appearance good or bad for the world? But then he smiled bitterly and shook his head. In this chaotic world, how can good and evil be so easily defined? Putting the wine bottle aside, he slowly stood up. He no longer cares about the outcome of this war. He has to do what he should do. Even though it has been over for many years, he, a pirate from the previous generation, still has something he can do. 137, Chapter 121. Above Malinvando, the wind roared, the atmosphere cracked. The storm was like a dragon, and the energy was like a wave. Terrifying power enveloped the sky, like a battle between gods. Mortals could only retreat step by step like ants, not daring to get close. Many pirates and sailors all looked at the huge god of war with astonishment in his eyes, standing as unshakable as a mountain with hurricanes accompanying him. How could he force the warring states marshal in the form of a giant Buddha to retreat? How could this guy be so powerful? That was not a natural disaster. Zifa, who was also in the square, but at the other end, stagnated his movements and said, "This man subverted his imagination time and time again. The giant dragon was amazing enough, but now he has changed to another one, a horrible form? How is this possible?" Phantom beast species are also animal types, divided into beast type, human animal type, and basic human type. But from the Sky Dragon to the giant god soldier, these two completely different attributes. A discerning person will have the same. You can tell by looking at it that this is a completely different ability. In other words, that in addition to the so-called Sky Dragon form, this guy has another fruit ability, a dual fruit ability user. How is this possible? Amazing. So mighty. Okagod Yamato jumped up directly, his little face flushed with excitement. She doesn't care about the double fruit, which goes against the truth of the world. As long as her man is handsome, that's it. The battle is still going on. Natural disaster, hand over the earthquake fruit, and I can let you leave safely. The great Buddha shouted loudly during the Warring States period, sonorous and powerful, like thunder. You want to calm down the fight and rob other people's things in just 1 or 2 words. How can it be so cheap? Marshal of the Warring States period. Even if you want to rob, it depends on whether you have the ability. The giant divine soldier Loya laughed loudly. The sound was like rolling thunder, shaking hundreds of miles. His breath seemed to rise endlessly, as if it were level with the sky. The whole sky, the atmosphere boiled. Suddenly, the color of the world changed. It seemed as if the hurricane blowing from the endless sky above the 9 heavens formed a storm and swept over suddenly. The strong wind pressure lowered the head of Warring States in the form of the Buddha, and his body couldn't help but take a few steps back. The hot breath made him. The golden body actually felt the burning pain. This guy, that was simply a monster. But suddenly, a powerful aura of the king surged out from the great Buddha Warring States, exploding in the air with a squeaking sound. He actually resisted it, the scorching hurricane that was suppressed violently. Nice, worthy of being a marshal of the navy. He really has the domineering look of a king. Cap. Warring States and Garp are indeed old partners for many years. They knew that Garp had already attacked without looking back. He stretched out his big golden hand, grabbed it, and then threw it hard at the head of the giant god soldier in the distance. Get out. Buzz. At this moment, the sound barrier was broken. Garp's body was like a supersonic cannonball, breaking through the space in an instant and arriving at an altitude of more than 100 meters. The fist light drew a diagonal line in the air. The straight line actually brought out sparks. It was a natural reaction caused by air friction at too fast speed. It looked so brilliant and dazzling, like a long rainbow penetrating the sun. Boom. Mixed with obscure thunder and lightning. But there was no just like the ordinary armed colors turned into pitch black. Everyone in the shattered square, even if they couldn't see the attacking figure of Lieutenant General Garp clearly, they could see the rainbow light as bright as the sun when they looked up. The power of this punch shook the sky. The earth is far better than all fancy attacks. The iron fist hit the head of the giant god soldier, Loya, hard. At this moment, even the meteorite from the sky will collapse and die under this blow. From the past with the giant god soldier, during the battle with Loya, Sengoku felt that the opponent's defense was too terrifying. Even if he did not cover the weapon color specifically, his attacks could not hurt the opponent, Sengoku's Buddha Impact and Whitebeard's Shock Fruit have the same purpose, can destroy its interior through vibration and impact. But the other party still does not hurt a single bit. This shows how hard the armor attached to the skin is as dark blue as the sea. In this case, then choose the other party's hit the weak spot. Aren't they never dealt with large monsters before? When they met the big guy behind this guy, Kaido of the 100 Beasts in his green dragon form, were they chased and beaten? It's no problem to take down this guy next. Even if Malin Fando will be destroyed, even if he fights for a few more days and nights, he can't let this kid go. The shock fruit must be in the hands of the Navy. What? But the scene that followed left Waring State stunned. This kid actually dodged Garp's punch. Although Garp only had the rank of lieutenant general, he was extremely powerful, comparable to a general, no, even stronger than a general. It's not an exaggeration. That's a monster who has practiced his physical skills to the extreme and his armament to the extreme. Otherwise, why would Roger the Pirate King be chased? And Sengoku, although his strength is not as good as Garp's, but in the Phantom Beast with the blessing of the power of the Great Buddha, is also firmly at the top of the battle force. Such a joint attack can be said to be a good start that has been tried and tested. Even Kaido of the 100 Beast has suffered a big loss. That attack, even Kaido's chest was beaten so hard that he was shot backwards in the air. He flew from one side of the island to the other side of the island and hit the ground hard. He was severely injured and couldn't recover for a long time. The scene from the past is still vivid in my mind. I thought history would repeat itself, but this guy actually escaped at the last moment. He is so huge and so flexible. This guy is even more troublesome than Kaido. Garp was also a little unbelievable when he saw that his blow missed, but now that the force of Sengoku's throw has lost its inertia, his body is also falling. He was planning to use the moon step to stop the falling movement, and at the same time join forces with Sengoku to attack when. Not good. The huge shadow suddenly struck. This invisible force was the natural disaster guy, who came back after dodging his own blow. He bent down, stepped forward, and punched out. All in one go. Before the fist could arrive, it was overwhelming. The pressure came, and a huge sound suddenly sounded in the void. Even Garp's expression changed drastically. His right leg swept out. Longia. The sweeping kick kicked out a sharp and huge slash. With the blessing of the armed color, the destructive power was doubled. Boom. A large flame appeared in the sky above Marine Fando, blooming like a meteor shower. The terrifying power, the wind tore apart the clouds within a kilometer radius. The mighty storm caused the sea to churn, stirring up hundreds of meters of waves and shaking countless ships from side to side. This is a natural disaster. This is a naval hero. Facing this overlord, everyone was eclipsed by the peak power of thousands of strong men in the sea that could only stand there blankly, watching all this. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. This time, Garp was knocked backwards and hit the broken fortress wall. The naval hero, Garp, was knocked away. 138, Chapter 122. Navy Hero Garp. The three generals are now recognized as the Navy's highest combat power, but they still cannot cover up this one's glory. Now, being beaten up by a teenage boy? Although, natural disaster has become famous all over the world, and everyone has been watching the entire live broadcast. They know that natural disaster has amazing strength and has become one of the top players in the New World. But that's Garp. It's hard not to be surprised. Oh, I've been beaten up before, but it was by my grandson. The meaning is completely different. Cap. Waring States was shocked. He knew better than anyone else that Garp had not held back just now. The bastard natural disaster was more troublesome than they thought, and he was very experienced in combat. He should have warned him and others in advance with his extraordinary knowledge and color. Garp's joint attack, with his flexible body, avoided Garp's powerful blow. Although Garp could rely on the moon step to briefly stop in midair, he was not on the ground after all, and more than 30% of his strength was removed. He was caught off guard. The Yonko used, no matter how powerful the weapon is, it is difficult to exert its true power. However, the punch of the natural disaster is well prepared. I in the situation of one ebb and flow, No matter how good Garp is, he cannot withstand it, the result of being beaten away. I'm fine. Garp spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and walked out of the ruins in a slightly embarrassed manner. Is this just vomiting blood? He's indeed a naval hero. Giant God Soldier Loya said. He doesn't think he is despicable. This is fighting, not a contest of force. You have to confront the opponent head-on and prepare a powerful blow before you can counterattack. You can't even hide. How can there be such a stupid person? Of course, if the Titan Soldier reaches the full level, maybe Loya will be interested in giving it a try. Just like the Sky Dragon, the 10-star Sky Dragon's physical strength exceeds Kaido's. Even Loya doesn't know how far the Blue Dragon can carry it. Perhaps only the 3 legendary ancient weapons and the national treasure held by the world government can arouse Loya's fear. Putting aside these, with the attitude of the 10-star Sky Dragon, Loya can fight anyone head-on. But now the power of the giant God Soldier is still a little bit behind. After all, it is less than half of the star level, and even the most important soul energy of the exclusive card as Max has not been unlocked yet. I can only rely on the blessing of 3-color domineering and the increase of his own power to fight them. Speaking of the soul energy max of the Titan Soldier, it seems to have 2 effects. Point 1 is to put himself on the field. Activate by liberating the other 2 face-up monsters on the opponent's field. Destroy all the monsters on the opponent's field and inflict 4,000 damage to the opponent. The second method is to sacrifice 2 monsters and then become infinite. Well, it may also be the same. This effect, after all, while destroying all the monsters on the opponent's field, the attack of the Titan Soldier at this time can be regarded as an infinite attack. Forget it, the game is a game, but if it becomes a reality, it will probably become a monster again, a modified exclusive card. Well, Loya can also accept the automatic adaptation of the pirate world. Besides, these effects are not much different. Just like Sky Dragon, it also has many skill effects, such as summoning Thunder Bombs effect. In the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!, when the Sky Dragon is present, once a Thunderbolt is fired, all the monsters on the opponent's field will be destroyed by 2,000 points of damage. If the monsters on the opponent's field have no response, if the attack power or defense power is less than 2,000 points, it will be destroyed directly. Take a being like the Blue Eyes White Dragon with an attack power of 3,000 points as an example. After receiving the baptism of a thunder summoning bullet after that, the attack power will also change from 3,000 points to 1,000 points. But this is the pirate world. It is reality, not a game. It is impossible to perfectly calculate everyone's strength through numerical values. The effect of summoning thunder bombs in this world is also this means that each attack can reduce the opponent's combat power by 5 to 20%. However, if you encounter an opponent who is proficient in 3-color domineering and has a strong body, especially a strong person who has mastered high-level overlord color domineering, the impact of this reduction will also be greatly reduced or even ignored. To put it simply, the effect of summoning thunder bombs has been weakened. For example, when Loya originally fought against Kaido in the form of a Sky Dragon, he never cared whether the effect of summoning thunder bombs could work, because this kind of influence is not as good as the talent effect he brings. Every time he can accurately increase by 10%, as long as he persists for 180 rounds. Who is his Sky Dragon opponent? Of course, at that time, whether the body can support it is also a question. Forget it, after the Titan Soldier is upgraded to 10 stars, the talent effect will be unlocked, and naturally it will be clear. And later in the mission, the true ancestor form of the Sky Dragon and the Titan Soldier will be unlocked. I don't know, but I'm really looking forward to what kind of effect it will have. Come on, let's. Loya gathered his thoughts and was about to continue to use the posture of the Titan Soldier to have a good fight with Warring States and Garp, so that he could complete the system's mission. A system notification suddenly popped up in his mind. Ding, let the world see the power of the Obelisk Titan Soldier. Completed. Reward, 1-star power of any phantom god. Huh? Finished. Loya was stunned. Is it so easy? That's right, his opponent was a naval hero and a marshal. Although the shocking scene was not as powerful as the Sky Dragon destroying the iron wall that even Whitebeard could not destroy with one shot. But defeating Warring States and knocking Garp away also brought huge shock to the world. Moreover, the Navy headquarters at this time, the Earth was torn apart, and the ravine created by Whitebeard's punch had now expanded to more than 4 or 5 times its original size. There were potholes everywhere, messes all over the ground. Oh, and there were also overseas volumes. The tsunami caused by the earthquake spread to the Shampoo Islands next door. Although this battle was short, it was amazing enough. The mission is just to let the world see the power of the Obelisk Titan Soldier. Tio put it bluntly. It is to bring the Titan Soldier out to show off. From the current point of view, the performance of this performance is still good. Anyway, it is completed, which is a good thing for Loya. Add the power of this star to the Titan Soldier? Loya thought silently in his heart. The Sun God's winged dragon hasn't been unlocked yet, so he still has to upgrade the Titan Soldier first. Dang! The Titan Soldier who transformed into his second incarnation, Obelisk. After the transformation, Obelisk's Titan Soldier was successfully upgraded and grew to 5 stars. As the system prompt sounds, Loya felt his whole body's strength surge, and the giant god soldier's body swelled even more. At this time, the heavy body had made the dilapidated square no longer able to bear his weight. There was a roar and a large area of the ground cracked. He couldn't help but fall into a deep pit. At the same time, a huge ship from the New World also rushed to the shores of the Broken Navy headquarters Marino Vando. 139, Chapter 123. This bastard natural disaster has become stronger again. Wasn't it all his strength just now? Both Warring States and Garp could clearly feel the growth of Loya's body, coupled with the surge in aura. Their hearts sank, and they felt a strong shock, but the scene before them made them feel that the opportunity had come. It turned out that as this guy's strength skyrocketed, his size also grew. But he was so heavy that even the ground couldn't support his weight, and the ground cracked. He didn't fall down, but he was trapped in a deep pit and couldn't break free for a while. Good chance. Warring States will not be polite to him. The huge golden palm of light rushed out, with the force of smashing the mountain, and slammed towards the giant god soldier Loya. The opponent raised his fist to block the attack, and the strong impact hit his body on the ground. There was a huge sound like rumbling iron. Garp also made the same decision and punched out in air. His body was obviously much smaller than the Sengoku in the form of a giant Buddha, but the moment the punch was punched, the bright light of the punch, it brought about waves like angry waves in the void surging. But at this moment, a figure blocked their way. It was the Red Earl. The umbrella he waved was like the great swordsman Hawkeye waving a blade. The angry snake took off like a bright red snake and suddenly collided with Garp's fist. Bang! The energy was surging, and the surging power was like a ring of clouds, sweeping in all directions, shaking the city walls tens of meters high, and countless stones fell from the air. Garp's eyes were startled. Red Earl, you guy. He didn't understand the Red Earl's intention. Wasn't this guy always very aloof, hating alliances with others, and pursuing loneliness as his creed? Let me play with you, Garp. The Red Earl showed an evil smile. Garp and Warring States are also old rivals, and in addition, he has top-notch knowledge and color. He had already sensed the moment they acted. Although he didn't think that the natural disaster monster would because of this small problem, he fell into the hands of Warring States and Garp, but it is estimated that it would not be easy to receive a blow from the two of them. Moreover, the two famous generals actually teamed up to deal with a young man. The Red Earl felt a little shameful. It's better to do it one-on-one. Let the giant Buddha fight the giant god soldier, and he will accompany this naval hero to have fun. Loya laughed heartily. You're not the only one there. Call. A stream of scorching wind breath came out from the body of the giant god soldier Loya and actually drove his huge figure up. Only then did he notice that there was actually a pair of huge wings behind this guy. Don't use it vibrating. You can roll up hurricanes and fly in the air. The Sky Dragon is thunder, and the giant god soldier is the wind. Since the ground cannot bear his weight, then simply stop standing. Who said that the giant god soldier must only standing on the earth? The sky is also his battlefield. Otherwise, why would he be called the three illusion gods with the Sky Dragon and the Winged Dragon? In this form, he can also fly in air. The Warring States period was shocked. And when did this guy collude with the Red Earl? Did the two of them form an alliance in the previous battle? Of course, he didn't expect that the majestic Red Earl, the aloof Red, after seeing Loya's many methods, coupled with the power of restoring youth attracted him, was tempted by Loya's proposal, and was now a member of the Calamity Pirates. But this did not prevent him from feeling that this bone was harder to chew. Even Whitebeard could not bring him such a huge pressure. Nothing can be done. Are you finally going to let them take action? At this moment, the giant god soldier Loya turned his head and looked to the left and right one after another. The two ends of the high wall were filled with smoke. It was impossible to see who Loya was talking to. Warring States' face changed. Change was discovered by this kid? Buzz. There was an awe-inspiring chill, and a huge ice bird flew from a distance, and it was the ice-violent pheasant beak of the blue pheasant. The strange thing is that this time, not only was the ice bird several times larger than the previous one, but there was lightning at the beak, turning it into pitch black. It was a high-level weapon-colored entanglement. At the same time, In another direction, a golden light suddenly bloomed, and there was countless golden rays of light gathered in one place and finally turned into a golden beam of light, which dispersed the smoke. It was extremely fast, arriving first, and engulfed the giant divine soldier Loya in an instant. Then the blue pheasant's violent pheasant mouth, there was a loud cry, and then it hit the giant god soldier Loya. The bone-chilling chill froze everything. The combination of cold air and golden light caused large clouds of smoke and roars to rise into the sky. In an instant, the Navy once again launched an attack on the natural disaster. Ta, ta. Two tall figures, one blue and white, one yellow and white, stood out. It was the General Ching, who had disappeared for a long time and disappeared after the battle with the Whitebeard pirates Pheasant and General Kizaru. Apparently, they also received orders from the Warring States period and turned around from chasing the remnants of the White Regiment to deal with the more difficult and problematic natural disasters. At this time, the situation removed the Warring States period and Garp and added two generals. Redfield, under this situation, do you still insist on working with a natural disaster, going against our Navy, and dying with him? Warring States stared at the Red Earl with cold eyes. If they can force the Red Earl to retreat, they can deal with a natural disaster with all their strength, not only taking away the earthquake fruit, but also killing the biggest hidden danger in the future here. Huh. Do you want to force me to retreat? It seems that the Navy has realized that this man is no less threatening than Whitebeard and wants to deal with him with all its strength, but I'm sorry. Anyway, I have joined forces with a natural disaster. Please take care of me in the future. But after the Whitebeard battle, is the Navy still capable of withstanding another top-notch battle? The Red Earl's eyes flashed, and he burst into laughter. With such power, it would be an exaggeration to say that he would be dispatched to deal with the Sea Emperor of the New World. You know, the main force against Whitebeard was only Akaina. The other few are just supporting at most, dealing with the captains of the White Regiment. But now to deal with a natural disaster, no, they should also add the Red Earl. The four top strong men of the Navy are dispatched at the same time. If said, including Shiru and Crocodile, who stopped the Kainu outside the square, as well as Yamato, who was fighting former General Zifa. At this time, the enemy of the Navy has been completely replaced by the Scourge pirates. The three members general, three legendary veterans. The Navy did not hesitate to launch another huge battle to show its determination. Only then did people realize that this guy, natural disaster, had grown to such an astonishing level without knowing it. The Navy must also use its tactics to deal with him. The attitude of the four emperors was to dispatch all the best combat power. Everyone looked nervously, and for a moment, the battle situation became more tense and chaotic. What will be the final direction of this war? 140, Chapter 124. Damn natural disaster. Damn Red Earl. It turns out they have colluded together a long time ago. Everything was just to numb me. I will get this account back sooner or later. This feud has become so big that it will never end. I originally wanted to take back the earthquake fruits regardless of the consequences, but facing the Navy and natural disasters, I have no chance. Otherwise, he doesn't know whether the natural disasters will die or whether the Navy will be defeated. First, the only person left here is definitely himself. Yes, it is Blackbeard Teach who said these words, roared and cursed with hatred from the bottom of his heart. But he just said such cruel words in his heart. Blackbeard in the end, the gang did not intervene in the war between the two sides. Instead, they quietly withdrew while the natural disaster was blocked by Sengoku and Garp. They left the Green Hills behind and were not afraid of running out of firewood. As someone who could hide behind a Whitebeard pirate's Blackbeard, who has not shown any prominence for decades, lacks the most patience. If such a tycoon gains absolute power, he will blindly become arrogant, but if he fails, he can quickly calm down, regained his sanity, and thought about the opportunity to make a comeback to avenge his shame. Staying here can only lead to death. Leaving, there is still a chance to rise. Yes, he still has a chance. It's just that he lost the Jinjin fruit. He can still eating other devil fruits. He has read the Devil Fruit illustrated book and knows what kind of devil fruit suits him best. Doesn't the natural disaster rely on the two phantom beast species to dare to show off in front of him? If he can also eat it, the next powerful phantom beast species, paired with the dark fruit, is definitely no weaker than this bastard. What surprised him was that the evil king, Red Moon Hunter, Big Wine Barrel, and Huge Battleship, who originally had different ideas, chose to continue to follow him, officially joined the Blackbeard pirates. Not to mention the silly-looking Huge Battleship, the big barrel that drinks alcohol all day long. I don't know whether they are really stupid or thoughtful. At least the Evil King and Crescent Moon Hunter still have to be careful. If Calamity extends an olive branch to them at this time, They will abandon Blackbeard without hesitation and join the Calamity Pirates. But they know in their hearts that this boy has never put them in the first place, in their eyes. Unlike the Red Earl, who they now believed had colluded with the natural disasters in the first place, they really planned to act with Blackbeard, and they were all labeled Blackbeard. They killed Whitebeard, the culprit of the beard. How could the remnants of the White Group let them go? There are still 3,000 nails in the ruined ship. The White Group has been dominant in the New World for so many years. Even though the captain is dead now, its power still exists. If they leave here and act alone, which one of them can withstand the anger of the remnants of the White Regiment alone? But if they act together, no matter how strong the remnants of the White Regiment are, then at least they will still have the ability to fight back and even kill them strength. In addition, although Blackbeard was unlucky, it was only because he encountered the freak of natural disaster. His ability is still obvious to all that at least he really almost succeeded. At least he really mastered a way to become stronger. The double fruit power they have seen from the natural disasters, so if Blackbeard also becomes a dual fruit ability user, and the dark gravity that turns everything into nothing is paired with more powerful abilities, he may not be able to make a name for himself in the New World. Because of this, despite such scruples and considerations, they finally decided that it would be safest to follow Blackbeard. As the group left quietly, there was movement on another bay. A ship sailed into the port in full view of everyone. Yonko, why are you here? It's Red Hair Shanks. The pursuing navy and blocking pirates were all in shock and even subconsciously stopped fighting each other. Everyone felt worried. What are they doing here? Are they planning to participate in this war too? Todoroki. The battle between Akainu Hiryu of the Rain and the Sand Crocodile, a silent loud noise exploded. Bang, bang, bang. The sword energy exploded, the sand and dust rolled, and the magma boiled. This monster usually occurs secretly. The blade in his hand vibrated violently and was extremely hot. He almost wanted to take it out. Had to retreat step by step before he could barely release the power. Looking up, his fear and horror could not help but deepen. He knew very well in his heart that the other party was just trying to be cruel. With such a serious injury, if he continued to fight, sooner or later the other party would be killed. But he still couldn't help but feel throbbing at the other party's desperate attack. The one who is horizontal is afraid of being stunned, and the one who is stunned is afraid of losing his life. The battle between them also perfectly explains this sentence. The Sand Crocodile on the side also looked solemnly, but as there's such a big gap between them and the Admiral. They were all more or less injured, even if these injuries were insignificant compared to Akainu's current situation. But this monster has been severely injured by Whitebeard. How could they, including the remnants of the White Group, join forces to take down Admiral Akainu? This kind of ability is simply astonishing. But Aim-no, Shiru, and Sand Crocodile are not in a hurry. Judging from the movements in the square, the natural disaster must have achieved its goal. Their main task now is to stop the monster Akainu as long as they can. It's just that they soon lost their composure. That is, together they felt many powerful auras approaching, one of which was extremely terrifying, a breath that would destroy the world and destroy the world. The terrifying power like the ocean descended overwhelmingly, making many pirates and navy tremble. Yonko red-haired Shanks. Countless people were horrified. Even Akainu's expression was extremely solemn. The sudden intervention of the four Emperor's red-haired forces was like a bucket of cold water being poured down, making Akainu, who had been completely overwhelmed by anger, feel cold and regain his senses. He can rely on the fruit's ability and his overwhelming strength to suppress his injuries to deal with the remnants of the White Group, deal with the two traitors, and eradicate the Straw Hats. But if he faces another Sea Emperor, he still has his power, and no matter how domineering and ferocious Akainu is, he must be carefully considered. Red Hair, the man who introduced Luffy to the path of pirates. Even inside the square, Sengoku, Garp, and Aoki Kazuru, who were fighting fiercely with a natural disaster, immediately noticed the intervention of this new force. They couldn't help but look sideways, and their faces were as dark as water. No one could be sure. Why is this man here? I'm here to end this war. Red-haired Shanks had an expressionless face, but he was extremely majestic at the moment. With one sentence, the fighting in the entire chaotic square was stopped. He walked step by step towards the inside of the square. No one dared to move anymore. But no one noticed. There is a monster in the distance in the sky, and it is also approaching very quickly. 141, Chapter 125. Bucky. Shanks was holding a straw hat was dropped on the battlefield when the unconscious Straw Hat Luffy was chased by General Akaina. I don't know if there is anything special about it, but Shanks just let him see noticed it. Shanks. Bucky was stunned. How could this bastard Shanks show up here? He should be famous and popular in the New World. Could it be because he knew he was suffering here, so he came here to help him? Touching gif. JPG with tears in his eyes. Bucky has a lot of inner drama. He is touched and suddenly angry. It is very funny. He is about to shout at Shanks. Are you kidding? You bastard made me eat it, the hatred of devil fruit. Before Bucky could say anything, a straw hat suddenly flew into his hand. The red-haired man raised an eyebrow at him and smiled. Give that back to Luffy, and I will give you a treasure map. Really? Hello. Just wait. I'll give it to him right now. Bucky's eyes suddenly lit up, and he passed away. Everyone, you really control the opponent to death. Didn't that bastard clown make a fuss and try to sneak away from the battlefield? But when this scene fell into the eyes of those felons in Impel Down City, they were extremely excited and moved. I heard that these two were brothers who were as close as brothers. Sure enough, it's true. It turns out that Lord Bucky didn't want to escape, but knew that his brother was coming and wanted to find him specifically. Boss, I haven't seen Luffy for 10 years. Don't you want to see him? Rakaru asked as always with a stick in his hands. Luffy. Shanks really wanted to see Luffy, and the image of entrusting his former captain Straw Hat to little Luffy was still vivid in his mind. But if we meet now, it will be different from their original agreement. Bastard redhead, son of a dragon. Akainu's eyes darkened. As soon as the red-haired guy came, he completely blocked his pursuit path, and he could only let the Straw Hat leave. But thinking about Luffy's body being penetrated by him, he would definitely die from such an injury, no matter how serious his life was. Thinking of this, the rolling lava on Akainu's body also returned to calm. Only then did he realize that the injuries on his body were so serious. The air in his heart had just been relieved, and he felt weightless due to excessive blood loss, and the bones in his body also felt. I don't know how many places it was broken, and the internal organs were also damaged by the shock. A strong sense of exhaustion surged up like crazy, making Akainu unable to hold on for a while. What is that? Submarine? It's Trafalgaro, the supernova of the North Sea. It seems that a submarine came to the rescue. It turned out that the Navy had already set its sights on the Sangli Sunny, blocking the way of the ship. Nico Robin alone could not sail away and save Luffy and Jinbei. At this time, the ship was being auctioned. Luo, who had met them before, suddenly appeared and asked her to hand the person over to him. Robin was hesitant at first, but after hearing that he was a doctor, Robin still handed the person over to the Heart Pirates. Luffy and Jinbei's injuries were too serious, and she was not a doctor, so she had no choice but to believe it. But just when she was worried about Luffy and wanted to board the submarine together, the cannonballs pursued by the Navy also arrived. Seeing this, Robin could only shout to let them leave first. Luffy's safety was the most important. Until Bucky threw out the straw hat, just before the submarine closed the door, Luffy and Jinbei dived with the Heart Pirates after entering the bottom of the sea. This time there was no pursuit from Akiji and Kizaru, and they easily left the Navy headquarters. Luffy. Robin looked into the distance with worried eyes. Don't worry, Robin, Luffy will be fine. The boss has said that Luffy is an important force that will change the world in the future. How could he die here, Tanuki? There was also Pa Dong comforting him. When Robin heard this, the guy seemed to have made a lot of noise. That's Nico Robin, the demon child of the Straw Hats. Some sailors want to take action against Nico Robin on the 1,000 Miles of Sunshine. But before they could attack, huge figures blocked their way. Those are Impelman's Jailerman and Little Suddy. Even a lieutenant general wanted to take action, but was kicked away by a beautiful figure. Shichibukai, Empress Boya Hancock, are you planning to protect this pirate? The lieutenant general covered his arm. That place had been kicked to pieces and turned to stone. The agreement I made with your government is to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. Now that Whitebeard is dead, I have abided by the agreement and can do whatever I want. You. With Empress Boya Hancock standing in front of her, even if the Navy wants to do something, it can't do anything to Nico Robin as long as it's not the top combat force. Hawkeye, where are you going? I agreed to fight Whitebeard, but Red Hair was outside the agreement. Eagle, I also left, and the Navy was at a loss for a moment. But these are no longer important. Everyone's eyes and attention are focused on the inside of the square, which is the center of power and the highest concentration of power. Only those figures can determine the final direction of this war. If this battle continues, it will only increase the casualties of both armies. If there are still people who have not fought enough, Come on, and we will fight with you." As soon as the red-haired Shanks appeared on the stage, he revealed his purpose of coming. "Everyone present, please give me some face. Whitebeard and Ace, leave the funeral arrangements of these two people to us. The scene of the battle has been spread all over the world, so don't make a fuss about their deaths anymore." What? Only when their heads are displayed to the public can it be called a complete victory for the Navy. A lieutenant general became anxious after hearing this. It doesn't matter. At this time, Warring States had changed from the giant Buddha form back to the original ordinary form. He looked at the red-haired man deeply and then agreed with him. "If I leave it to you, no problem, Red Hair, I will bear the responsibility. As long as the natural disaster guy obediently hands over the earthquake fruit to the government, this war will be over." This guy? Of course, everyone in the red-haired pirate group noticed the mighty and huge god of war from the beginning. However, what did Warring States just say? Is he a natural disaster? It's really him. Seeing him transform from a huge blue war god back to his original appearance, he looked exactly like the boy who followed Kaido of the Beast when they were on that isolated island. No, there are still some differences. Compared to then, he is more domineering. It seems that this guy also has a huge secret. And the person next to him, the Red Earl. Did you join forces with this boy? Everyone in the red-haired pirate group was very surprised that it seemed that there was a huge change on the battlefield that they had not expected. Really, did he take the shock fruit from Tiki? No, that guy Blackbeard? The red-haired man has always been extremely afraid of Blackbeard, but he never thought that such a tycoon would fall into the hands of this young man. So why would the two generals, the Navy Marshal and the Navy Hero, go to war with this man like this? In other words, the key to the war is this boy. Please give me some face, little brother of natural disaster, and hand over the fruit, little brother of natural disaster. If you don't want to, you will have no choice but to offend me. Red Hair pulled out his sword. In order to quell the war and for the peace of the world, all Red Hair members also came against the natural disaster. 142, Chapter 126. What's happening here? Why did the red-haired pirates suddenly come together with a navy to deal with the natural disaster? Many people who watched the live broadcast of the war were stunned. There are also many people who don't have a good impression of natural disasters. For example, Captain Becky is so happy now. It's time to let this guy go to the battlefield and mess up. On the Navy side, there are Sengoku, Garp, Kizaru, and Akiji. On the red-haired side, red-haired, Deputy Captain Ben Beckman, 7 cadres. With such power, it would be too easy to destroy a person. Then, how will natural disaster make a choice? Will he make concessions, obediently hand over the fruits, and calm the war? Still angry, he fought with the Navy and even the red-haired pirates. But no matter what, it will only be this boy who runs away in despair in the end. Everyone was paying attention to how this young man would react. Loya suddenly said leisurely, "Let's not talk about whether I have the Jinjin fruit in my hands. What I want to say is, you redhead don't have that much face. If you want to fight, you can come together. What about the general or the red hair of the 4 emperors? Do you really think that everyone has to give in to you? Afraid of you? What do you mean?" The red-haired man was not very angry at Loya's ridicule, but was a little surprised. "Do you mean to say that the Jinjin fruit is not in your hands? I didn't think so much just now. Warring States said so, and the news I got was indeed like this." The red-haired man didn't doubt it either. He just wanted to end the war quickly, calm down the war, and suppress the impact of this war to the minimum, so he just wanted to put an end to the problem. At the same time, he also thought it would be best to suppress the natural disaster. This boy grew up too fast and alarmingly. Even though the red-haired man had only met him once or twice, he already had an extremely strong fear of him. In this way, if the unscrupulous and powerful lord is not restricted, it will definitely not be a good thing for the world. Of course, the red hair will not agree to hand over the earthquake fruit to the world government. The so-called bargaining, everyone must pay what, and then harvest something. After the 3 parties negotiate a peace, according to Hongfa's idea, it is best to give the earthquake fruit to Marco and the others. This can also maintain the balance of the new world and prevent the sea area where Whitebeard belongs from being completely destroyed, collapse, falling into chaos, and getting out of control. But seeing Loya's current appearance, he seemed to be extremely angry, as if something he had said before touched his anger. Could it be that the shocking fruit was not in his hands? Impossible. Everyone clearly saw it just now. You took it from Blackbeard. The lieutenant general, who had been clamoring to show off the heads of Ace and Whitebeard, couldn't help shouting when he saw this. Has anyone seen the Jinjin fruit with their own eyes? You are doing this. One of you just wants to win the favor of the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and suppress the arrogance of your opponents, and the other of you just wants to deal with us, so why bother with these nonsense? The Red Earl suddenly sneered and interrupted forcibly. He thought Loya's move was so beautiful. Yes, from the beginning to the end, although everyone knew that it was natural disaster that robbed Blackbeard of the shock fruit. Who could have you seen it with your own eyes? Have you ever taken action against a natural disaster? Have you admitted it? Yes, then show me the evidence. The Lieutenant General was speechless for a moment. He always felt that something was strange, but he couldn't explain it. Hong Fei's eyes were a little stiff. When the Red Earl and the others said this, it was as if he had another purpose in ending the war. But to refute it, I really didn't know what to say. Even Sengoku couldn't help but be startled. He didn't expect these guys. IT was completely beyond his expectation that he would shamelessly say such things. But when he was asked to provide evidence, everyone saw it very clearly. The natural disaster used a magical space ability to take away a large black cloth bag. They all just suspected that the Jinjin fruit was inside. It had always been just Blackbeard's one-sided statement. Now even Blackbeard is gone. What evidence can they produce? This way, it seems that their navy is just messing around. But then I thought about it. Isn't it natural for the Navy to deal with pirates? What makes the warring states more helpless and fearful is that the bastard natural disaster broke the crisis in front of them with just a few words, and also allowed them to form an alliance with the Red Hair. It collapsed in an instant. However, they didn't know that what Loya said was not what he meant. He was just very unhappy. Your Red Hair came to stop this war, so stop it. Could it be that I caused this war? Now it was the Navy that kept pestering me, so I just counterattacked appropriately and completed some system tasks along the way. Of course, the process may not be too friendly. Some movements are normal when playing basketball. Ahem, everyone is not in the same camp. The Navy isn't so friendly either. Didn't you see that they were trying to bully the minority? But now it's my fault, besides. Even if the Jinjin fruit is really in my hands, it's only because of my true ability. What you got, your Navy, and your Red Hair, you want me to hand over the things in just a few words? Do I, the natural disaster Loya, have no face? Do you really treat me as a soft persimmon? So Loya is angry. General? Marshal? The four emperors? Why is he afraid of a battle? A terrifying overlord-like domineering energy naturally burst out from his body. Then the Red Earl was a little dumbfounded. Brother, are you planning to fight for real? It turns out that what you just said was not a plan to drive a wedge between each other, Red Hair and Navy. But this time is different from the past. Vaguely, it seems that the roar from the gods can be heard from above the 9 heavens. The air in the whole world boils, and the monstrous aura instantly envelopes in the entire square. The pressed Navy and pirates were breathless and trembling. This pressure and this aura made them feel like they were going to explode. Even the red-haired and Sengoku people had their eyes fixed. The two of them burst out with invisible and colorless overlord color domineering energy at the same time and suppressed it. However, they saw that this natural disaster Loya was not affected at all and stood up to the two of them, no weaker than others. The collision of 3 extremely powerful auras caused the world to collapse, trembling. The situation is changing. It makes people feel panicked and depressed, and their souls are throbbing. How can this be? Even the warring state's marshal and the red-haired man's overbearing look couldn't suppress the natural disaster. Everyone present could not help but look horrified and feel cold all over. How powerful is the natural calamity that can master such terrifying overlord color domineering energy? This kind of power is unstoppable. In fact, even Loya was a little surprised. The overlord look that he just burst out in anger was slightly different from the usual. It seemed that there was also the power of the phantom god in it. It seemed that both the Sky Dragon and the giant god soldier felt as angry, and then followed by the pressure of the gods. With the blessing of 2 and 2, Loya broke out such a level of overlord color for the first time, as if he was about to break through the limit of overlord color. Of course, this incident was not an explosion. If Wangse can solve it, he needs to come up with more powerful means. At the same time, what everyone didn't expect was that suddenly a dragon roar echoed through the sky. No, no, no. Navy Red Hair, you are so majestic, you dare to bully us beasts. 143, Chapter 127. If most people encounter this kind of situation, they will choose to make peace with it or find a way to escape from this place. Loya never knows how to wrong himself and asking to hand over the Jinjin fruit. Let him escape? Are you kidding me? I came into this world and spent 10 years settling down. Loya also has many means. Even if there are powerful enemies in front of him and an unprecedented crisis, he still has enough confidence. He still has a trump card that he hasn't revealed yet. I just haven't decided which trump card to use yet, but right now. Buzz. A huge flame fell from the sky, like a pillar of fire, extremely blazing. In just an instant, several warships on the shore of Square Bay were affected, and all of them exploded and fell apart in an instant. The seawater was turbulent, lapping at the shore, and swept away many sailors. They were swallowed up by the sea, and they didn't even have time to scream. A sudden scene instantly attracted everyone's attention. No, no, no. Navy red hair, you are so majestic, you dare to bully us beasts. The voice was majestic, full of intimidation, and so domineering. The power of this appearance shocked everyone. Another giant dragon. The people were all trembling in shock and body. They couldn't believe it. If it weren't for this live broadcast, they would all I never thought that such a monster really existed in this world. Is this still a human being? Hundred beasts Kaido. And the Navy's lips were trembling, and their hearts were filled with fear. Another sea emperor. History is always so similar. Ace was captured, and Whitebeard led his regiment into the Navy headquarters. Trapped by natural disasters, Kaido of the Beasts, they actually broke into Marinafando alone. But they paid such a heavy price to execute Ace and get rid of Whitebeard. Are they really capable of dealing with Kaido of the Beasts and natural disasters? Don't forget, the two sides are completely different, same. Although Whitebeard is known as the strongest man, Kaido of all beasts is not weak either. The title of the strongest creature is not false, and he is at his peak, not the old and sick Whitebeard. In comparison, Scourge is not Fire Fist Ace. Scourge alone is not weaker than any of the two Sea Emperors. He also has the Red Earl, Shirlue of the Rain, and even Crocodile with him. They were mixed together, and the woman named Yamato was not weaker than Zifa, the former general. With such power and strength, even if it stood in front of them, the Navy would have to ask itself whether it could swallow it. Are you afraid of having your teeth knocked out? The sailors are all worried. A trace of panic may spread among the crowd, and their morale has been hit and dropped again and again. Kaido. The senior naval officials of the Warring States period were startled by his appearance, and their expressions suddenly changed. This guy actually came at this critical moment. Damn, this is trouble. Sengoku's face turned pale. The worst outcome had occurred. He knew that the Jinjin fruit would probably never come back. Natural disasters are coming, and this bastard Kaido is not afraid of trouble. He's the master who dares to cause trouble. Such a character. Maybe they are afraid of the Navy. And the biggest purpose of the red-haired group is to end the war, not to unite the Navy to deal with natural disasters and deal with the beast pirates. If there is a fight, it may not necessarily be their help. Even though the red-haired guy is special, he is still a pirate after all. Especially in this situation, he will not help the Navy. Kaido, your agreement with me is not to participate in this war. The red-haired man frowned. If Kaido intervened, the war will be even more out of control. Kaido sneered. Hey, Redhead, my agreement with you is that I will not interfere in the war between Whitebeard and the Navy, but that does not include the current situation. Besides, you bastards have bullied us beasts. If I don't take action, I'm afraid that people all over the world will laugh at us for being weak and easy to bully. The red-haired man was immediately speechless. Stop talking nonsense. Kaido directly transformed into the strongest human animal form, falling from the sky, like a meteor hitting the earth. With a bang, smoke and dust flew everywhere, and the earth cracked again. If you guys want to fight, I will accompany you to the end. The mace pointed fiercely at the side of the Navy and the red-haired man, with majesty and murderous intent. Stinky old man. Yamato was a little dazed. This was the first time she felt that her father was so reliable. Old monster, why don't you steal the spotlight like this? In the end, all your prestige is gone. Loya couldn't help but smile bitterly and complained in his heart. He was planning to show off his power. Why don't you come out and cause trouble? But forget it, the trump card is the trump card. Naturally, the less people know about it, the more useful it is. After Kaido made such a fuss, Loya calmed down a lot. Of course, it was impossible for Loya not to be touched by Kaido's move, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It has to be you, old monster. The red-haired man was silent. Sengoku was also silent. Kaido's commotion immediately broke the situation between the two parties. This old monster was so smart that he seemed to be a protector and came to help, but his words did not give the other party a chance to take advantage of the loopholes. As soon as he came, he said that he was just because the Navy bullied the natural disasters in Yamato and bullied their beasts, so he had no choice but to take action and threw the troublemaker on the Navy. You red hair is not here to end the war. Do you want to take action now? If so, who will you help? Kaido, Scourge, Red Earl, Shirlua the Rain, Crocodile, and the woman named Yamato. Warring States obviously also discovered this. His face was livid. He was thinking about each other's fighting power. If you don't consider the red hair, it seems that they can't get along well, and they are even at a slight disadvantage. Don't forget that they have just gone through a big battle. Akiji and Kazuru are better off, but Akain, alas. Alongside, the Warring States period reluctantly issued. Hey, this is something serious. Is there really going to be a fight? The beasts and the navy. Who will the redhead help? At this moment, although Zyambity was affected by the tsunami and earthquake and many people ran away, there are still people staying there, just to be the first person to report major events. Well, they are all reporters and newspaper staff. What a dedicated person. Of course, none of the supernovas, except for the Straw Hats and Luo, who suddenly ran to get involved for some reason, did not leave at this moment. But suddenly, the only remaining live broadcast screen, also it's dark. There's no picture left. What happened? Why did it suddenly disappear? What about live broadcast? I want to see if the beasts and natural disasters will fight with the Navy. Damn it! Was the phone bug in the last image also shut down by the Navy? In the eyes of reporters, the only one who would do this is the Navy, but this is not important. They just want to know what happened next. Will there be a fight? If there is a fight, will it trigger a conflict between the Navy and the beasts? Total war? Can the Navy resist? Will the world government take action because of this? 144, Chapter 128. Breaking news now. The war on top is over. The Navy headquarters won, and the legendary pirate Whitebeard was defeated. From the Navy headquarters to all branches around the world. Not long after, news came from the Chambord Islands. The relevant reports were only audio, very concise. There is only one central idea. The Navy wins. Everyone, it's over. Is it over? Are you kidding me? Where is Kaido? What about natural disasters? We watched for so long that we bought popcorn and Coke and put down the benches. We made up our minds that even if a storm comes, or there is another tsunami or earthquake, as long as the world doesn't explode, they will stay here. As a result, you are telling us now that it's over. How can I accept it? But no matter how these people react, no matter how unacceptable they are, the facts are right in front of them. Since the beginning of the Great Pirate Age, the biggest war, the war on top of Malinfando, has begun. The same seems to be true in history. After information is conveyed layer by layer, the important ones are often ignored. Only the word victory of the Navy cheered in the sea breeze, and the world was in turmoil due to this major event. People have not yet discovered that the naval victory and the outcome of the war did not bring peace. The sea lost the thread of Whitebeard and became turbulent. Oh, a few minutes ago. Warring States, stop, we have already won. The Chief Staff Officer, Lieutenant General He sighed. Defeating the Whitebeard pirates and being able to kill Whitebeard and Ace has already given an account to the government and the world. They shouldn't fight, and they can't continue to fight. Whether it is Kaido or Calamity, they must pay a huge price to face one alone, and the defenses of the two monsters are terrifying. If they want to fight, the three generals will not fight together. Even so, if you want to defeat them, you have to spend a long time and even be prepared to sacrifice the highest combat power of the Navy. And the opponents have the ability to fly, and they can leave when they want. Even the seafloor stone that can deal with ordinary ability users is also against them. IT didn't work. Both of them had high-level armed internal destruction that could easily break free from the shackles of Hylu stone. Warring States understood this, so he was silent and discouraged. Just like decades ago, they faced Roger, the Pirate King. No, even for a long time, when facing the previous generation Overlord Rocks, there was no way. The Battle of the Valley of the Gods was also planned for a long time, gathering the right time, place, people, and three major elements, and even had to fight the Roger Pirates joined forces to defeat Rocks. Even if we defeat them, I'm afraid we won't be able to keep them, and may even trigger a crazy counterattack by all the beasts, making the situation even more difficult to deal with. Warring States could only suppress the anger in his heart. His teeth were about to be broken, and he yelled, "That's it, you go? Oh, don't you need me to hand over any Junjin fruit, Luo?" He raised his eyebrows, half smiling. But now we suddenly don't want to leave. Zhengguo's face darkened, and when he heard what he said next, he almost died of anger. Luoya said calmly, "It was your Navy that pestered me before, and you planned to bully me and force me to hand over the shock fruit. Want us to leave now, want to fight late." Well, the little monster is right. You Navy guys are too self-righteous. We beasts have never suffered such grievances. Kaido also laughed, his eyes sharp. You. Warring State's eyes were about to burst out with fire, and the top of his head was shining with golden light, as if he was about to turn into the form of a giant Buddha and explode at any moment. These two guys who are trying to push their limits, one old and one young, are both bastards. I really think their navy is not good enough. That do you dare to fight against their beasts? Kaido, natural disaster, stop it when you are ready. This war has become almost uncontrollable now. It is time for it to end. Otherwise, it will not be good for both you and me. You should know that once Whitebeard dies, the new world what will happen, Lieutenant? General, he said as he handed something to Warring States. After reading it, Warring States couldn't help but shrink his pupils. After taking a deep breath, he calmed down and regained his composure. He just looked at the eyes of Calamity, and Kaido were full of coldness. People were very curious as to what he saw. Hey, little monster, what do you think? Kaido's eyes flashed. He understood all this, but he was not in a hurry. Instead, he set his sights on Loya and let him make up his mind. Loya's tone was calm. It's okay if you want us to evacuate, but you've wasted so much of my time. Don't you think we should make up for it? Hearing this, not only the Navy, but also the Red Hare and the Red Earl, they were all stunned. This is asking for compensation in turn. Warring States and others were so angry that their faces turned green. How can people be so shameless? From the previous fight to now, it is our Navy that has been suffering losses, and among them, who has really suffered a loss? Natural disaster, don't bully others too much. If a war really breaks out, you beasts won't be happy either. Warring States roared. Really? Then there's nothing to talk about. If you want to start a war, then start a war. Even if you unite with the red-haired group, I don't care. Loya's attitude seemed very tough, and a large handful of leaves even appeared in his hand. Boss, that guy took out those things again. Big Eater Lakiru shouted hurriedly. Can it transform anyone's leaves, or even leaves that can replicate abilities? The red-haired man's eyes narrowed. The red-haired pirates know the power of the transformation leaves best. Although they have all defeated the 4 emperors and 3 generals who transformed the leaf, it is by no means easy, and with such a large number, who knows what kind of people he will transform. Even Kaido was stunned for a moment, but he didn't. I thought that Luo you would suddenly do something like this, but when I saw that the Sengoku side was so angry that their veins were bulging, but they didn't dare to show up, I couldn't help but laugh. What do you want? Just tell me. Warring States snorted, already on the verge of going berserk. Seeing this, Loya chuckled and said, I met 3 guys who claimed to be CP0 before. They had a batch of artificial devil fruits in their hands, with as many as 30 pieces. Make up for our losses with this batch of devil fruits, and we will leave. When Kaido heard that there were artificial devil fruits, and there were 30 of them, his eyes suddenly lit up. Impossible. How could Warring States agree to such a thing? This was to help the enemy to strengthen himself. How could he agree to such a thing that was humiliating the country? Don't worry, you can try to report it to the world government. Maybe they will agree. Tio, show my sincerity. I have already ordered people to turn off the live broadcast, and no one will know what just happened. Luoya laughed loudly, making Xinghua and others murmur, wondering where he got this confidence from. These artificial devil fruits are given to you. But then Sengoku's words shocked everyone. The world government really agreed? No way. Natural disaster. How did this guy do it? 145, Chapter 129. Holy Land, Marie Joya. Located on the Red Earth continent. At the pinnacle of world power, the 5 elders, the highest position of the celestial dragons, are in charge at the same time. All 5 of them are male elders. However, no one knows that above the 5 elders, there is a mysterious figure called Lord M. But how could this little movement disturb Master M's clear dream? Wulaoxing solved it himself as usual. In the vast conference hall, there is only a set of tables, chairs, and sofas, with the 5 old stars sitting on them. On the table, there are 2 wanted posters. On the ground, there are also 2 wanted posters, which have turned into a flame in the basin under their feet, burning slowly. Edward Newgate, 5.046 million berry, and Porcas can be vaguely seen, D-Ace, 550 million belly. Damn Whitebeard, he dared to say such words before he died. Now even though the Navy has dealt with the problem of the Whitebeard pirates, it has only fueled the arrogance of pirates all over the world. Now the new world is in chaos, and pirates they were fighting everywhere, and the beasts and ants among the 4 emperors were also involved. Wearing a dark green suit, he is bald, has 2 splayed beards, and a birthmark on his forehead. He has his hands crossed and is sitting on a chair with a slightly solemn expression. This has been expected for a long time. Once the balance of the 3 major forces breaks down, it will directly have an impact on the world. The question now is how this man will deal with it. Wearing a dark red suit, no tie, blonde hair, a golden beard, and a scar on his chest, he crossed his legs, put his hands on the chair, and suddenly faced the things on the table. Is it that man again? The guy who suddenly rose up, the natural disaster Roa of the beast pirates, was unexpectedly a user with the ability of the dual phantom beast species fruit. It was enough to kill the celestial dragons and trigger such a shocking event. Now he also broke into Impel Down, then caused a scene at the Navy headquarters, participated in the war on top, and took away the shock fruit from Blackbeard. This guy is compared to the older generation strong men like Kaido and Whitebeard are even more difficult to deal with. Wearing a black suit with white curly hair, a fluffy white beard, a flat hat, and a scar on the left side of his face, Wula Oxing slowly lowered his waist and picked up the card on the table with Loya 1.2 billion printed on it, wanted poster with a heavy look on his face. He wants to ask the government for 30 artificial devil fruits. Humph, a mere pirate dares to threaten the world government. He is too arrogant. Are you sure that the Navy will kill him completely? Wearing a dark blue suit, he has long straight white hair and a long beard. His eyes burst out with a ray of coldness and murderous intent. It's hard, this guy has become a big deal, and he has the beast pirates behind him, and his power is no weaker than any of the Sea Emperors. If you reject him at this time, the situation will become very difficult. After the battle with Whitebeard, the Navy has been seriously damaged. If it fights with the beast pirates again, the whole world will be completely unable to control the situation. Wearing a white Taoist robe with a bald head and glasses, he was the only one among the 5 old stars not wearing a suit. He held a samurai sword in his hand and said slowly, "The value of 30 artificial devil fruits is not high, and it is useless to keep them. If he wants it, just give it to him, and it will be dismissed. The most important thing is to solve the current problem." Wearing a dark blue suit with long straight white hair and a long beard, he made a decision. Several other people looked at it, then nodded and said in unison, "Agree." As this person said, the so-called artificial devil fruit was created after Vegapunk discovered the blood factor and created the first artificial devil fruit. Later, a number of artificial devil fruits were also created. But the results were all different. It was satisfactory, but did not achieve the results they wanted and was called a failed research by Vegapunk. At this point, the 5 old stars and the world government were not too interested. After allowing them to weigh the pros and cons, they agreed so easily. It was the natural disaster that deliberately cut off the live broadcast at that time and made the request to the government without letting the world know about it. This saved the face of the world government and prevented it from completely turning the tables. The most important thing is that Loya showed enough this time. If the forces that have attracted the attention of the world government insist on fighting again, they will pay a huge price and increase casualties. Without completely breaking up, the world government still hopes to maintain the balance of the 3 major forces. Everyone is a respectable person. Most of the time, it's enough to live on the surface. Give each other some face. This is also a social interaction between big people. Even pirates and even the government are not in conflict with each other. They have to fight to the death. More often than not, they are in the posture of being at peace with each other and not seeing each other as kings. Of course, once they are sure to kill each other with one blow and completely destroy the opponent, they will strike more ferociously than anyone else, cutting off the opponent's main artery with one strike. The problem is that this guy has mastered Nico Robin, and his threat cannot be underestimated. The concealed history and a huge ancient kingdom will pose a threat to the government's rule as long as there is a danger of being revealed. It doesn't matter for the time being, even if she can interpret the historical text, as long as she can't collect the 4 historical texts of road signs and cannot reach the final island, Ravdru, then she is not a threat for the time being. But don't be careless. I have already sent CP0 to invade various forces in the Dark World. Isn't this just to prevent this day? Don't worry, because of the natural disaster, we will send the right person to get close to him and find out the secrets of his body. Agreed, a physique that can eat double fruits is unheard of. This person's body must have a big secret, and it must be investigated clearly before taking action in the future. Also, the son of the revolutionary dragon, his power is the devil fruit. We should also pay attention to it. Do I need to report it to Master M? There's no need to worry. According to reports from the Navy, this kid has suffered serious enough injuries to be fatal. Let's see if he's still alive. The fruit with the name of God has never awakened in 800 years. It's still far from being a young boy. Oh, 3 wooden boxes fell to the ground. When you open the lid, you can see that there are 10 fruits stored on it. They are slightly different from ordinary devil fruits, each of which has its own characteristics. The artificial devil fruits are all apple-shaped and red. No, yes, 30 artificial devil fruits. Kaido looked at this batch of 30 artificial devil fruits and seemed particularly happy. In addition to enhancing his own combat power, he was even more happy that this batch of artificial devil fruits was taken from the world government. But it makes him feel happier than anything else. Little monster, what are you looking for? Loya turned over this batch of artificial devil fruits at this time. He remembered that the artificial devil fruit that Momonosuke seemed to eat was slightly different from the others and seemed to be blue. Here, there is none. 146, Chapter 130. It's nothing, just take a look. By the way, I have something good for you. They are just ordinary artificial devil fruits. Since they are not found, forget them. Maybe they're still with Punk has said. Let's go back and find some time to see who can get the advantage, and it can't be cheaper than Momonosuke. Then he thought of something. Loya took it from his 5,000 cubic meter one-star system warehouse. Take out something. He threw it to Kaido, casually. Kaido was stunned for a moment at first, wondering what good thing he could give him, but when he saw what was in his palm, he was stunned. It is a fruit, oval, gray-white, and the overall image is closer to that of a fig. That is about the size of an average pineapple. From the outer peel to the inner flesh, it is covered with Arabic-like spiral patterns, and the whole body is covered with crack. It's the Junjin fruit, Loya said casually. Kaido, I've been dealing with that Whitebeard guy for so many years, so of course I know it's the Junjin fruit. But this thing is really in your hands. The Navy did not accuse you wrongly. No wonder when he came out, the old guy from the Warring States period wanted to eat you. Not only did they take away the shock fruit, they also robbed 30 artificial devil fruits from the world government. This is probably something that has never happened since the Great Pirates era. And where did you get it from? The most important thing is that even the Navy is extremely afraid of being known as the power to destroy the world. They would not hesitate to use such a huge combat power to encircle and suppress you. You just threw it to me so casually. Do you know how much trouble this fruit could cause if it were let out? You just gave it to me. Kaido still asked in disbelief. Loya blinked. Yes, is there any problem? Don't worry, I still have 2 on hand. Loya grinned. His luck was pretty good. Before this operation, he bought a large number of fruits of all kinds. Originally, he just wanted to try his luck, but he didn't expect that he actually succeeded in transforming 2 devil fruits. One, exactly, it was Ace's natural-type burning fruit. The other one was Moonlight Moria's Superman-type shadow fruit. He watched Loya randomly take out one that looked like a dragon fruit, and another one was wrapped in green petals. Kaido was completely speechless when he saw the black fruit he lived in. It was really annoying to compare people to each other. Originally, he was still thinking of himself, so he went out to sea to help and harvested 30 artificial devil fruits. Even though it was this kid Loya helped, but Kaido already feels very satisfied. He is one step closer to his goal of building an army of ability users. But now I know that compared to what this kid has gained, those 30 artificial devil fruits are simply what a fart. This kid went out to sea and gained too much. Let's not talk about the first one to find Pa Dong, a user with the ability of the Phantom Beast species. Later, he also found several powerful Yujishi, who were famous for moving the sea Lu, Crocodile, Red Earl, and I heard that he is also eyeing a Shichibukai, and maybe he will join his banner. You know, Kaido's original idea was just to recruit those supernovas. Now it's the Junjin fruit, the Xiao fruit, and the shadow fruit. Good guy, you are recruiting people and buying goods. How on earth did you do it? In anger, Kaido accepted it unceremoniously, but when he thought about it carefully, he was so polite to this boy. This brat treated his own daughter like a cabbage. Well, it's hard to say whether he was a good cabbage or not. Yamato's bad habit gives Kaido a headache just thinking about it. But then I thought about it, what's wrong with being filial to me? I have raised him like my own son for 10 years. Then I felt more and more at ease. Old monster, I won't go back for the time being. Once Whitebeard dies, the new world will probably be in chaos. Jin and the others should also be busy occupying the territory. I also promised Yamato to go to Fishman Island, which happens to be quite popular. Yes, I plan to take it over and make it the first territory of my natural disaster pirate group. After all, how can you not have a territory when you are a pirate? Loya told his next plan very frankly. Once Whitebeard died, Fishman Island lost the protection of its forces. In the original direction, this place fell into the hands of Big Mom. Now it is in a vacuum period. He just happened you can do it. Whether it's because he wants to recruit Lon Pang Pang to join his pirate group, or to complete his system mission, or even Shirahoshi, the ancient weapon of Poseidon, the king of the sea, he can't give up Fishman Island. To others. And it can be praised by gourmets like Big Mom, who even described the desserts produced here as more delicious than meat. Loya feels greedy just thinking about it. Kaido doesn't think he has any plans for Loya. How strange it was to go out, establish his own pirate group, and take Fishman Island as his own territory. On the contrary, I was glad that he could tell me these words. Loya has completely grown up. If it were anyone with the same ambitious people have already set up their own business, recruited a large number of people, and established their own power. You know, this kid Loya broke through Impel Down City. There are so many repeat criminals in it. If they're all recruited, it will be enough to form a super force power. But this kid just picked a few people. The kid Loya also revealed to him before that only 10 people are enough. And at this time, he did not return to the New World and compete for Baidu. Beard's power instead chose a dispensable one with no sense of existence at all. Among the many kingdoms on the Grand Line, its power was also relatively weak on Fishman Island. Maybe it was because of this worry that he deliberately did not interact with himself to fight for. You silly boy. Kaido didn't know whether to be funny or angry, so he couldn't help but hit him on the head. If he really didn't believe this kid, how could he let that guy Yamato follow him? That's the young master of the beasts. Kaido, what a soul heir. And even if Loya can really develop into the same power as himself, or even divide one side and become the new emperor of the sea, it will be too late for Kaido to be happy. Although there are intrigues and internecine killings among pirates, but in the final analysis, the biggest enemy of their pirates is still a behemoth like the world government. Ouch. Loya didn't know that his actions made Kaido so upset. Instead, he glared at him. I am a natural disaster with a reward of 1.2 billion, and I am a famous pirate in the sea. Maybe I will come out in 2 days. The reward is higher than yours. Show some respect to me, old monster. Loya is very confident. If he makes such a big fuss, the world government will definitely readjust its bounty. Maybe he can complete the first task at once, achieve the small goal of 3 billion, and unlock the Sky Dragon, true ancestor form. Who do you want to be, you brat? If you have some ability, you dare to pretend in front of me. Right? Come on, I will show you how powerful Lei Mingbagua is. Kaido suddenly became angry, took out his mace, smashed it down hard, and also used the overlord's color entanglement. Just your thunderous gossip? I'll know it at a glance, so let's show you the power of my Thunder 64 hexagrams, Luo. You shouted and rushed over. The old man and the young man looked extremely childish at this moment. 147, Chapter 131. It is finally over. The Navy is also inevitably going to change. In just the blink of an eye, Whitebeard's territory will turn to a sea of blood. The key is the Scourge, who will undoubtedly become the man of the hour soon. There are 7 ships floating on the sea near Marinefront. The supernovas who are in charge of the new pirate era will naturally not miss this important historical moment. They stare intently at the proof of the order of the great pirate era, the sky above Marinefront, ignited smoke of gunpowder. I personally felt the flow of the murderous era. The supernovas on their respective ships all had different reactions to the impact of the war. The only thing in common was that they wanted to rush to the new world as soon as possible. The outbreak of the war had an impact on the world that has a great influence, and among the forces that were born from it, natural disaster has undoubtedly become the one that all pirate groups pay the most attention to. After Straw Hat Luffy was revealed to be the son of the Revolutionary Dragon, he emerged in the war on top. His worth is also rising rapidly. At the same time, the East China Sea, the West Sea, the South China Sea, the North Sea, and the Grand Route. With the end of Whitebeard, the strongest man, the Pirates' Carnival has just begun. The new world is the Yonko the Ruled Sea area, Red Hair, Kaido, Big Mom. Now the balance has been broken, no one knows what will happen in the future. The only thing that can be confirmed is IT is about to begin an unprecedented new era. Somewhere in the sea above, the submarine slowly surfaced. He actually knew that we would surface here, and thought that the Navy was still chasing us. I was shocked. It was Luo from the Heart Pirates and all his subordinates. Next to the submarine, there was a warship parked, the 1,000 Miles of Sunshine with the Straw Hats. It is Ivankov, Yamato, Nico Robin, Empress Boya Hancock, Shiru of the Rain, Red Earl, and all the new she-males in the she-male paradise. Of course, the pirates of the Heart Pirates don't know that Nico Robin has the life paper of his friends in his hand. As long as he relies on the direction of the life paper, he can always catch up with them. Why are there monsters, koalas, horses, cows, and rhinos on the warship? He doesn't look very smart. Bebo, who comes from the Zo polar bear fur tribe, thought in his heart. Are they also related to the Straw Hat Boss? Luo was a little surprised. Nico Robin and Ivankov were just that point. One was a crew member, and the other was a cadre of his father, the Revolutionary Long, but the rest of them couldn't think of anything to do with the Straw Hat Boss. Could it be that are you here for Kaisia, Jinbei? Wait, shouldn't there be that person among these people? Just when Luo felt that someone was missing, there was a thunder blast in the sky, and a figure was seen flying through the air. That is, the Pirates of the Heart pirates stared in disbelief. There are actually people who can fly in the sky. I thought that the big shots on the ship were all powerful enough, but when this person came over, many pirates from the Heart Pirates almost trembled with their legs and collapsed to the ground. Although this man doesn't look scary, and he even looks much better than the average person, at least there is no one in the Heart Pirates who can look better than him, but they all know how scary this man is. Natural disaster. A man who almost led the war. If the Whitebeard Pirates are the losing side, and the winning side, some people would think it is the Navy or the world government, but it is undeniable that natural disasters are the biggest among them, the winner. His appearance immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. This time he did not transform into a dragon, but directly took on a humanoid posture and walked against the wind and thunder. The effect of his appearance was outstanding. So handsome. Yamato couldn't help but hold her hands. Her eyes were full of stars. It's not that she thought Loya was handsome. Well, of course, Loya was indeed handsome, but what she thought was so handsome was that Loya could fly, and he could still fly, flying in a humanoid form. This makes her yearn for it. Everyone yearns for the sky, but unfortunately, her fantasy beast ability does not have the ability to fly. Robin has no mind to care about this now. The moment he saw Luo, he immediately asked anxiously, said, "Where's Luffy? How's he doing?" Everything that can be done has been done. Within the controllable range of the operation, his life is now safe. However, he has accumulated unimaginable damage in his body. There is currently no guarantee that he will survive, Luo said slowly while still wiping the bloody towel with his hands. After hearing this, Robin felt relieved at first, and then couldn't help but mention that everything Luffy had done before was to save his brother Ace. But his brother died tragically in front of him in order to protect him. Had a mental breakdown too, already expected. Straw Hat Boy will not fall down just because of this. Ivankov and all the she-males shouted, but they saw Straw Hat Luffy's heroic appearance on the battlefield. By the way, are you friends with Straw Hat Boy? No, I have no reason to save him. My kindness makes you uneasy. Do you want me to make up some excuses? Luo Jingping said. No, it doesn't matter. Everyone has the time to act based on intuition. Ivankov crossed his hands and said no. Just as he had followed the natural disasters and made a big fuss and impelled down city before without any evidence, he also acted based on intuition. At the same time, Loya finally arrived at the scene. As soon as we met, I felt a little strange that it seemed that someone was missing. What about sand crocodiles? He left. Before leaving, he gave me this thing. Shilu took out something from his arms. That was a shiny phone bug with a cigar in its mouth and a slicked-back hairdo. It was obvious that he wanted to contact him with something, and it was considered a polite rejection of Luo Ya's solicitation. It was still the same as before, cool, sand crocodile. Loya had no intention of easily recruiting him into his group at once, but Crocodile did not leave without saying a word. He also left a phone bug so that he could call him at any time if needed, so it was okay. Biforoya rescued him from Impel Down City. Loya nodded. There will be many opportunities to meet him in the future. Because the phone bug is a living body and cannot be included in the system space, he had no intention of taking it, so he simply put it with Shirlu first, and then from in the system space, he took out a devil fruit and threw it to Shirlu. Eating it should increase your combat power quite a bit. Shirlu knew that this black fruit was a devil fruit, a secret treasure in the sea, with all kinds of incredible abilities. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and bit it down. He swallowed it in a few times. He didn't even frown, originally. I also want to remind Loya that just one bite is enough. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praise him as a tough guy. I heard that devil fruit tastes like shit, but I can eat it without blushing or heartbeat. Loya, what fruit did you give him? Yamato walked over curiously and asked. The superhuman shadow fruit. Loya originally planned to get the transparent fruit just like in the original world, but he didn't have time to deal with Absalom at that time and let this guy slip away, so he simply gave up on this option. Anyway, he still had on hand devil fruit. After considering the two, I think the shadow fruit is more suitable for Shirlyo's fighting style. Although the flames are cool and powerful, Shirlu himself is a swordsman. Although not as good as Hawkeye, he can still be regarded as a great swordsman. And the sword moves have flames. This world already has one, such as Kinnaman's Foxfire style. Shadow fruits can have unexpected effects like transparent fruits. And shadow fruits are better than transparent fruits. Yes. Shadow clone. If an identical Shirlu suddenly appears behind you during a fight and gives you a knife, it will be impossible to prevent. It can also ignore the damage and exchange places with the main body. It can be said that it is better than the original Shirlu who ate the transparent fruit, to improve even more. 148, Chapter 132. Marine Headquarters, Malinfando. Warring States, who was wrapped in bandages, was sitting on the ruins without saying a word, looking a little depressed. Marshal of the Warring States period, are you here? The status of Impelton has been confirmed. A major named Branu suddenly came over. Is Magellan okay? Sengoku asked without raising his head. Bernohui reports. He was seriously injured and was dying. The medical team is now intensively treating him. He is a very serious man and keeps saying that he must take responsibility. If he could move his body, he would probably commit suicide to apologize. Warring. Stateside, tell him not to do stupid things. What happened in the city? A hint of fear flashed under Branu's sunglasses. In terms of results, level 6 is the worst. Worst. Warring States couldn't help but raise his head. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Warring States felt like he was struck by lightning. That is to say, the natural disaster did not just select a few of the most vicious criminals in the world, but directly. Level 6 collapsed? One move to destroy level 6, which is as solid as an iron wall. Many heinous criminals died, but really then the escapees from level 6 are not just the ones who appeared in Marineland. There are others that confirm the number and names as soon as possible and immediately issue a wanted order to the world. Warring States did not dare to hesitate and issued the order as soon as possible. When he thought about the many extremely evil criminals imprisoned in level 6, as long as any prisoner sneaked into a certain country, he would definitely bring chaos and harm to the people. Warring States began to feel scared. But seeing that Branu was hesitating, as if he had something to hide. However, the world government requested Tio conceal this level 6 incident. If the situation is allowed to expand, it will affect the government's credibility. Zhonghua was stunned. At T this time, they only care about the credibility of the government, not the safety of the people. Anger surged into his heart, and Zhonghua shouted angrily, "Stop talking nonsense." Yes, yes. This was the first time Branu saw the marshal looking so angry. He was too frightened to stay any longer. He wanted to complete the order. He took a few steps, but suddenly returned. Marshal of the Warring States period, Magellan told his subordinates after he woke up his battle with natural disasters. Magellan's ability was neutralized. Warring States was shocked and numb. How many abilities does this natural disaster still have? The situation has reversed. What move is this? Is it also one of his abilities? No wonder, even when he faced the joint forces between his own side and the red hair, the offensive was as calm as ever, without any trace of panic. The abominable natural disaster actually has such a terrible trump card. If a fight really breaks out, the moment any of their abilities are neutralized, they can give the opponent a fatal blow. By then, the situation has really been reversed. The word natural disaster has once again raised the level of danger in the hearts of the Sengoku. At the same time, the Navy released a wanted reward for level 6 escapers and also included a few pictures about the natural disaster pirates, a new wanted poster with a bounty on it. The horrifying figure on the wanted poster for the natural disaster Loya shocked the whole world. Oh, Shadow stood up. In this way, I can play the rock-paper-scissors game with Shadow in the future. As expected of Aimno Shiru, not long after eating the fruit, he began to independently develop his own abilities. He was actually able to fight with his own shadow, and from time to time he would do cool tricks of alternating with the shadow. Look, Yamato and Padon couldn't help but applaud. This is really an interesting ability. Sure, Lou. I'm not doing showmanship. Why should I play guessing games with my shadow if I have nothing to do? Besides, your two abilities are not much more interesting than my shadows. The invisible blade is the most deadly. Loya couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, giving the shadow fruit to Shirlu is the most correct choice. As for the burning fruit, let's keep it for now. Among the partners that natural disaster has recruited now, the only one left is the Red Earl, plus there is another candidate, Jinbei. However, the latter is a fishman, and letting him eat the Shashua fruit always feels like it conflicts with his positioning, and Jinbei is not suitable for eating devil fruits. He can't be like the king of ships, who is obviously the fishman has become a landlubber. As for the former, he only wants one thing: bat fruit, phantom beast species, and vampire form. But if he wants to find that fruit, he cannot do without the help of Nico Robin. Now this woman is still worried about the straw hat, and it is obviously impossible to go with them to find the bat fruit. There is no need to worry, the war has just ended, and the world should be in turmoil for a while. We also need to take action, at least find a place to stay first. Loya expressed his proposal and revealed his next goal. Fishman Island. Yamato's eyes suddenly lit up. Okay, I agree. The 10,000-meter deep sea and the dreamy island will definitely be very interesting there, and it is also Lon Pongpong's hometown. Let's go there first. Okay, visit the scenery of Fishman Island. Yamato was still worried that the smelly old man would suddenly appear and take her back by force. He was also thinking about whether to take Loya and run away again. Now when he heard that Kaido had gone back, Yamato felt relieved. Taking a big breath, holding his head, he almost jumped with excitement. Loya was forced to use a wave of facial cleanser. Loya, who knew her body and mind well, naturally understood what the silly bitch was thinking, but what he said was different from what she imagined. This time it is not just a visit, but a stay. Of course, it does not mean that we will stop sailing and stop going out. After all, he still has so many tasks to complete that at the very least, there is still the phantom beast species of the Red Earl that needs to be found. It's also a good choice, the Red Earl agreed. There are also two types of pirate groups. If they are purely focused on sailing adventures, they will basically not stay in one place for a long time, so naturally they do not need a station. Just like the Straw Hats and Roger the Pirate King, they will gather together for various reasons to become adventure partners, and then pass through one island after another until they reach the final island, Raftru, and finally end them voyage, disbanding their team. But more often than not, they will choose a permanent station, establish their own base camp, and circle their sphere of influence. For example, the four emperors of the New World all have their own territorial waters. For example, the Shichibukai all have their own territories. Jinbei, go back and lie down, you will die. You are the Trafalgar Law of the North Sea. Thank you for your life-saving grace. The blue fat Jinbei, who had a big hole in his chest, finally woke up. Wrapped in a bloody bandage, he walked out of the submarine step by step. At the same time, a white-haired old man appeared on a small boat, guided by a piece of paper, is slowly approaching. 149, Chapter 133. Jinbei, wake up. Boss, Brother Jinbei is awake, Tanuki. Yamato and Padong both have a good impression of Lon Pangpang, a responsible and courageous hero. When they heard that he was seriously injured, they rushed over with Robin. Lon Pangpang, they recognized the natural disaster pirate. How could the members of the regiment not be worried about his injury? Now that he has woken up, he is a little relieved. Yamato Tanuki-kun, I thank you for thinking of me. Jinbei nodded to them, because they had acted together before and blocked a Kainu. Yamato introduced himself to him, he remembered. As for the Tanuki, he also had some impression that he was also their partner and seemed to have very powerful abilities. Some didn't expect Loya to be here, so he was stunned for a moment, greeted him, and then looked at Robin aside. You are a member of Luffy's brother's crew, right? Robin nodded. Jinbei sighed. For me, I have lost too many things this time, therefore you can imagine how Brother Luffy felt. He fainted on the spot, probably for a while. It's a defensive instinct. Even if he saves his life, it will be the most worrying thing when he wakes up. Robin is also worried about this, that a close relative dies in front of her. She has experienced such a cruel thing before, and knows what kind of darkness she will experience. Loya? Robin turned around. She knew that the reason why the other party came here was largely because he wanted her to help him decipher the ruins documents, but now she really didn't want to leave Luffy's side. Even if she couldn't do anything to help Luffy, having her as a partner should make Luffy feel a little better. Loya just stretched out his hand to signal her to wait, and then looked at Jinbei. Jinbei, you should remember the agreement you and I made before. Certainly, Jinbei nodded. He had promised Loya, who gave him the chance to save Ace. After the war, he would repay the favor in his own way. I originally wanted to die well in a big event, but now I'm just living an ignoble existence. This kindness cannot be forgotten. If there is a natural disaster in the future, and there is a need, Jinbei will definitely lend a helping hand. When I was about to say something, Loya interrupted him. Just remember, I'm going to settle in Fishman Island next, so you can come with me. Settling in Fishman Island? Jinbei was startled, and then realized the meaning of Loya's actions. Since entering the Great Pirate Age, Fishman Island has become a lawless zone. Large number of pirates traveling to the New World have come to cause trouble. Many fishmen and mermaids have been captured and sold as slaves by outsiders. At the moment of despair, Whitebeard came to the rescue with only one sentence. This island is my territory. From then on, no one dared to take action on Fishman Island, which restored peace to the island, so he responded to Whitebeard, thankful. He often goes in and out of Whitebeard's ship just because he wants to do a little bit for Whitebeard, but due to the position of the King's Shichibukai, he can only act secretly. But now that Dad is dead, not only Whitebeard's territorial sphere of influence in the New World will fall into the flames of war, but Fishman Island will also become a lawless zone again. If the world-famous natural disaster could settle on Fishman Island, his current reputation would be enough to deter those lawbreakers. Thinking of this, my gratitude to Loya became even stronger. I've said it before, Jinbei, don't thank me easily. You should know that I don't do this out of kindness, but because you have this value. As he said that, Loya just stretched out his hand, and something seemed to flash by, and then an unparalleled green light bloomed on the field. These green lights are filled with a breath of life force, shrouding Jinbei in them. Jinbei was extremely surprised. He felt as if he was soaking in warm spring water, so comfortable and warm. The green light lingered, almost like heaven. The breath of life is so rich. Can something like this be done? Eugelio was amazed, and a hint of awe and admiration could not help but rise in his cold eyes. With such a captain, he felt so safe. Natural disaster, how many secrets do you have? The Red Earl was also trembling with excitement. At this moment, he was like a treasure hunter who had discovered a shocking treasure. He wanted to dig out all the treasures, and his desire for discovery was immediately full. How did you do that? The Empress's beautiful eyes were also full of surprise. God's healing. Although it cannot be compared with top magic cards like Resurrection of the Dead, it is one of the few trap cards with healing effects that he can buy now. At this time, the burnt wound on Jinbei's body began to swell slowly, and his weak breath gradually returned to calmness, and his steps were no longer frivolous. Jinbei then shook his arm in shock, patted the wound on his chest, and felt the pain was gone, and he looked at Loya with incredible eyes. Luo, who had performed surgery on Jinbei and knew his physical condition best, was even more shocked at this moment. But after a while, the serious injury that originally needed a month to recover, this is because of Jinbei's monster-like physique. Most people would not be able to think about it unless they lay down for a year and a half. But now, in the hands of the natural disaster, in the blink of an eye, he has recovered to the point where he can move freely. Such a person really existence. Calamity Boy, this move, it's really cured. Ivankov's whole body bumped into many human monsters behind him. The more he came into contact with natural disasters, the more he felt unfathomable. He was not a human at all, he was simply a god. He also had a trick called Healing Hormone. It can give people suffering from incurable diseases a chance to be saved, at the cost of sacrificing 10 years of life. But the success rate is only 1-2%. It is completely incomparable to natural disasters. Don't talk about them, even if they are present. Yamato, who is most familiar with Loya, also opened his mouth. It seems that since going to sea, Loya has displayed more and more abilities and become more and more powerful. No, the previous Loya only knew how to eat. He doesn't take action very often. Even if he occasionally spars with him, it's mostly through hand-to-hand combat, so he doesn't have a chance to show off his true abilities. It's not surprising that he doesn't know it. Yamato thought for a while, and then accepted the situation. After all, she had seen the power of Loya before. After being shocked, Robin thought of Luffy lying inside. Since Jinbei could recover, Luffy's side suddenly crash. Water waves rushed out. Get up. A figure leaps onto the submarine. 150, Chapter 134. Straw Hat Luffy felt like he had had a dream for a long time. When he learned that Ace had been caught, he fell into panic. Looking for natural disasters, trying to rob the prison, cultivate crazily, and participate in the war on top. The partners disappear, and Ace is rescued. Ace is killed. As his consciousness collapsed, his chest was penetrated by magma. Ace. Luffy was awakened from the state of grief and anger, and found himself in a forest at this time. Maybe it was because he had not experienced the Battle of Impel Down City as he originally planned to go, and his body was overdrawn many times, even though he was still severely injured. But with Luo's timely surgical treatment and Luoya's intervention, he did not lie down for half a month as before, but woke up in one day. Where is this? Sure enough, I am dreaming, phew. Just when I felt this way, pictures flashed across the scene quickly. Ace's hot blood and sticky touch seemed to be clearly visible in front of my eyes. In an instant, there was a buzz. The brain was greatly stimulated and produced. He suffered from tinnitus, swelling and pain, covering his head, his eyes bloodshot, wailing and roaring. The voice was full of self-blame and endless regret. "Sorry, Luffy, you came to save me in vain." Ace's words before his death still ring in his ears. "No, Ace won't die." Boom, boom, boom. Luffy banged his head against the trees, breaking one tree after another. He wanted to stop the flashing images in his mind and escape from reality. But no matter what, he almost broke his thigh. This guy he still hadn't woken up from what he thought was a dream. At this time, several figures came to him, looking at the ruined forest in front of him, and sighed silently, thinking that the cheerful and optimistic boy was now in so much pain. His eyes were all blurred. "Vent, if it makes him feel better. It's better than being stuck in your heart." Of course, if it weren't for Luo's treatment and Luoya's miraculous healing power, they wouldn't have dared to let Luffy behave like this. Soon, a loud and mournful cry sounded, heartbreaking, and the nearby mountains and forests were shocked. Many flying birds. The warship that Ivankov and his demon group came on was driven away by them. According to what Ivankov said, the mission of protecting the Straw Hat Boy has been completed. If they stay here, they can't help much. The rest of the matter can only be left to Jinbei and that one. Your blood relationship with Garp has also been reported, and your life experience has suddenly spread all over the world. Dragon, have the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army been shaken? At this time, Ivankov was using a telephone bug, and with the help of a white telephone bug that could send radio waves to prevent eavesdropping, he dialed his leader Dragon. Haha, everyone felt relieved after learning that the unidentified leader turned out to be a human being of flesh and blood. A man's deep and hoarse voice came from the phone. Even if you just heard the voice, you could feel his majesty and charm. "It's okay, Luffy is not a child anymore, but I didn't expect that he would be with you, let alone that you would act with a natural disaster that has appeared in the newspapers too frequently recently." Ivankov sighed. "It is indeed fate, huh? But the Calamity Boy is indeed a strong, capable, and mysterious guy. Until now, I still can't see through him, and I always feel that he has control. He has an unknown power, but he shouldn't be a bad person. At least he shouldn't be a threat to us." Of course, bad is also a relative term. For the government and the Navy, natural disasters have almost become synonymous with heinous crimes. The dragon over there seemed to be very interested in this and said, "Really? Since you judge it this way, if there is a chance, I will contact him personally. Such a character may be able to help us overthrow the world government and help the world. The power to bring about change." Ivankov was silent for a moment and said, "This jailbreak was very sudden. I have a lot to say and a lot to ask. I think so that in the near future, it is necessary to gather cadres scattered around the world. The death of Whitebeard has brought about huge changes in world trends and the government system. I'm also planning to tell you about what happened to the Big Bear. I just want to know more about this matter. Why does he obey the government? He is no longer the Big Bear I know. That guy wants my life." In the deep sea. The submarine where the Heart Pirates were located also left. Natural disaster. I really saw a different kind of power. He is an incredible man. If we become enemies in the future, it will be very difficult. Also, what on earth does that Pluto want to do? It will definitely set off another storm, Luo also has his ambitions and his big plans. The Straw Hat leader, who is also a descendant of the D family with him, may be a good helper. But don't worry, he needs to take it step by step. The first goal is to free up the position of Wuhai. It's still that small island. At this time, the bonfire is beating, and the golden barbecue is fragrant and exudes the aroma. On the shore, the 1,000 miles of sunshine is docked there, and there is an additional battleship. Hancock, are you leaving too? Yamato was a little reluctant to give up. The fight was so fierce before, and he wanted to kill each other. But now he looks like sisters and have deep feelings. As expected, women's minds are so difficult to understand. Well, when Kuja's pirate ship arrives, I will prepare to go back to Daughter's Island. If you have a chance, you can come to our Amazon Lily as a guest. Hancock looked at her with a pleasant look and smiled. Although in the eyes of outsiders, she is arrogant, willful, and extremely contemptuous of others. But if you get to know her well, you will find that this woman actually has a little girl's temperament. Cute. Okay, but let's forget it. Isn't it an absolute rule that your Daughter Island has a ban on men? Yamato was also very interested at first, but then he thought about it and shook his head, thinking that it would be better not to trouble others. Originally, she meant that she was a man, and since Daughter's Island prohibits men, why not ban her? But she didn't expect that Hancock misunderstood her words. I am the Emperor. If I say you can come, you can come. It is not anyone else's turn to dictate. When Hancock said this, he couldn't help but secretly glance at the young man who was eating meat. His beautiful eyes were blinking, his nose was slightly wrinkled, and he looked a little dazed. I don't know why, but after meeting him in person, especially recently, after getting close to each other, she couldn't help but want to see him. This was a feeling she had never felt before. And it was strange to say that she hated men. Although she sometimes used her beauty to confuse men, she also particularly hated men, those squinting eyes. However, she found that this young man was not fooled by her beauty. Sometimes when she saw the other person's eyes ignoring her, Hancock couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. Could it be that her charm had become worse? She couldn't help but I thought so. But it was strange to see myself reflected back in the lake, still beautiful and possessing unparalleled charm. 151, Chapter 135. Why kill the celestial dragons? Just kill if you want. What other reason can there be? If I have to give a reason, it is simply to look down on this kind of garbage that we are pirates and are bad guys. Okay, do we need a reason to kill? Oh, look down on Yamato. Do you really consider her a partner? Isn't your question nonsense? She dared to ride on my face and act wild. Dio, you think when did I look down on her? Recalling the conversation with the young man, Empress Hancock was clearly insulted, but she rarely had any anger at all. She looked strange, and with inexplicable emotions, she got on her perfumed serpent and left. But when they left, their eyes were still looking at the figure on the island. In that direction, the female pirates of the Nine Snakes pirates were puzzled. What happened to Lady Snake Princess today? Why did she always look so distracted? Lord Calamity, you seem to be very optimistic about the straw hat B.O. Y.D. Oh, you want to take him under your banner? The elegant Red Earl got the goblet and red wine from nowhere, and he leaned against the tree trunk in a pretentious manner, shaking the red liquid and taking a sip. So pretentious. Loya glanced at him speechlessly. At a glance, he could see that the partners he recruited really had their own characteristics. They were energetic, had endless ideas, were particularly excited when seeing new things, wanted to take risks, and wanted to become a man Yamato. Innocent and innocent, obviously very curious about foreign things, but also scared when meeting strangers. But he didn't know where he learned the gangster style, and he could still have a very good relationship with Shilu. Shilu never leaves his mouth, and he always wants to knife someone, but he has a quirk. Yamato quietly told Luoya that she found that Shirlu had secretly bited Padong before. Fortunately, she stopped Padong in time. Otherwise, Padong would have been bitten to death after that. He often stared at Padong, and from time to time, he would come over and scratch his little head. He didn't know what he was thinking. It was so scary. But if another person said it, the situation was completely different. Padong was the person in charge. The civic cat said that Shilio was a nice person. Although he looked a little fierce, he would help Padong if he encountered any trouble. For example, when eating fish or barbecue, he would share it with Padong. Luoya was stunned. After a moment, there is such a thing, but I didn't find it. Then I was speechless, biting. Are you sure you're not sucking? Ganqing Shilio is still a serious cat-sucking addict. A civic cat can also be regarded as a cat, and the Red Earl who holds his head to stop bleeding, keeps his clothes dirty, and his hair not messy, who coexists with pretentiousness and elegance, is obviously a lot older, but he still dresses so coquettishly. The key is, he's still wearing a mouth chain, that big gold chain. Don't you feel uncomfortable when eating? Oh, elegant, you can't open your mouth too wide, right? And the leaving crocodile is also himself, proud Jiao. What, everyone is gone, and you still want to treat him as a partner? They say they are partners, not subordinates. Naturally, they are waiting for him to join willingly, rather than forcing him. Moreover, Loya, including the members of the natural disaster group, they already regard this sand crocodile as one of them. Sooner or later, they will meet again, and they have also determined that when they meet again, Crocodile will also officially join the natural disaster pirates. Jinbe, of course, does not need to ask. As long as the Straw Hat Luffy incident is over, Jinbe will become his partner without even asking Loya. After all, Fishman Island still needs his huge reputation as a natural disaster to deter those restless foreign pirates. Coupled with the previous favor, Jinbe had no reason not to join. Not bad. If this guy can get over this hurdle, his future achievements will be as good as yours and mine, or even higher. However, this is not considered extra care. I have no intention of accepting him as our partner, his pursuit different from us. Loya said lightly. After all, he is the protagonist, the child of destiny. But the reason why he stays here is not because of the protagonist Straw Hat. First, when entering the deep sea and heading to Fishman Island, the ship needs to be coded. On the ship, the minions we brought can be dealt with. But it will take some time. Waiting is also waiting, so just rest here for a while, and you can earn some favors. There will always be something useful, so why not do it? Loya, he can also transform into the Sky Dragon form and directly enter the 10,000-meter deep sea. After all, he is not a real devil fruit user and does not have the weakness of the sea, but this weakness that is not a weakness may one day become one of his trump cards. He does not the need to take the initiative to expose himself. Secondly, one of his favorite partners, Jinbei, was once entrusted by Ace to take care of Straw Hat Luffy. Had to wait for Straw Hat Luffy to regain his energy and spend his time. After a crisis, Jinbei could leave with peace of mind. Thirdly, Robin is a key figure in the pirate world. It's not that he is targeting her and thinking about it. Loya will not admit it anyway. The so-called not taking the initiative, not refusing, not responsible. Mainly because in addition to wanting her to unlock the relic documents, he also needs her to follow him temporarily. In the newly refreshed tasks in the system, it is necessary to collect 4 pieces of road sign text. Who knows? After collecting it, will the task of finding Raf Drew and finding the truth of the world suddenly be refreshed? It is very possible. Loya is helpless, this fucking system. He obviously did not want to go to Raf Drew. Knowing this, the so-called truth of the world, anyway, is nothing more than the dirty things about him and the world government. There are also things related to Joy Boy and the Huge Kingdom. But who asked this system to refresh the task? It's related to his strength improvement, and seeing as Yamato is not willing to stay in a certain place all the time, once the novelty wears off, she will probably want to go out and take risks. Loya also takes it one step at a time. Kurenai, Thero looked at him slightly in surprise, not expecting him to say that, and then smiled. Really? I didn't see it, but since you said so, it seems that this Straw Hat Boy has something that ordinary people think the ability that I don't have. Come out. At this time, Jinbei, carrying the weak Straw Hat Luffy on his back, slowly walked out of the depths of the forest with Hades Rayleigh and Nico Robin. Looking at Straw Hat Luffy's expression, he seemed to have accepted Ace's decision. Although he was still a little depressed about the reality of death, there was no need to worry about it anymore. Luffy jumped off Jinbei and said sincerely to Loya, "Thank you, Loya. I have decided, Loya, I will follow Uncle Laylee to practice. In 2 years, I will catch up with you. I will be strong enough to protect everything around me, no longer lose, and I will become one piece, but me. I can still keep my spirits up and remain as determined as ever." Robin, Rayleigh, and even Jinbei couldn't help but smile. Loya narrowed his eyes slightly. It turns out that the pain of losing a loved one really makes people grow. Although no one noticed it, Loya could feel that Straw Hat's domineering power seemed to sublimate at that moment. 152, Chapter 136. An explosive news spread quickly around the world. Following the defeat of the Whitebeard pirates and the complete victory of the Navy, there was another wave of big news that shocked the world. The natural disaster that caused the Tianlong incident in Shampoo Land, and the bounty was once again raised, including several of his members. Loya, Dieterliv, regardless of life or death, bounty amount 2,247,600,000. Loya, more than 2.2 billion. Why don't you just give me 3 billion so that I can directly complete the first bounty mission and unlock the Sky Dragon in the form of the true ancestor? The world government and the Navy are not on the right track. This forces me to cause trouble. Wait, why does this number seem familiar? Who was the one who had this bounty before? I remembered afterward. Wasn't this the bounty for Blackbeard Teach to become the 4 queens? Oh, what an unlucky number. Of course, 2.2 billion is very high. If we talk about the previous 1.2 billion, most of the 1 billion is due to the additional bounty bonus that the Celestial Dragons insist on adding, plus the blessing of the identity buff on the Beast Pirates big poster. Even in the eyes of some people, natural disasters are not worth the bounty price. But after the war between the city and the top, the name of natural disasters has completely become famous around the world. Only then did people around the world realize that this was a real natural disaster. His terrifying strength is enough to shake the world. The 2.2 billion reward is worthy of its name. But even so, in less than half a month, the reward exceeded 1 billion for the first time, and then exceeded 2 billion in less than half a month. Such an achievement is simply unprecedented. There are already vague rumors that Scourge is the new Emperor of the Sea after the Whitebeard pirates. Among them, the hand that held him up to the throne was none other than the News King Morgans, who had previously reported the Draco incident. This person who controls all pirates, even the Navy, and the government's information cannot be hidden from his eyes. Theo put it simply, anything that happens in any field or island has his information channel. He analyzed them one by one, from the Celestial Dragon incident in the Chambord Islands, to the battle between the beasts and the red-haired people on the isolated island in the New World, to the advancing city, and finally to the battle on the summit. He even finally got out of the Ghost Island, where he had been living for 10 years. For 10 years I have kept my voice silent, but once I unsheathed it, I could stir up ghosts and gods. What he said was clear and logical, portraying the boy Tianjia as an ambitious man who reached his peak when he debuted. Even Luoya was stunned when he saw it. Did he really do so many extraordinary things? Do I have such great ambitions? In addition, there are other bounties. Yamato, Dieterolive, bounty amount, 350 million. Yamato counted on his fingers. Hey, it seems to be more than before. 123. Several tens of millions. Patent, Dieterolive, reward amount, 500. Patong was depressed at first and then snickered. Why do I only have 500? Oh, I paddled the whole time and didn't participate in the battle. It was for the sake of the boss that I was given a reward. Chopper only had 50. I'm satisfied, Lily. Shiresu, Dieterolive, bounty amount, 500 million. Shiresu glanced lightly and just gave a faint word. Oh, although Sherlock did not take many actions in the top war and did not have a dazzling record, due to his identity as the warden of Impel Down City, he betrayed the Navy and the world government, so the price will be higher. Just like little Sadie. Suddy-chan, little Suddy, Dieterolive, regardless of life or death. Reward amount 58,000,000. 58 million belly. Although it is not worth mentioning, after all, her strength is not much stronger. But just because she comes from Impel Down, the world government will always hate traitors, and the price will be higher. Patrick Redfield, Baloric Redfield, Dieterolive, regardless of life or death. Reward amount 30 billion. Loya? The Red Earl didn't think anything of it, but Loya was confused. What's going on? I, the captain, only have a bounty of more than 2.2 billion, but you, the crew member, have a higher bounty than me. Oh, you were a strong man in the last era. Before you were arrested and imprisoned, you had already offered a reward of 2.985 billion. Although, this is normal. You only added 15 million this time, so you can make up for it. But Loya was still very depressed. Felt that he was not doing the right thing. Should he fly directly to the Holy Land Marie Joa and give them a superconducting guided wave lightning cannon? Of course, this is just a thought that IT is too low and too reckless to do such a thing. If we lead out the mysterious Lord M and the so-called national treasure in advance, the gain will outweigh the losses. It also doesn't fit with Loya's cautious character. Well, he considers himself very cautious, thorough in everything he does, and has the air of a villainous boss. Think about it, a year is still a long time, and there are plenty of opportunities to do things. In addition to them, including the two former Shichibukai, bounties were placed on their heads again. Sir Crocodile, Sand Crocodile, Crocodile, Dieterolive, regardless of life or death. Reward amount 500,000,000. Jinbi, Dieterolive, reward amount 438 million. Sure, Louis. It's not that he has any objections to Jinbi, but that this bastard Sand Crocodile has a bounty as large as his own. He remembered that Crocodile's original bounty was only a mere 85 million berry. It's just relying on the identity of the former Shichibukai. Since the last conflict with Sand Crocodile, although they have resisted Akainu's pursuit together, they just don't like each other. The specific reason that maybe the horoscopes are incompatible? Anyway, this person doesn't like that person, and that person thinks this person is an eyesore. They both like to smoke cigars, but they think the other one is very pretentious. In addition to the Scourge pirates and related personnel, there are also many extremely evil criminals who escaped from Impel Down Level 6 Infinite Hell. The rewards that were originally cancelled have also been re-released, got out. For example, Blackbeard's gang, World Destroyer, Bundy Waldo, the original One Piece crew member and descendant of the devil, Douglas Barrett. Among them, the battle on the top was particularly eye-catching. It was revealed that he was the son of the Revolutionary Dragon and inherited the extremely evil bloodline. Straw Hat Luffy was also acting together with Hades Rayleigh again. He made his appearance at Marine Headquarters Malinfando, letting the world know. After learning that he was still alive, the reward was raised to 400 million. 153, Chapter 137. The Great Line, the ruins of the kingdom of Siskiel, Kragana Island, in the Ghost Castle. When Hawkeye returned here from the Navy headquarters, he was a little surprised that there were two more uninvited guests on the island where the baboons had always been human imitators, that a ghost girl, and, please teach me sword skills. Looking at the pirate hunter who knelt down in front of him and begged him for guidance on swordsmanship, a flash of disappointment flashed through his eyes. I really misjudged the wrong person, Roranoa. You would actually bow your head to the enemy for advice. You are really shameless. Get out. I'm not interested in useless men. I seem to have overestimated you. Eagle Eye's expression darkened. When he was in the East China Sea, he was very optimistic about the two newcomers, the pirate hunter and the straw hat boy, and even paid attention to them from time to time, from their adventures in the East China Sea to the growth of the Grand Line. Until the war, at a group of unknown people, the brave boys bravely braved such a hell for the sake of the captain and their partners. Although they were ignorant and reckless, they still touched him. Unfortunately, the cruelty of war cannot be overcome by perseverance and friendship alone. Stronger than Whitebeard, but defeated? What can they do to the Straw Hat Pirates? Under the brutal crushing of the war, they fell apart, and the captain did not know whether he was alive or dead. But he was a little surprised that he thought he would die at the hands of a Kainu. The Straw Hat Luffy, who was on the list, was published in the newspaper again just a few days later. By the way, how could Bartholomew the Big Bear take this guy to this place? Anyway, Zoro was humbled to him at this moment, asking for sword skills. The appearance made Hawkeye feel disgusted. What are you doing? Stop embarrassing yourself. I want to become stronger. Zoro knelt down and said loudly, without changing his posture. I have nothing to teach a man who was defeated by a baboon, unable to leave the sea, and then came back shamelessly. Hawkeye snorted coldly, dismissively. The baboon has been killed. After that, it's your head. Hawkeye couldn't help but be startled when he heard Sauron's words. He was secretly surprised. This guy actually killed all the human imitators while being seriously injured? But now I'm not stupid enough to think I can defeat you. Hearing this, Hawkeye became even more puzzled. I really don't understand. Since you still regard me as an enemy, why do you want to bow to me for advice? What is it for? Zoro raised his head, tears flowing from the cracked wound. The blood made his already fierce face even more terrifying, and his eyes were extremely determined to surpass you. The atmosphere suddenly stiffened. Then Hawkeye burst out laughing. Do you actually want him to personally train a swordsman who will kill others in the future? What a strange guy. His stupid and childish behavior has not changed at all. But it seems that you have found something more important than your own ambition. Hawkeye sighed. He rushed to the side of the ghost girl, who was still crying and wiping her nose and crying for Lord Moria, and shouted, Hey, ghost girl, help this guy treat his wound. After the injury is healed, we will start training. 2 years later. See you in the Shampoo Islands. It's not just Zoro who has changed his mind to go to Shampoo Land for a reunion. Nami, Sanji, Usopp, Chopper, Frankie, Brook, including Robin, are now all over the world. The war on top has made them realize when haste makes waste, they cannot gain a foothold in the new world now. It is better to stop and accumulate strength. Oh, wanting to become stronger for someone. I have never thought of such a thing before. Luffy. Everyone. See you in 2 years. Seagulls flew over the head, and the warm sea breeze blew against his face. Robin stood in the bow of the ship, quietly looking at the sea in the distance. Luffy followed Rayleigh to practice his hockey, and the Sengli Sunny allowed them to sail. After leaving, Robin also made a decision. For the first time, she had the idea of becoming stronger and practicing. If she stayed with the world-famous natural disaster, who dared to provoke even the world government? Maybe she would be the same in 2 years' time. Can you become stronger? Robin, we are going to Fishman Island. Loya wants us to prepare. Yamato shouted to her from behind, excitement written on Ingbai's pretty face. Good. Robin responded with a smile. Start sinking. Loya holds a permanent pointer in his hand, a permanent pointer from the Mistful Island and the ancient town of Sleep. It is a transaction that has been discussed with Rayleigh. As an information communicator, Xiachi naturally has special channels. Incorporated into the system after the space, he waved his hand. Let's go to Fishman Island. There were too many things before, and he didn't have time to enjoy sightseeing. Like Yamato, he was looking forward to the dreamlike Fishman Island. Yes, Captain. There was a chorus of responses on the deck, and the helmsman hurriedly took his place. Those who were originally waiting on the battleship, and the few givers did not leave. They seemed to be following the natural disasters, hoping to be divided into the natural disaster pirates, under the flag. Loya has no objection. Just follow if you want. That IT just solves a problem on the ship. That is, these partners he has found. Each of them can be said to be powerful, but their life skills are extremely poor. Ask them to give themselves if they cook a meal. They are afraid that the entire battleship will be blown away. And how can they not have someone help them with a bang? The plug at the bottom was pulled out, a large amount of air was poured in, and the membrane on the ship stood up like jelly. Take off the floating bag supporting the bottom of the ship. The front half of the battleship began to tilt downward, causing the entire hull covered with coating to gradually sink under the sea. Plop. Huge waves splashed up. The ships sank, like used the wind direction to sail along with the current. Already so far away from the sea. The world's most beautiful scenery. Not even a submarine can have such spacious windows. It's sinking deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper, Lily. I feel like I am gradually getting further away from the world inhabited by humans. The sea is so beautiful. Tree. No, those are tree roots. There's already a blue sky when you see it. There is no sky and no seabirds. Even if you go deep into the seabed, it is still bright. The fish swimming by, and the huge strange fish hiding behind the tree roots that penetrate into the deep sea are all clearly visible. Oh wow, breathtaking nature. Yamato excitedly recorded something in the notebook. The IT seemed to be her diary. She had said before that she would also write a sailing diary of her own, but she didn't expect to actually do it. But what is written on it? Is it a ghost painting? But if we sink like this, won't the pressure of the deep sea burst the soap bubble? Padong, who is timid, said worriedly. Don't worry, Mr. Raccoon Cat. Even if you shoot or shell the sea monster attacking the ship, the bubble will not burst. Even if it hits a rock or a trench, it doesn't matter if the hull itself inside is damaged. Of course, if you poke it all at once, it would be very dangerous if it breaks several holes, is bitten by the sharp teeth of sea monsters and sea kings, or is punctured by the cracks in the mast or hull. Jinbei from Fishman Island explained to Yamato and Padon, who had never had any sea diving experience. 70% of the ships sailing to Fishman Island will sink before arriving, so even veterans, when entering Fishman Island, you should also pay special attention. But all this is not a problem at all for the beast pirates on the battleship from the New World, let alone Jinbei, an old islander on the ship. 154, Chapter 138. The landscape outside the coated bubble became more and more bizarre, with many giant strange fish that had been hard to see appearing frequently. However, under the control of Jinbei at the helm, he was able to move through it very smoothly. The battleship passed through the light-receiving layer and the twilight layer, and was swept into the current. IT kept diving, and everything became quiet as if it was flying in the sky. After passing through the surface current, you need to prepare to enter the deep current. Amazing nature. What is that? That's the downdraft plume. It's like a huge waterfall in the sea. It is a huge waterfall hundreds of meters in the SEA. IT looks spectacular and beautiful. Even in the deep sea, you can clearly hear the sound of rushing, which is the sound of the waterfall impacting. It feels like the surroundings are starting to get colder. Robin suddenly couldn't help but shuddered and said, this little bit of chill is far worse than level 5. Little Sadie made a strange sound. Really? I don't feel anything. Me too. Yamato and Padong said together. Several jailer beasts sniffed their noses habitually, and their eyes were full of wisdom, as if they were saying that they were not cold either. Loya? Nonsense, one of you is in the form of an ice-attributed god with a big mouth, and the other is wearing fur. Not to mention the coldness. Even if you stand on the ice and snow, you won't feel the cold. Also, jailer beasts, why are you joining in the fun? Wait, little Suddy, you guys sneaked in again. Okay, it's quite comfortable. Because we have entered the deep sea layer, the deep currents will flow on the seabed at a very slow speed. Once you dive into the seabed, it will take 2,000 years to float to the sunlit sea surface again. Jinbei explained seriously, but found that no one listened to his introduction at all, because everyone was attracted by the huge monster coming out of the darkness in front of them. There are monsters so big, that thing actually lives here. Tireless killing, coveting ships, the demon patrolling Wangyang, the enemy of mankind, that is, Kraken. It was more than 100 meters in size, and its tentacles were like pillars of heaven. IT was so powerful that it was unparalleled in the world. If it were before, Robin might be surprised, but after experiencing the war on the top, she was used to seeing behemoths, and she felt vaguely like this. The monster is just like this, but it's quite cute. And there is Jinbei, a fishman on the boat, so there should be no problem. But Loya, that bastard, is still lying leisurely on little Sadie's body, leaving him speechless for a while. This guy, there is really no shortage of women around her all the time. But doesn't Yamato not care about her? Two of them should have that kind of relationship. After all, last night they saw an incredible scene. Just as Robin thought this, he couldn't help but fall into Yamato's hands. The picture book attracted me. The painting is good, because it's rare to see it usually. Yamato chuckled. Robin, look at me. Padong was also showing off the paintings in his drawing book. Oh, the painting is also very good. Haha, is it a kraken? It should taste pretty good when chopped. Shiru pulled out the sword, and the blade glowed with a faint red light, sending chills to the beast pirates around him. He is worthy of being the partner chosen by Lord Calamity. They are really strong. Although he has become a devil fruit ability user, with the weakness of the sea, but he can use the improvised one-time water-repelling film. As long as he goes over, he can cut it at will. Shirley, bring back some meat so the chef can make octopus balls. Loya opened her mouth to remind her, and then she didn't care what kind of posture little Sadie was in. She turned her head directly, pressed her thigh, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. He only slept for an hour or two last night. Even if he hadn't slept for more than 10 days, it wouldn't be a big problem for his current physique. However, after entering the deep sea current, the surroundings began to get dark, and the fish were about to swim one by one. As ugly as he is, there is nothing to look at. His laziness has returned again. Why does it smell so salty like the sea? After it was finished, it was delivered to my room. By the way, I want flossy octopus balls without sauce. After the Red Earl finished speaking, he went straight to his room. He didn't want his dress to be stained while eating. Jinbei, is this the atmosphere of the Calamity Pirates? Are you too laid back? What we are facing is the legendary sea monster. Can you save some face for others and still want to eat its flesh? What a cruel group of people. Don't kill it, just drive it away. Kaixia Jinbei feels that it is still necessary to save the North Sea Kraken. With its presence, it can also deter some pirates who come and go. For their Fishman Island, its existence is beneficial and harmless. That depends on whether it recognizes faces, Shilio said with a cold smile, and after putting a layer of film on his body, he turned into a phantom and rushed out. He was worthy of being the former warden of Impel Down City. With one strike of the knife, a red light flashed out, and the huge tentacle that fell down was cut into dozens of pieces in an instant. And a small part of it just happened to float down to the battleship below. There were beast pirates who reacted immediately, put on a rope, and worked together to put the tentacles into the battleship, cheering. Jinbei. Fortunately, the poor Kraken seemed to feel that the opponent was difficult to deal with, so he ran away in despair. After all, he is in the SEA, and no matter how strong Shilio is, he is subject to huge restrictions. If the other party wants to leave, he can't keep him. Did it slip away? Unfortunately, if I had stayed a few seconds longer, I would have hit its head with the knife I just struck. The blood of octopuses in the deep sea is blue. I wonder if the so-called Kraken is also like this. Suddenly, Shirley felt very regretful. Then he ordered the chef, make me a sweet and secret tomato sauce. Okay. Oh. Subsequently, the battleship continued to penetrate deeper into. Oh, there's smoke coming from the bottom of the sea. So hot, so hot. Hot water deposits. This is a volcanic zone on the seabed. There are signs of activity. Brother Jinbei, get out of here quickly. Padong said feebly. He successively escaped the pursuit of flesh-eating tube worms, as well as the pursuit of eyeless sea crabs and strange fish schools. Brother Jinbei, how far is it from Fishman Island? Padong, who was eating octopus balls, fed Jinbei a bite. I have to say that the chef on the ship is pretty good. Kraken's octopus balls are quite delicious. That's almost it, just go through there. When Jinbei was about to say something, a strong golden light lit up in front of him. 155, Chapter 139. It's a lantern fish. And the bald sea monster. Is that me and Jean meeting? At this time, everyone discovered that the golden light turned out to be the light emitted by the lantern on the huge anglerfish. The purpose was to attract ships and then eat it in one bite. But he was punched by the giant fishman behind him, beaten up. Didn't I say that you can't eat from the boat? How many times do you have to say it before you remember it? You'll be scolded by Captain Vanderdecken. The giant fishman said angrily. Just as he was teaching the lantern fish a lesson, a strange singing voice floated from the distance. The dead have no mouths and no desires, a country where crows do not fly. There is no need for gems on the fingers of the dead, and there is no regret among the black ladies. Find it quickly, all the treasures buried under the sea belong to me. I am the world's richest man. It's Captain Vanderdecken. Oh, a ghost ship sailed slowly in. The atmosphere was extremely weird and gloomy, and everyone was shocked. The cursed ship. Yamato's eyes shone. This ship cannot exist in the world. These are all legends from hundreds of years ago. Legend has it that Vanderdecken has offended the gods and is doomed to eternal torture and an eternity wandering the sea. Even the sinister Robin couldn't help but take a breath of cold air at this moment. That is, Jinbei frowned and was about to say something. It's so noisy. Loya, who was lying comfortably and sleeping, was woken up, He frowned and stretched out his palm without looking back. A wisp of electric arc burst out from his palm. First, it was just a faint electric light, and then it exploded violently. It rose up and finally spurted out, turning into a pillar of light that penetrated the sky and the earth. In an instant, the dim seabed lit up, dazzling like daylight. When the big guy opened his eyes, the broken ghost ship was eerily still there. An invisible wave exploded with a bang, like a sea earthquake. The thick deck of the Flying Holland suddenly burst open, and countless cracks spread in all directions like spider webs. Finally, it collapsed instantly. It turned into pieces of broken boards, and the crew members on the ship were all scorched black and were quickly swept in by the current. Mianjin was stunned for a long time before he reacted. Lord Vanderdecken. My big brain, which is not very bright, can't figure it out. Captain Vanderdecken has just arrived. Why did the ship suddenly disintegrate on its own? This. All the beast pirates on the ship were stunned, stammering, and unable to speak. That was a ghost ship, and it was destroyed by Master Calamity in just one move? Sure enough, Master Natural Disaster is the strongest. What kind of bullshit ghost ship? In the face of natural disasters, it's like a chicken or a dog. What about a ghost ship? It turns out to be a fake. Yamato was very disappointed. If it was really a ghost ship, how could it be destroyed by Loya's lightning? She thought so, of course. Robin, Jinbei, Shilio. Looking back at Loya, who turned around and lay back, everyone was speechless. This guy was so angry when he got up. Could it be that this guy is also the same as killing people in his dreams? In the future, when he is sleeping, you must not provoke him. Otherwise, it will be an injustice if he accidentally collapses to death. The big guy secretly warned himself in his heart. You can't move. The stimulation is too strong. This also made little Sadie, who was already stiff, trembling, and unable to stop sweating, feel an even stronger stimulation. She felt that she could no longer suppress it. Bang! Undersea volcanoes erupted, and hot magma flowed toward the bottom of the sea. And because of the temperature difference in the water, the current began to roll up. Everyone on the battleship was shocked. No, the submarine volcano is about to erupt. It must be because Lord Loya's power was so intense just now that a sea earthquake broke out, which became the trigger for the long-standing undersea volcano. What else can I say? Run. Head for that trench. As I was busy escaping on the battleship, I didn't care about the method or path I chose. I directly controlled the battleship to follow the current and jump into the extremely dark, huge trench like a cliff because of volcanic eruptions, landslides, and countless rolling rocks falling down. Nozomi left his consciousness and wanted to chop with a knife, but was quickly stopped by Jinbei. If the bubble wrap was broken, they would be dead, except of course Jinbei the fishman. Jinbei asked him to hold the rudder, and he jumped out of the bubble and submerged into the sea. He used the fishman jutsu to hold the water in his hand, forming a whirlpool and sweeping up, blocking the first wave of falling rocks. When he returned to the ship at the unique underwater speed of the fishman, Yamato also directly transformed into the form of Okushingo, exhaling cold air, freezing the sea water, forming a layer of protective ice to stop the rocks rolling down behind. Everyone was very busy. It was not until light appeared in front of their eyes that they were finally relieved. They had gone deep into the level of the trench is also 10,000 meters under the sea and above. A huge double-layered semicircular bubble shield in the sun surround the entire island. There is an air layer between the two layers of shields. This is where they went. The destination, Fishman Island. Reached, it's pretty fast. Hey, what are you doing standing there? The dazzling light illuminated Loya, and he could only open his eyes. After resting for a while, he felt much better. He stood up and did some comfortable stretching exercises. Only then did he realize that he had arrived at Fishman Island. Pingrin. To be honest, if I couldn't beat him, I would really want to beat this guy. He deserves a beating. However, Yamato and others no longer had time to care about these details. They raised their heads and looked at the Yangshu Eve that released infinite brilliance from above. This kind of miracle is truly spectacular and incredible. This is the magic of nature. It's so amazing. You know, the depth of 10,000 meters in the sea cannot receive sunlight. But with this great tree, the entire Fishman Island can survive safely. Even mermaids or fishmen need sunlight to survive. It is also true that those who live at the top of Fishman Island are all the wealthy people on the island, or the ruling class of Dragon Palace City. But Fishman Island is up there. How do we get up there? Robin asked curiously. She had just observed and found no landing port in any direction on Fishman Island. If it was their 1,000 miles of sunshine, they could use the wind cannon to break through the barrier safely. Go that way, Jinbei pointed to the front left, and after circling more than half a circle, he could clearly see the passage on the huge bubble that enveloped Fishman Island. It was a circular passage opening, just big enough for a giant ship to enter and exit. You also need to take the right path to land on Fishman Island. If you want to enter the country illegally, you need to break through the outer bubble of Fishman Island and continue to rush forward without falling in the ventilation space between the bubbles so that you can land on the island. But there are very few ships that can do this. Once the power is insufficient, they will fall directly into the deep sea in the bubble sandwich. 156, Chapter 140. Aha, this island. What? It used to be Whitebeard's territory. We know it very well. You heard the news, right? This sign is useless. That guy is dead. After Whitebeard's death, we will take over the world. With the fall of Whitebeard, the chaos of the world began to take shape. And Fishman Island, as the entrance to the new world, was also the first to bear the brunt. The sound of bombings sounded from time to time. Fires shot into the sky, and a building was covered with raging fire, stained red with blood. There were more than a dozen corpses lying on the ground. There were fishmen and a few humans. It was a pirate group looting in the street. No, do not want. A frightened Murloc child wanted to escape, but was caught by a big hand. With a shrill scream accompanied by a cracking sound of his head cracking, his head was squeezed open, and blood and brains splashed all over the floor. There were also part of it splashed onto the face of the person who killed him. The scene was extremely bloody and cruel. The bald man with the hideous scars on his face showed a morbid excitement. He even stuck out his tongue and licked it into his mouth, as if they had tasted something delicious. The pirates on the side just showed cruel smiles and became more and more rampant. This is their captain, Steel Clamp Zanger, the big pirate, with a bounty of 95 million. He has a super strong grip that can crush steel, and he loves crushing people's heads while they are still alive. It's such a sound that you never tire of hearing. The skulls of women and children are crunchy and the best when you pinch them. Don't worry, the beautiful mermaids on Fishman Island, you can sell them at a good price. I won't kill you. Zhang showed a devilish smile and looked at the two tied-up mermaid girls who were pale with fear, with greed in his eyes. He waved his hand and asked the people under his hands to take the mermaids back to him. On the boat, the soldiers of the Sea King army from Fishman Island were coming soon. They didn't want to waste time. Suddenly, there was a commotion from behind. A strong figure blocked their way. Damn fishmen, seeking death. A pirate was knocked down, and the mermaid girl on his shoulder also fell out. He couldn't help but be furious. But when he looked up, the man was trembling all over, and his face was as pale as paper. 7 Chiwu Hai, Haixia Jinping. Didn't he die on the battlefield? Why are you back? The pirates screamed in fright, and the two mermaid girls seemed to see hope and suddenly showed joy. Jinbi just stood there, feeling extremely oppressive. If we say that since the era of the Great Pirate, the Fishman, the most famous person on the island, is not the current King Neptune. It is the late Fisher Tiger, the first Sun Pirates, and the second pirate captain who succeeded him. Although it later fell apart due to differences in ideas, he himself was the Kaisha Jinbei who served as the Shichibukai. Damn you! Seeing the tragic scene around him, as well as the two mermaids whose faces were pale with fear, and the fishman child lying in a pool of blood, Jinbei's murderous intent became more and more concentrated, as if a volcano was about to erupt. He stretched out his palm, just like what the steel pliers did to the fishman child. With a sharp snap, the man's head was crushed open, and he couldn't resist at all. It made his scalp numb. Although Jinbei, he looks honest on the outside, but he used to be a gangster, and he will never be merciful. This is just treating others with their own treatment. Kill him. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy gunshots still resounded in the air, but they were all penetrated by the water droplets in Jinbei's hands. The second, third. The pirates fell into a pool of blood one by one in fear. Damn this monster. And the so-called Steel Clamp Zhang, who claims to be a great pirate who is about to exceed 100 million, is as vulnerable as an ant in front of the former Shichibukai. He can only think about protecting himself and escaping, and others can't control him. Got it. Escape, escape. Damn fishmen, just wait for me. Get out of here, kid. The pale Zhang, the crazy joy in his eyes became more and more intense at this time. He ran out. No matter who was blocking him, as long as he escaped from the pursuit range of the monster Jinbei, he was not afraid of anyone. Suddenly a person blocked him, the boy in his path. Zhang punched him without hesitation. With his strength, he was enough to blast the boy's skull. Huh? Why did my hand fly out on its own? Then he let out a scream like a night owl. The whole body was directly blasted into blood mist by the electric light. and he didn't even have time to see the opponent's appearance clearly. God, natural disaster. At this time, under Jinbei's brutal killing, a large part of the dozens of pirates had already died. Only a few lucky ones were still alive, but they were all frightened and stood motionless. That was Hikai, Xia, Jinbei, and the terrifying boy. If we say who was in the limelight during this period, natural disaster Loya, it is undoubtedly these four words. Whether it is based on his performance or the amount of the reward, it is enough to crush these few people like a big mountain. The last line of defense in the minds of the daring pirates collapsed. How could such a monster appear on Fishman Island? But obviously, they no longer have the answer. As soon as Dad died, these guys thought that there was no one on Fishman Island. Jinbei let go of the ropes of the two mermaid girls. He originally thought that even if Whitebeard died, his white group would not be completely extinct, and there would still be enough power to deter the lawless people. Unexpectedly, there was no. These people are so bold that they dare to kill people in the street and kidnap mermaids. This makes Jinbei feel like he has returned to the Fishman Island before Whitebeard's father appeared. He was bullied and discriminated against, whether he was a navy or a pirate. Passing by here, they would carry out large-scale abductions and plunders of the fishmen and mermaids on the island. During that period, the Fishman Island spent every day in fear and panic. Without the protection of powerful forces, they, the Fishman Island, would also back to that hellish day again. No matter how strong Jinbei is, he can't stop the wave after wave of pirates with evil intentions. The only hope now is natural disaster. Stop. Hoo ho ho. You nasty pirates. Huh? All dead, that is. Boss Jinbei. At this time, the soldiers of the Sea King army were belatedly arriving. They were strangely shaped, and their bodies were covered with the characteristics of various types of fish. It's not that they didn't want to come, but that there have been more and more violent incidents like this recently, and the soldiers on the island no longer, it was too much to handle. But when they arrived at the scene, they all became excited when they saw that familiar figure. Kaisha Jinbei was back, and their backbone was back. At the same time, Ryugu Castle also welcomed a distinguished guest. 157, Chapter 141. Fishman Island, Dragon Palace City, Main Hall. Neptune has been very annoyed lately. Whitebeard, who had been protecting them, died. Violence continues every day on the island, and mermaids are robbed from time to time. Nowadays, people on the island are in panic, even in prosperous areas such as Coral Hill and Mermaid Bay. Many shops are afraid to open stores. The mermaids on the island are hiding at home and do not dare to go out for fear of encountering unexpected events. The once lively Fishman Island has gradually become deserted. IT was fine during the day, but at night, there was basically no one to see it. Public security has become the biggest problem on Fishman Island. Even if he devotes all his soldiers to maintaining public security, and even his 3 sons go into battle and patrol every day, facing the crazy pirates, it still seems a little stretched. He understood that if Fishman Island no longer found a way to fundamentally solve this problem, it would sooner or later return to the dark days. Until the arrival of 2 people. Because Mom likes sweet desserts the most, you turn in 10 tons of snacks once a month, and our mom lend her name to you. At this time in the main hall, apart from Neptune and his 2 ministers, there are 2 figures. The Lion Fur tribe wearing sunglasses has a bounty of 330 million berries on Pachmas. He is very enjoy the snacks unique to Fishman Island. They are indeed delicious. They taste even better than meat. Mom will definitely like them. On the side is his partner, the Big Mom Pirates, who have a bounty of 429 million berries. Combatant Baron Egg. This is the agreement made by our Kingdom of Totland, King Neptune. Take a look. If there is no problem, sign it. From now on, Fishman Island will be protected by the Yonko Big Mom, and there will be no pirates. If you dare to run wild in your mother's territory, you can live and work in peace and contentment. This is a fair deal, right? Baron Eggman took out a document and handed it to Neptune and the others. He then took off the teacup containing the hot drink from the hat on his head and took a sip. He was very polite and spoke in a gentlemanly manner. Totland, the kingdom established by Big Mom, also adopts a monarchy. Although Fishman Island is not the same as their strength, it is still a country, so it also needs documents to sign the agreement. 10 tons per month. Can it be less? Our Fishman Island, the left minister of Catfish Mermaid, is a little guilty. Don't think about bargaining, Fishman Minister. Isn't the chaos on Fishman Island during this period not enough for you to see the situation clearly? Pokemus raised his sunglasses, revealing his beady eyes. Although he wanted to look very powerful and fierce, there was something funny about him. Without Mother's protection, the security issues on Fishman Island will never be solved. With the financial resources of Fishman Island, as long as a large-scale dessert processing factory is built, 10 tons of desserts per month is not a big problem, right? But Baron Eggman said calmly. The other party's tough attitude also made the ministers realize that Big Mom had already investigated Fishman Island, and they had no words to refute. So be it. Seeing that the matter was almost done, Neptune nodded in agreement. He took out the exclusive seal of the King of Fishman Island and was about to seal it. Your Majesty, Neptune. At the door, a familiar figure came. Jinbei. Neptune and the two ministers showed joy on their faces. Since the war above, Jinbei's whereabouts have not been known, which made them worried for a while. Baron Eggman and Pakmus couldn't help but look sideways. This Shichibukai is also his mother, the most important goal of ordering them to come to Fishman Island, apart from delicious desserts. As long as Fishman Island is divided into Big Mom's territory, then the Sun Pirates, who were born in Fishman Island, will naturally fall under their banner. They are not worried that Fishman Island will go back on their word. Under such a public security crisis, only their Big Mom can provide them with life protection. Others, except for the beasts in red hair, who is qualified to compete with their Big Mom. Now the beasts are busy fighting for Whitebeard's territorial waters in the New World. Even the 5 mining islands previously acquired from Red Hair have not been dealt with yet. How can they have the energy to reach out to the Fishman Island? And they estimate they also look down on Fishman Island. Fishman Island is in the 10,000-meter deep sea, and there is a severe shortage of metal minerals. Naturally, there is no way to develop weapons. Red Hair, this guy is different from the ambitious ones like them who are trying their best to develop their power. He is very Buddhist that it was impossible for them to take the initiative to attack Fishman Island. However, just when they thought it was impossible for Jinbei to disagree after hearing this, they did not expect that Jinbei actually shook his head. To be honest, Your Majesty, I have found a patron for Fishman Island. He doesn't want to offend a behemoth like the Big Mom Pirates for no reason, but he has an appointment and wants to repay his kindness, so he has officially joined the Natural Disaster Pirates. Another thing, compared to Big, who is famous for his violence, cruelty, and greed, as far as Mom is concerned, Natural Disaster is more in line with his ideal candidate. A new patron? Neptune and the two ministers were startled. They were a little surprised that Jinbei would say this, and in front of the Big Mom Pirates said in front of the members. Could it be Phoenix Marco and the others? Bakamus couldn't help but sneer. The remnants of the white group are too busy looking after themselves now. Jinbei, do you think they are still capable of protecting Fishman Island? Their reputation is enough? Can this sea be intimidated? I heard that a guy claiming to be Whitebeard too recently appeared in the New World and is cleaning up the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Many captains under the Whitebeard have been defeated by this man, Jinbei. What do you think? His patron should not be the remnants of the White Regiment, but someone else. Baron Dandan couldn't help but have a strange color flash under his sunglasses, and he was thoughtful. But Jinbei no longer needed to explain. At this time, the entire Fishman Island was enveloped in a terrifying aura. Originally, through Yangshu, the sunlight directly shining down on Eve disappeared. Then, large dark clouds appeared in the sky, with rumbling sounds, lightning, and thunder. There would be dark clouds on the Fishman Island in the 10,000-meter deep sea? How is it possible? All the fishmen, mermaids, and human pirates looked up at the sky in shock. At this moment, there was a pressure between heaven and earth that made them suffocate and unable to breathe. Just when the Fishman Island fell into a huge commotion, a dragon roar sounded Chiaman Island. Starting today, the Natural Disaster Pirates officially settle in Fishman Island. 158, Chapter 142. It's him. It's really him. After Jinbei announced his new patron, Baron Eggman had some vague speculations. During the War on the Top, he was very close to the Calamity Pirates. In addition, apart from the two great powers of Red Hair and 100 Beast, he and Big, the top forces competing for Mom. The only force that allowed Jinbei to dare to refuse in front of them, Baron Dandan could think of only a few other people, and among them was this Natural Disaster. Isn't he from the 100 Beasts group? In fact, many rumors now say that Natural Disaster has separated from the Beasts and established his own business. He has become the new Emperor of the Sea and one of the new 4 Emperors. It's just that he hasn't taken any action. Is Fishman Island his primary target this time? This is going to be tricky. If he wants to take back the territory of Fishman Island from such a person, at least Eggman Baron and Pokemusi don't have the ability to do so. The matter was out of their control, so they had no choice but to report it to their mother and let her make the decision. Even though the thought of their angry mother made them both feel numb and trembling, they still had to make this call. Jinbei, is this the person you're talking about? Neptune couldn't care less about what happened to Baron Eggman and the others at this time. He was still in great shock. Although he had seen it in the newspaper, the impact of witnessing it with his own eyes could not be expressed in words. Such power, such a behemoth can only cause such a sense of oppression by the super-large sea kings. No wonder it can have such a huge impact on the war at the top. Even Whitebeard and the Navy dare not ignore his existence. It is too terrifying. If this person were to settle on Fishman Island, he would indeed be a great deterrent to the pirates from outside the island. Just don't know what he needs to trade. The eyes of the ministers on the left and right were dull, and they said calmly, "It turns out that this is his way, and it is really straightforward enough." Jinbei also looked a little surprised and said dumbly. Before coming to Ryugu Castle, Jinbei asked Roha what he could do to stop the current problems on Fishman Island. Jinbei's suggestion was that he first go to Ryugu Castle to look for Neptune, and then inform the entire Fishman Island about the natural disaster pirate group settlement on Fishman Island through the people in Ryugu Castle. Who makes the natural disaster pirate group different from other pirate groups? They don't even have a pirate flag now. When they came this time, they also wanted to solve the problem of the pirate flag. Fishman Island has professional painters who can solve this problem. As long as they describe the general image, they can find the painter later. But the pirate flag, there is also a problem with the painting. No one recognizes it. They have to wait for the pirate flag dedicated to natural disasters to slowly spread before it can have a deterrent effect. During this period, they will first protect the Fishman Island, fight against evil, and at the same time, it promotes the name of natural disaster. Of course, if you hang the flag of the Beast Pirates, you don't have to go to such trouble. IT can have an instant deterrent effect. After all, the flag of the beasts like Whitebeard is almost invisible on this SEA. And no one knows. But this goes against their original intention. After thinking about it, Loya said that he had a simpler and clearer way to go straight to the point. Even Jinbei was a little surprised, and he didn't expect that he could do this. Indeed, no need to publicize it. The entire Fishman Island knows about it. The Calamity Pirates. Natural disasters are the natural disasters that occur on top of wars, right? The boy with a reward of 2.2 billion. Yes, that giant dragon. I've seen in the newspaper. It's really him. I heard that he has a very good relationship with Boss Jinbei, and he even went to Impel Down to rescue Boss Jinbei. Great, if the natural disaster pirates settle on Fishman Island, those nasty pirates won't dare to mess around. Have you heard? There are pirates clamoring to capture the mermaids of the Mermaid Bay, but before they can take action, they are killed by the natural disaster pirates. It's the same over there in Shuiche Town and Marin Shopping Center. All of a sudden, both the local mermaids, murlocs, and foreign pirates on Fishman Island were greatly impacted. The local residents were happy and excited about this, although some people were still a little worried because Jinbei was extremely influential on Fishman Island and deeply trusted by the island residents. The natural disaster pirates who were close to him were also very influential. It is easy for Fishman Island to accept him. Just like more than 20 years ago, when the Great Pirate Age first entered, Fishman Island became a lawless zone. A large number of pirates traveling to the New World came to cause trouble. Many fish people and mermaids were captured and sold as slaves by outsiders. After Whitebeard, Edward Newgate came to the rescue and brought 20 years of peace to Fishman Island. Now Whitebeard has left and natural disasters have come. That legendary natural disaster, he actually came to Fishman Island. And looking at this attitude, he divided Fishman Island into his own territory. Has this man finally taken action? The power structure of the New World is about to be reshuffled again. Boss, then we have to catch mermaids. Fuck you. Do you want to die? Hurry up and call everyone back. We will set sail immediately and leave this place. On the pirate side, the discussion was filled with various emotions, ranging from surprise to shock. Some pirates with evil intentions felt a sense of fear. They originally thought that without Whitebeard, Fishman Island would be at their disposal, and they planned to capture a few mermaids for fun and sell them afterwards. But now, given their courage, they don't dare to do this anymore. That was a natural disaster with a bounty of 2.2 billion, a pirate group comparable to the Four Emperors. How dare they run wild on Fishman Island again? Didn't you see that those guys who were running wild on Fishman Island were all dead? For a moment, the atmosphere among many foreign pirates heading to the New World fell into a strange silence. Come, let's leave on the same day. Fishman Street. No, it's not good, boss. There's a big dragon appearing outside. It's a natural disaster. That natural disaster has come to our Fishman Island. 14 years ago, it was a large place for orphans. Due to the incompetence of the management at the time, Fishman Street became a gathering place for criminal groups. Fisher Tiger, Jinbei, Aaron's group, and Hody Jones began to a person who was born on Earth. Today, the talker of Fishman Street is none other than Hody Jones. The great white shark is a species of fishman. Affected by the environment, he became an absolute racist and fishman supremacist. He was once a nun of the Ryugu Kingdom, a very outstanding soldier of the Putan army. He once bribed human pirates with money, set fire to the signature box, and personally sniped Odoheim while she was collecting signatures and shot and killed the hired human pirates. Linghuman Island, many fishmen and mermaids in the world were completely desperate for human beings. In the same year, he stole the poison ES hidden in the Jade Handbox from Dragon Palace City and left the Neptune army. After the evil dragon was defeated, he and a group of fishmen, the supremacists, formed a new Fishman pirate group, intending to seize the sovereignty of Fishman Island from King Ryugu. However, at this time, the Fishman Street, which had become a lawless zone, became silent because of the appearance of the giant dragon. 159, Chapter 143. Why are you panicking? So what if a natural disaster comes to Fishman Island? Don't forget, we are in control as such a big killer. Seeing his men in panic, Hody Jones couldn't help but his eyes sank. The life of Fisher Tiger, who was trampled upon by humans, Aaron's will, and the dark history of the Fishmen will all be revealed in this era. It will be ended by our new Fishman pirate group. Hody Jones said, becoming more and more excited, and his original panic was swept away. Yes, they are the strongest who have mastered the poisonous medicine of ES. No one can stop their new fish, the pace of the human pirates. The wrist strength of fishmen is 10 times that of humans. But if you eat 1 ES, your wrist strength will double. That is, it will reach 20 times. If you eat 2 pills, it will double again times. The price for obtaining this fantastic power is that their lives are reduced. However, even in the face of death, they must carry out their plans. How can they stop because of a natural disaster? Besides, even if the natural disaster pirates by settling in Fishman Island, he will not interfere with the interior of Fishman Island. This also means that he poses no threat to their new Fishman pirates, but will help their new Fishman pirates to accumulate strength in secret. And he will remember, devil fruit users all have one shortcoming. They are afraid of the sea. And this is the Fishman Island under 10,000 meters. And the most indispensable thing is seawater. In other words, natural disasters are not as terrifying as they imagined. He's also a human being. He also has weaknesses, and this weakness is still their advantage. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded outside the house. The new Fishman pirates, it's you. Whoa. The door was completely cut open. A figure stood there calmly, holding a blade in his hand, and a cold red light bloomed faintly. A murderous aura came towards them, and the fish people in the room felt as if they were entering for an instant. In winter, there were already several fishmen corpses lying at its feet. They were all killed with a single blow. Who are you? Hody Jones's eyes trembled, and the warning signs in his heart rang out fiercely, as if he encountered a life-and-death enemy. It's the strongest being on Fishman Street today. He also encountered countless sea creatures from overseas. He was a thief, but he had never felt the huge danger like this time. The man glanced at him and said coldly, "Are you Hody Jones? Come with me if you don't want to die." Oh, New World, Cake Island. Well, well, well. You look happy, Mom. Big Mom was singing there happily. Home Eyes beside him, the anthropomorphic creature created by Big Mom's soul fruit, asked curiously. I'm really looking forward to it. The snacks from Fishman Island brought back by Baron Dandin and the others last time were really delicious. When I think about eating those delicious snacks from Fishman Island, my stomach acid bursts out. Take it. I'm so looking forward to it. So looking forward to the snacks from Fishman Island. Are you guys looking forward to it too? Of course, it is unique in the world. Suddenly, there was a strange sound like gurgling and thundering, but Big Mom suddenly stopped and reached out to grab these homies. The blood-filled mouth opened wide, and saliva and mucus fell all over the floor. Apparently, she's already hungry. Then, just look forward to it in my belly. No, Mom. No. Yeah. There was silence in the entire gorgeous hall. The only sounds were the chirping and the sound of teeth grinding bones. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense and depressing. Even the members of the Charlotte family did not dare to express their anger. IT was extremely quiet and filled with an air of horror. This was a kind of torture. Even though they heard the sound of their mother eating many times, it was still so torturous. Mom, I'm back. Oh. Until a voice came from outside the door. It was debt collector Bobin. a combatant to the Big Mom pirates. "Oh, how's it going, Bobin?" The ant who got fed seemed to have regained some sense, which allowed the atmosphere on the field to ease a little. "Teach them a lesson and burn them all down." "Well done, that country's baked snacks are the most delicious. The whole country is burned. They will definitely be delicious. Although it's a bit regretful, there is nothing I can do. Who said they didn't bake the snacks they promised to hand over?" "Ah, speaking of which, I heard that something unexpected happened over at Fishman Island." Debt collector Bobin shook his big head and said, "I just received a call from Pockamus. I heard that the guy from Natural Disaster is also eyeing Fishman Island. We have not signed an agreement with Fishman Island." Oops. The members of the Charlotte family on the side screamed something bad. Buzz. Sure enough, before Big Mom's voice came out, the terrifying breath fell from the sky, and the members of the Charlotte family on the side were suffocated in their chests. "It's over. Mother is angry." Of course, they know about Calamity, which is the hottest topic these days. Calamity Loya, who has turned Shampoo and Marineland upside down, can be said to be the hottest figure in the news. That brat from Natural Disaster. Strangely, Big Mom, who was originally furious, calmed down strangely. To the surprise of all the Charlotte family members, although they could feel her hidden anger, it was rare to see her mother remain sane after losing her beloved snacks. "Get me through the phone immediately, Bugs. I want to talk to that brat from the Scourge." "Oh, what to do, Gah?" Hesitantly, after answering the call from Big Mom, Baron Dandon and Pokamusi were instantly numb. Mom actually asked them to go find that guy from the Natural Disaster. "That guy is a lunatic who even dares to offend the world government." "There's no problem that we got to Fishman Island first. That guy from Natural Disaster had to give us an explanation no matter what. Moreover, it was my mother who talked to him on the phone, and we didn't need to come forward, Bon." Hearing what Baron Eggman said, Pockamus thought it made sense. Originally, they were just taking the matter for granted and were afraid of what he would do. But they didn't notice that when Baron Eggman said this, he handed over Auntie's phone bug, and Pockmusk took it while he was thinking about it without paying much attention. Then the two of them prepared to go find the Natural Disaster. Baron Eggman was far from what he said before, calm. Compared to the simple-minded Pockmus, he is very clear that although the Natural Disaster has just started, it has grown to an extremely high level. It can be imagined how arrogant such a person is. If it fails, there will be a war. Natural Disaster and 100 Beasts, 2 behemoths. Baron Dandon feels terrified just thinking about it. "I hope my mother can stay rational, and I hope that Natural Disaster can give the old man some face. After all, Hundreds Beasts and the Big Mom Pirates are old acquaintances. As for the hot potato of Fishman Island, whoever wants to take it over will take it over. He won't even come here in the future, even if I beat him to death." 160, Chapter 144. The word Natural Disaster has become a hot search word on Fishman Island. Fishman Island can be heard almost every moment, and someone can be heard talking about this name everywhere. The reward orders and newspapers related to it are one for each person. At first, I just wanted to get to know this man. The other party is the new patron of their Fishman Island, and it is closely related to their future. Why don't they care about it? Then gradually people discovered that this guy is really fierce and tough. Killing the celestial dragons, fighting Kizaru, destroying the Impel Castle, fighting on top, shaking Whitebeard, destroying the Shichibukai, provoking the world government. Each of them is enough to shock the world, but they all focus on one person. Not only him, but also the members of his group are also enthusiastic. Among them, Padong, who was offered a bounty of 500 belly, was highly sought after by the beautiful mermaid ladies on Fishman Island. He loved her so much. What girl wouldn't love a talking and cute civet cat stuffed doll, woolen cloth? Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, and someone shouted, "Hey, come on, the Calamity Pirates have been invited by His Majesty Neptune to go to Ryugu Castle." "What? Real or fake? Can you see a living person? Let's go, let's go. Oguchi, Shingo, and Yamato are my idols. I prefer Aim no Shiru. Although he looks very fierce, don't you think the name is cool and cool? Moreover, he was originally the warden of Impel Down City. Doesn't anyone think that the Red Earl is the coolest? He was the great pirate of the last era, a super fierce man comparable to Whitebeard and Roger." Natural Disaster. Natural Disaster. Dragon Palace City is located on the top floor of Fishman Island where the sun can be seen. It is a large, luxurious palace built of large coral reefs, shells, and other building materials, with a giant dragon entrenched here. This is also the royal base of Fishman Island. There is also a giant flounder with a large bubble on its back in Ryugu City, which is responsible for carrying visitors from outside. At this time, Loya and his group were sitting on it, and they were greeted by the three Neptune brothers. But strangely, Loya was the only one on the side of the natural disaster. Yamato, Padong, and Robin, but there are two more reserved local people, the mermaid Kimi and a talking starfish Papagu. It turns out that Loya is transforming into a sky dragon form. Zhao tell the entire Fishman Island that the natural disaster pirates have settled in order to shock the young people, and at the same time declare to the world that this place has been classified as his natural disaster territory. Whoever dares to come here to cause trouble should first consider what he can do unable to withstand the wrath of the natural disaster. The originally unruly foreign pirates suddenly calmed down. Some of the less-sighted guys seemed to have just done their job. It was too late to stop. They wanted to run away, but soon someone discovered in the forest outside the island that the pirates who had escaped from the boat were all corpses. No one was spared, and they died in terrible conditions. The plundered treasures and the kidnapped mermaids were all handed over to Neptune. The soldiers of the army dealt with it. At that moment, the Fishman Island gradually regained its vitality, and the order was restored. It seemed that in an instant, it returned to the good days before the outbreak of the war. In order to avoid causing riots, even the beasts, the waiters, including the jailermen led by Little Sati, did not step into the hinterland of Fishman Island, but went to Fishman Street, preparing to establish a base camp there. Shirley, who was carrying a mission, also went with them. The lonely Red Earl doesn't like places with many people, and no matter how beautiful the place is, he likes to be alone. Once he gets off the boat, he doesn't know where he slipped away. No, instead, only Loya and Yamato, Padong, and Robin, together with a civet cat, started shopping around Fishman Island. They went to the Fishman Cultural Hall, Marin Shopping Center, Waterwheel Town, and finally to Mermaid Bay, where mermaids live in groups. It was indeed as dreamy as a fairy tale world. The beautiful mermaid, just looking at it, felt healed physically and mentally. Also there, Robin also met an old acquaintance, the mermaid Kimi. Kimi was very happy about Robin's arrival, felt extremely surprised, and then strange, because she had not seen Luffy and his party. When they learned that so many things had happened after the auction, Kimi and Papago were shocked, and finally understood why Robin would follow by the side of the natural disaster. It is precisely because of such a big shot that Robin was able to survive. In addition, Loya had previously declared to be the protector of Fishman Island, and Fishman Island has been able to recuperate and live in peace and contentment since then. So Kimi, although he and Papago were a little afraid of Loya, they were more admired and grateful. He spoke like Master Loya, even though he made a lot of jokes in the process because of his confused personality. Loya did not blame or be angry. On the contrary, I felt that this silly mermaid Kimi did have her cuteness, and they gradually became familiar with her. At Kimi's suggestion, they were going to the Mermaid Cafe. Due to the reason that mermaids don't eat meat and fish, the store does not provide staple food of meat and fish, but the food provided includes cakes, fruits from the bottom of the sea, shellfish, and kelp dishes. Loya really wants it. Have a taste. At this time, the three Neptune brothers came over on a giant flounder with a large bubble. They said very respectfully and expectantly, "Lord Loya, this is Shark Star, the great prince of the Neptune royal family. Welcome to Fishman Island, entrusted by my father. I would like to invite you to honor me and come to Dragon Palace City to attend the large banquet we have organized for you. I don't know, are you available?" Banquet? Loya glanced at the people present and found that their eyes lit up. They were obviously very interested in the banquet in Dragon Palace City. He thought about it and couldn't help laughing. It doesn't matter. So together with Kimi and Papago, they boarded this huge flounder and headed to Ryugu Castle. Along the way, Kimi was a little cautious at first, but Yamato and the others couldn't care less. They were excited and were very excited. They kept pointing out the magnificent scenery below, and then Kimi was also infected and the atmosphere was quite lively. The three Shark brothers also had a very good attitude, and they always acted as commentators. Every time they passed some distinctive attractions or the neighborhood, he will answer everyone in detail. There is no prince's airs at all. This is not because he is scrupulous or afraid of them, so he pretends to be so polite. This comes from their upbringing. Loya also nodded secretly. This is also why did he choose Fishman Island. This place is beautiful, and its royal family are all kind-hearted people. They treat people with grace and are extremely generous to their subjects. In order to live in harmony in the future, I have specially prepared a gift for you this time. You should also like it. Gift. Before the three Shark Star brothers could ask, they had already seen many figures at the gate of Dragon Palace City, people joining in the fun, and King Neptune, ministers on the left and right, a group of guards in Jinbei. 161, Chapter 145. Finally reached. Awesome, so handsome, so beautiful. Yamato and others looked at the Ryugu castle in front of them. Although they had not entered it, they were already attracted by the beautiful scene. The moment they landed, the soldiers of the Sea King army stood solemnly and made this neat gesture. The world's military salute is not only a tribute to the three princes, but also a distinguished guest. Regardless of the overall strength, at least from the perspective of the shelf, it can be regarded as a regular army, and there is no fault at all. This must be Mr. Natural Disaster. Neptune, who was 12 meters tall, was holding the Poseidon trident at the moment. When he saw Loya and others behind Shark Star, he immediately greeted him. Whether it was his rescue of Jinbei or his strength, he took the initiative to settle in the Fishman Island, and his actions of protecting the Fishman Island have won his respect and are worthy of his proactive show of kindness. Welcome, Lord Calamity. It's great that you can agree to my request. I am the king of the fish people. If you don't mind, just call me Neptune. You're welcome, Your Majesty. Loya also responded politely, but he was a little surprised that he would lower his posture so low. After all, he is also the master of a country, and he was still waiting for them at the gate. The two so-called left and right ministers can also agree. In fact, it is because Loya has not fully entered this world and has not truly realized how huge the energy he contains. With his ability and current status, he is enough to gain the absolute respect of any country and any force. Pirates? So what? There is also a former Shichibukai on their Fishman Island, and they are secretly brothers with the King Neptune, not to mention the distant king. The king of Dressrosa is Doflaming brother, this big pirate. So even if he is arrogant, no one would think anything about it. But Loya also knows how to deal with different people in what tone. Since they are partners, Loya still hopes it is best for everyone to live in harmony. In addition, the other person has the value that Loya values. It is not about Fishman Island, but Jinbei, who was born in Fishman Island, and Poseidon, the king of the sea. Be polite in your words. There is always its good. I originally thought that the young man known as Natural Disaster, with such strength and respected status, must be a proud and arrogant master. It would be bad if he collided with him. But now seeing that Natural Disaster is so easy to talk to, Neptune, the two ministers behind him, were very surprised. Mr. Natural Disaster, Fishman Street is a mixed bag of fish and dragons, and it is in chaos. It is really not appropriate to be stationed there. Even if you do not live in Dragon Palace City, why don't we give up the water truck town so that you and the righteous people can settle down properly? Neptune said, Look, this is the art of speaking. He is obviously a pirate, but he has become a righteous man here in Neptune. Although secretly the kingdoms that have joined the world government, can interact with pirates and even transfer benefits, but it is best to try to avoid such things that leave a trail. Just like the local Sun Pirates, because Jinbei gave up the name of the Shichibukai, they must stay away from Fishman Island. Otherwise, if they are caught by the world government, don't worry, Fishman Island will not only fall into crisis, but will also be severely attacked by the world government and even be revoked as a member country. Originally, Fishman Island has no say in the world government. This is why, obviously, Fishman Island is also a member point one of the countries, but it was occupied by Whitebeard and suffered from pirates, and the world government remained indifferent. This is not necessary, and besides me, the people in my team are basically some big bosses. It would be bad if it causes some unnecessary trouble. Loya shook his head with a smile. He understood the difficulties of Fishman Island very well, so he made it clear to Jinbei early in the morning that although the Calamity Pirates had settled in Fishman Island, they only needed to free up an area on Fishman Island, and said that they had chosen to settle in Fishman Island. The Fishman Street Station will not disturb the daily life of the island residents. At the same time, Fishman Island only needs to be responsible for their daily expenses. Even if you add in those who are waiting, there are only 200 to 300 people. Compared to Big Mom, who makes 10 tons of snacks every month and just has a name, what Loya and the others do is no different from doing charity. This made Neptune and the others feel even more indebted. After several conversations, there was no unpleasantness as expected. Instead, the atmosphere seemed very harmonious. After initial contact, Neptune, including the two ministers, had a very good impression of Loya, a young human being. Some people gain respect with their strength, while others gain respect with their charisma. Obviously, Neptune is the latter, while Loya is both. Your Majesty, let's go in first and discuss the details later. Ministers were reminded me. Only then did Neptune suddenly remember, and he quickly apologized. Oh, look at my memory. I'm really rude. The banquet is almost ready, so how about inviting everyone to sit down now and enjoy the delicious food first? Loya nodded. The gates slowly opened, revealing a wide passage. Unlike the inside of Fishman Island, most of the areas in Dragon Palace City are filled with seawater, so before entering, you need to take out he made a special foam coral and pinched out a huge foam covering an area of more than 10 meters, wrapping everyone in it. When he passed through the passage, he entered the interior of Dragon Palace City. The road to the palace is winding and complicated. If without someone to guide outsiders, it will be easy for outsiders to get lost here. This is the communication corridor of Ryugu Castle, a special corridor specially used for communication. IT is equipped with a surveillance system and telephone bugs to facilitate notification of ministers and officials in emergencies. Soldier. Wow, there's everything in the castle, and it looks so fun. Wow, so beautiful. It's just like the Dragon Palace in the fairy tale. Everyone's eyes have never left the scenery on both sides. Even Loya this time is no exception. This kind of wonder can only be described as magnificent and wonderful. The extremely spacious and tall luxury banquet hall is brightly lit, magnificent, with a shell-shaped stage in the center for singers and musicians to stay on the stage to perform. The giant flounder that carried them earlier also served as a seat for the banquet guests. The polite waiters were like running water. However, there are etiquette rules for both behavior and behavior. Although those etiquettes are seen by Loya, Yamato, and others as superfluous and unnecessary, after 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the banquet process was very cheerful. By the way, my son Shark Shing said, "Brother Loya, you have prepared a big gift for us. I wonder what it is?" In less than half an hour, Neptune, whose nose was red from drinking, suddenly came over and had already become brothers with Loya. Everyone, ministers wanted to stop him, but seeing that Loya didn't care, he happily had a drink with Neptune. The atmosphere was so harmonious that he acquiesced to His Majesty's willful and somewhat rude behavior. Oh, the truth about the death of Princess Otoheim. Loya, who was very satisfied with the food on Fishman Island, had tasted such delicious food for the first time. When he heard him talking about it, he said it without thinking and then raised his eyebrows. Just in time, he's here. Brother Neptune, please order someone to help my partner come here. 162, Chapter 146. What did you say? Neptune suddenly yelled. His drunken eyes suddenly widened and filled with bloodshot eyes. He dropped the wine glass and spilled it all over himself without paying attention. Although he didn't hear what Loya said, he saw Neptune after this gesture. The people at the banquet who were enjoying their meals and drinks realized that something was wrong. They couldn't help but stop what they were doing and look towards them with a slightly embarrassed expression. Everyone was focused on the young man who was still sitting on the chair, enjoying the food as if no one else was around. He said, "Here comes the man. Brother Neptune will know what happened when he sees this man." At this time outside the hall, because Neptune had given orders in advance, and because natural disaster was here and became an honored guest, no one under his banner stopped him. On the contrary, he was very polite and led him the way. It was just a little strange that this person carrying a square box that is all black and about 4 or 5 meters in size. It looks extremely heavy. The Fishman soldier who led the way couldn't help but sigh. He is indeed a crew member of the natural disaster, just using one hand. Carrying such a heavy thing is actually stable, and the steps are easy. Captain. The person who came was none other than Shirlu of the Rain. He was carrying a box made of his shadow. It was also a move that Moria had used, the shadow box. As soon as Shirlu came over, he immediately attracted everyone's eyes. With a thud, the shadow box was placed on the ground, causing the ground to shake. You can imagine how heavy it was. Only then did Yamato and the others realize that Shiru was not there before, because he had received Loya's secret mission. So what is hidden inside? Thanks for your hard work. Loya glanced at Shilio's slightly messy clothes and a few wounds, and threw the wine in his hand to him. He also understood that it was often much more difficult to capture alive than to kill him directly. But this guy is now the ability to use the shadow fruit is becoming more and more convenient. Nothing, but it was an interesting battle that I enjoyed quite a bit. As the captain said, these people have something very interesting in their hands. Shirlut drank the wine Luoya gave him in one sip, and at the same time took out a dark green and orange strange medicine in his hand, and said with a smile, "After eating this gadget, your strength can be doubled quickly. If not be prepared in advance, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to take down this guy." That is the poison hidden in the Jade Handbox on Fishman Island. ES, full name Energy Steroid. Energy Steroid. Taking this medicine will double the strength of the person taking the medicine. Taking 1 pill will double the strength. Taking 2 pills will quadruple the strength. And so on. The eyes of the person taking the medicine will become red with white pupils while the effect of the medicine lasts out appearance, but at the cost of losing lives. Moreover, taking too many harsh drugs will cause changes in the body. cause severe pain to the user, and may even accelerate aging. At this point, the identity of the guy in the shadow box is obvious. I saw the shadow box gradually separated, revealing the tall figure inside, and at the same time, the shadow also returned to Shirlio's feet. As soon as the tall figure inside came out, it was like a wounded beast that had escaped from a trap. It was about to explode immediately. However, before it could get up, it was tied up by a black shadow like a rope, and its body fell to the ground, unable to escape. Be honest. Shilio continued to enjoy the food on the side without raising his head. It's amazing Shilio, his shadow play has become more and more fancy, and he even learned the shadow binding technique of the next village. Jinbei had already recognized the figure with red eyes like a beast, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Hody Jones. They were both from Fishman Street, and they were also very outstanding soldiers in the Neptune army of the Ryugu Kingdom. Jinbei and he were old, we know each other, how could we not recognize them? But he didn't understand why Loya suddenly asked Lu to arrest him. Jinbei, Neptune, here it is. Hody Jones's scarlet eyes regained a trace of rationality, and now he realized where he was. This sudden appearance of the god of death had actually brought him here. Could it be that he was ordered by Neptune? No, this guy is a member of the Calamity Pirates. It is impossible for such a monster to obey Neptune's orders. The only explanation, I asked that boy. What exactly did he want to do when he caught himself? Brother Loya, you just said that the truth about the death of Princess Odoheim was related to Hody Jones. As soon as Neptune's words came out, it suddenly exploded like thunder. Except for Yamato and other outsiders on the scene, there were no big expressions because they didn't know what exactly happened. But Jinbei, the left and right ministers, including the three Neptune brothers, everyone was stunned, as if struck by lightning. Why is Princess Odoheim involved again? Wait, the signatures collected by Princess Odoheim were set on fire by unknown people, and I was also attacked by a human seaman when I was collecting signatures again. In the thieves' assassination, the human pirate was captured and executed by Hody Jones himself. Is there a hidden secret in it? At this moment, the three Neptune brothers were breathing rapidly, and their eyes were fixed on Hody Jones and Loya. Even Hody Jones couldn't help but shrink his pupils and couldn't believe it. How could this be possible as to the truth about Princess Odoheim's death? How could he, an outsider, know about it? Loya didn't hold back and said directly, this man was called Hody 8 years ago. Jones' guy bribed a human pirate with money, set fire to the signature box, and personally sniped Odoheim to death while she was collecting signatures. Then he claimed in front of the people of Fishman Island that it was a human who killed Princess Odoheim and then executed the human pirate and destroyed the evidence. The purpose was to make the fishmen and mermaids completely despair of humans. Hody Jones is different from other fishmen. He has never been directly persecuted by humans, but he has been indoctrinated by people around him since he was a child with the idea that humans are an inferior race and evil existence. Over time, he turned into a fish. He is a human supremacist. He takes the evil dragon as an example and believes that the fishmen are sent by God to rule the world. This is why he killed Princess Odoheim. He does not want the Fishman Island to live in harmony with lowly humans. The whole place was dead silent. Hody Jones trembled all over, looking at the young man in front of him with fear, as if he had no secrets in his eyes. It was like seeing a devil, feeling such a strong and biting chill for the first time. Although Nipton's voice was a little hoarse, hiding a trace of grief, he could barely remain calm. Do you have evidence? Although Hody Jones's expression at this moment made Nipton believe Loya's words in his heart. 8 points. But this truth was too shocking and horrifying, and he wanted to investigate it clearly. Evidence? No. Loya shook his head, but suddenly said, but you can ask your daughter, Princess Shirahoshi, who the murderer of Princess Odoheim is. She should know very well. 163, Chapter 147. The person who killed Princess Odoheim was not a human being, but Hody Jones, who was also a fishman. Princess Shirahoshi knows the murderer of Princess Odoheim? How can this be? If the person who said this was not Loya but someone else, the three brothers Neptune and Neptune would have driven each other out of Fishman Island long ago. But it was precisely because of the identity of the other party and the expression on Hody Jones's face now that the secret deep in his heart was revealed that made both father and son tremble and couldn't help but think, could this be true? Father, I'm going to bring Bai Xing over to Red Turtle. The obese and rather cute-looking third prince overturned star danced while rushing to the hard-shell tower. I'll go too, Mira. The second prince Huang Xing, who was slender and had a bunch of very long red hair on his head, also chased after him with a strange musical scale. When Princess Odoheim was assassinated 8 years ago, Huang Xing and Kuaisei tried his best to sing and dance to appease the out-of-control Shirahoshi, and the two of them started to have this habit from then on. Wait, I'm going too. Among the three brothers, the mermaid shark Star, the one with the closest human appearance, also apologized and hurriedly followed. Your Majesty, that bastard Vanderdyken hasn't made any movement today. Just in case, would you like me to go with him? The Right Minister said worriedly. Neptune nodded, but Jinbei suddenly remembered something and came out and said, if it is Vanderdyken, Your Majesty no longer needs to worry. He should be dead. Oh. Died. Seeing that the ministers on the left and right, as well as Neptune, looked at him with doubts, Jinbei said, when we came to Fishman Island, we met Mianzumi and Vanderdyken's Flying Holland, and then Vanderdyken, Flying Holland. Yamato and Robin couldn't help but look at each other. That's not. The Right Minister was overjoyed. Did you, Jinbei, kill that guy? Vanderdyken 9, the current captain of the Flying Dutchman, a descendant of the original Vanderdyken. He claims to be a person with the ability of the target curse and can accurately snipe the objects he touches, but he must wear gloves in order to shake hands with others. Due to the ability to obtain fruits, he lost the characteristics of fish people who are good at swimming. Therefore, when moving in the water, he must apply swimming coating on his body as a protective measure. When Shirahoshi was 6 years old, Shirahoshi's mother B.G. saved the celestial dragon but was shot. In desperation, Shirahoshi cried out to attract the Neptunes. Vanderdyken 9 witnessed her crying to summon the Neptunes and learned that Shirahoshi was the first ancestor who had been searching for many years, the legendary mermaid princess who can control Neptune. She also believed that Shirahoshi must be stunningly beautiful when she became an adult. In order to obtain this ability and pursue Shirahoshi's beauty, she dreamed of marrying Shirahoshi. At first, she only sent love letters to the Ryugu kingdom for a week at most. Afterwards, the letter became more serious, and finally it turned into a threatening marriage proposal. Shirahoshi was so scared that he had to report the matter to his father Neptune. Neptune was so angry that he ordered 3 people to die. The 3 sons, Neptune, led the army to hunt down Vanderdyken 9 and let Shirahoshi live in the hardshell tower to avoid attacks. But even if he was wanted by the Ryugu kingdom, Vanderdyken 9 would still attack the hardshell tower where Shirahoshi was with weapons. I didn't expect that today. Jinbei would actually say that that pervert was dead. This is a great news to be happy about. If they hadn't heard the truth about Princess Odoheim's death before, they would even be dancing with joy. But Jinbei shook his head. Not me, but... He turned his head and looked at Loya. Looking at the stunned eyes of Neptune and the ministers, he told him everything that had happened before. The 3 Neptunes were speechless. They had been arresting the great criminal Vanderdyken 9 for 8 years without any success. How could he disturb the sleeping calamity Loya and then be destroyed along with the ship and the people? This is simply a joke. If this is true, then doesn't the Neptune royal family owe another big favor to natural disaster? Plus Princess Odoheim. Hardshell Tower. Shirahoshi's dormitory is also a shelter to avoid being hunted. There are still many weapons thrown by Vanderdyken stuck in the door, which have not been dealt with, leaving mottled marks. In order to facilitate Shirahoshi's activities, many areas in the room are underwater. The room has a huge bed covered with long curtains, a bedside table, and 2 bedside lamps, and a detailed carved chandelier. White Star. At this time, the 3 Neptune brothers have opened the door of the hardshell tower and met their sister, Princess Shirahoshi. 14-year-old Shirayoshi is now over 10 meters tall and is also the largest of all female mermaids. Brother Shark Star, Brother Huangxing, Brother Rolling Star, why are you here? Bai Xing seemed very happy because in the hardshell tower, only her pet Mekaro would always be with her. Even her father and brother were busy with political affairs and had little time to accompany her. But even so, Bai Xing there has never been a single complaint. Faced with all unfair treatment, this 14-year-old girl can face it calmly and with a smile. In the past, the 3 Neptune brothers felt extremely happy about this, but now they are only filled with love and self-esteem, responsibility. If what Lord Calamity said is true, doesn't it mean that since the age of 6, Bai Xing has not only been avoiding the endless pursuit and harassment of Vanderdyken's bastard in the hardshell tower, but he also has to endure his mother's death alone? Is the truth about the concubine's death that year? White Star. Back then, Kai Xing's eyes turned red, and when he wanted to ask more questions, he was interrupted by Shark Xing on the side. Bai Xing, my father has something to ask you. Can you accompany us to the banquet hall? Father. Bai Xing was startled for a moment, then showed joy, but finally hesitated again and said, Brother Shark Star, Yes, can you ask your father to come to the hard shell tower to find me? I don't want to go out. Oh. White Star, Shark Star's eyes turned red, and his heart became increasingly uncomfortable. He knew that it wasn't that Bai Xing didn't want to come out of the hard shell tower, but that she didn't want to cause trouble to them. Shark Star could only take a long breath, barely hold on, and forced out smile. It's okay, Bai Xing, the royal brothers will accompany you out. Everything will be fine. That's right, as long as we are here. No one will hurt you, Red Flipper. Feel free to come with us. There are several distinguished guests today, and the banquet is very lively, Dormy. Well, brother, can I ask Mekaro to come with me? Of course. 164, Chapter 148. So big and so beautiful. Especially the shy and weak look on the verge of tears. I actually felt pity for him. At the banquet, Yamato, Robin, Shirlu, and Padong all saw such a large female mermaid for the first time, and they were a little stunned. I heard that the mermaid princess of Ryugu Kingdom, whose beauty is praised by the world, will not lose even if she faces the pirate empress. It's true. In reality, there are people who exist like dreams and fairy tales. Loya was also a little stunned. He was only 14 years old, but he was already so big. It seems like one person's focus is different than someone else's. On his cautious way here, Bai Xing had already learned from the three royal brothers that distinguished guests were arriving at the banquet. Because he was used to being alone since he was a child, and because of the harassment and threats from Vander Deacon, Bai Xing was timid and afraid of strangers since he was a child. However, he did not resist outsiders because of this, and instead tried hard to say hello to everyone. Hello, everyone. I am the daughter of King Neptune. My name is White Star. Her voice is very small, but because of her size, others can clearly hear what she is saying, which is the best she can do. Bai Xing secretly glanced at the people in the banquet hall with his peripheral vision. In addition to his father and the ministers, there was also Boss Jinbei, two beautiful human women, a tanuki, and two figures drinking wine and eating meat, various human males. Bai Xing's pupil shrank, and when he saw Hody Jones tied to the ground unable to move, he couldn't help but glance at the big shark pet Mekaro next to him. Mekaro is also a shark with high intelligence. After making a strange cry of scare, it seemed to want to express something, but suddenly felt its tail being gently pulled. Then it remembered its owner's previous warning. It only can helplessly retreat to the back. Shirahoshi, this is Lord Calamity Loya, and his companions, Yamato, Robin, Shirlu, and Patton. Neptune has a generous and kind personality and is sometimes a bit childish, but he is also a good father who cares about his family. He has single-handedly educated his 4 children into outstanding members of the Dragon Palace King family. He also loves his daughter, Princess White Star, very much. If it hadn't been for the natural disaster, reminder, maybe Neptune would only notice that his daughter was a little strange, and then think of other places. But now looking at it, his daughter obviously knew something, and the fear and panic in his eyes could not be hidden from him. Could it be that Bai Xing had been threatened by Hody Jones? But the other party could not have this opportunity. In order to find out the truth of the matter and why his daughter concealed it, he did not ask directly. Instead, he was calm. He introduced Loya and others next to Bai Xing. Loya-sama, Yamato-sama. The gentle and kind-hearted Shirahoshi is also accustomed to adding sir to everyone's address, but Jinbei is the only one who is different and calls him boss. After hearing Neptune's introduction, he greeted the people in front of him one by one. Seeing that his daughter's mood had calmed down, Neptune said, Bai Xing, do you still remember the assassination of your mother and concubine 8 years ago? Bai Xing had obviously felt something. Sure enough, he heard Neptune continue to say, although the human pirate who killed your mother was killed on the spot, today we discovered that the murderer was someone else, Hody Jones, who was a former soldier of the Neptune army. Is this the truth of the matter? Father, how did you know? Bai Xing was stunned. Could it be that Mekaro secretly told his father? The Mekaro on one side shakes its head and fins in a very humane way, indicating that it is not it. Is this really the case? Seeing Bai Xing say this, the 3 brothers Neptune and Neptune's heart sank. Being frightened like this, Bai Xing, who was already timid, immediately sobbed and tears fell down involuntarily. Well, that was a few years ago when the incident happened. Later, Mekaro secretly told me. At this time, everyone realized that at that time, as the pet of Neptune's army, it witnessed the entire process that day. Why didn't you tell us, Bai Xing? If I say that, someone will definitely resent Mr. Hody for this. That will make my mother sad. This is what my mother and I made. The last agreement is that no matter who the prisoner is, you must never hate him. The 3 Neptune brothers were instantly touched at their softest place, bursting into tears. Their mother had indeed told them that, no matter who the prisoner was or where he came from, they should not let anger and hatred occupy their hearts for her sake. Then, in order to comply with the mother's last wish 8 years ago, had you been in the hard shell tower, bearing it all alone? At this moment, even outsiders such as Yamato and Robin were greatly shocked. Instead of hating his mother's murderer, even if this was his mother's last wish before her death, the possibility of it being implemented was almost zero. How honest was this? What a strong girl. There is no other person in this world who can do it. Hody Jones is really you bastard. How dare you? Jinbe couldn't help but roar. Back then, he stopped Hody Jones from killing the human pirate. This was also to comply with Princess Odoheim's last wish. Unexpectedly, the real mastermind behind the scenes turned out to be this guy. This bastard who calls thief and catch thief has actually lied to them for so many years. It turns out I was exposed to a stupid shark. Hody Jones gritted his teeth. He was really unwilling to go bankrupt before the plan was implemented. Are all the efforts going to be in vain? No, even if he dies, he will never make it easier for these guys. Hey, natural disaster. Do you want to know a huge secret about White Star and the legendary power? Hody Jones suddenly shouted. Like Vanderdyken, he witnessed Shirahoshi possessing the ability to summon Neptunes 8 years ago. He once wanted to remove this obstacle and intended to seize Fishman Island from the king of Dragon Palace. Now that the plan went bankrupt, he jumped over the wall in a hurry. He didn't want to see humans and fish people coexisting peacefully, which would make him feel sick even if he died. As long as this secret is made public to the world, the alliance between the Scourge and Neptune and others will instantly collapse. And no one can ignore such power. Shut up, Hody Jones. Nipton's expression changed instantly. How could this guy know? At the same time, he also realized the sinister purpose of this bastard. If outsiders really knew the power of White Star, even if this person was already his partner, Nipton didn't want his daughter to be in any danger. Your Majesty Neptune, how long are you going to hide it? Your daughter, Princess White Star, is... There was a hint of madness in Hody Jones's eyes. Destroy it, destroy everything. If you can't get it, destroy it. 165, Chapter 149. But the next moment, his crazy smile stopped abruptly. Hody Jones looked at his heart in disbelief. There, it's all scorched black. Your role is limited to this. Don't add drama to yourself, you bastard. Don't you really think you are smart and want to sow discord? Stupid thing. I know everything about you assassinating Princess Odoheim and stealing the ES poisonous medicine in the jade box in the treasure house. You think you have any other secrets that I wouldn't know about? Loya never paid attention to a small character like Hody Jones from the beginning. He came here specifically to get rid of this restless guy and sell him a favor to the Neptune royal family. But this guy jumped up in front of them and dared to stir up trouble here. The only thing a villain can do is to go offline obediently. Hearing this, Hody Jones's face became increasingly gloomy, and he didn't know. Either unwilling or feeling aggrieved, he finally collapsed to the ground, breathless and unwilling to rest in silence. Neptune, on the other hand, had already been stunned. His face looked really wonderful at this moment, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. What a hassle! Loya sighed, jumped directly onto Neptune's shoulders, then held his head in his hands, lay down directly, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Don't be nervous, just as you think. I know better than anyone what kind of power is contained in Bai Xing's body, and I won't deny it. The reason why I chose Fishman Island to be my territory is partly due to Bai Xing. But you can rest assured that I have never thought about using Bai Xing or forcing her to do bad things. I just don't want such a huge power to escape my control and fall into the hands of others. And I do like fish people. You can understand that the island is a beautiful place. Neptune looked down at him and said nothing. Loya ignored him and continued to shake his feet and said, Besides, with my current strength, there shouldn't be anything I can't do, right? If I really have bad intentions, do you think there is any power on Fishman Island that can stop me? Nipton pursed his lips. He really wanted to refute, but he really couldn't. Because this is the truth. Otherwise, why would they need each other to protect Fishman Island? But after hearing these words, he felt secretly in his heart he breathed a sigh of relief. The biggest secret had been exposed. If the other party really had evil intentions, why bother to go to such trouble? If you are worried, I can reveal another secret. In fact, not only Bai Xing Poseidon, the king of the sea who is not yet truly awakened, but I also know where the ancient weapon Pluto is. Are you telling the truth? Neptune was really shocked this time. Loya refreshed his understanding again and again. He originally thought that he was just a young man with a very strong background and strength, but after this brief contact, he felt the other person is quite good, At least he suits Neptune's eyes. But now, this young man is like an old monster who has lived from ancient times to the present, knowing everything. Neptune is becoming more and more uncertain. What kind of person is he? Of course, there is a historical text standing there in the forest of the SEA. In fact, the historical text in the royal tomb of Alabasta records the existence of Hades. Loya suddenly glanced in one direction and said with a faint smile. Neptune did not notice Loya's movements, but spent a lot of effort to reluctantly accept such shocking news and said in a deep voice, "Master the situation. You are powerful enough to destroy the world. What is your purpose? Do you want to be the pirate king or not rule the world?" "Brother Neptune, are you tired of being a king?" Loya didn't answer, but asked without any reason. Neptune nodded subconsciously. How could he not be tired? As a model king who is diligent and loves the people, he personally does everything in a country, no matter how big or small, working 17 or 80 days a day. When he was young. It was better when he was young, but at this age, he began to feel a little weak. Fortunately, he still had 3 progressive princes who could do the work for him. Yes, if a Fishman Island is so tired and still rules the world, wouldn't it mean that he will die from exhaustion? What's more, you think that the world government, which has ruled for 800 years, is just for nothing and can rule the world at every turn? Old comrade Neptune, your thoughts are very dangerous. Loya is notoriously lazy on Ghost Island. He has always been able to sit and never stand, and he has always been able to lie down and never sit. If it weren't for system tasks, he wouldn't have done so many troublesome things. Neptune. Oh. Okay, he does feel that he is a bit fanciful. The last person who tried to rule the world was before the era of great pirates. He had such terrifying power, but was defeated by the Navy. No, this kid said he didn't want to rule the world, but he didn't say he didn't want to become the pirate king. Loya curled his lips. Do you think the last pirate king was very majestic? Forehead. Neptune twitched the corners of his mouth and had nothing to say in reply. Okay, that's enough gossip. I said okay now, brother Neptune. Loya stood up and grabbed a handful of Neptune's body hair. He was obviously a mermaid, but why was his hair still so lush? Neptune couldn't laugh or cry and nodded. Of course. That's no problem. Loya nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, a voice that only he could hear sounded. Ding! Select the territory where the base camp is stationed. You can choose any island in the Grand Route. Completed. Stationed on Murloc Island. Reward. Exclusive battleship for natural disasters can be upgraded. Do you want to summon it? Loya was not in a hurry and turned to Bai Xing and shouted, "The banquet is almost over. We should evacuate, and we have to go and see how the construction of our natural disaster base camp is going. By the way, Bai Xing, do you want to follow us? Let's go to the forest of the sea in Fishman Street. You should really want to go, right? Shirahoshi, huh? Neptune, huh? Didn't this bastard just say that he had no evil intentions towards Shirahoshi? Why did he turn his back on him right after he said that? And now he wants to abduct his daughter in front of him as a father. But seeing the extremely expectant look in Bai Xing's eyes, Neptune couldn't bear it, and finally he could only sigh. Go, Shirahoshi, that guy Vanderdeeken is dead. From now on, you can come and go as you like anywhere on Fishman Island. However, you need to report to me before going out, you know? Ah. Bai Xing was stunned again. Is Vanderdeeken dead? Can she go out? But she has really wanted to go there for a long time. Her mother is sleeping in the forest of the sea. 166, Chapter 150. This banquet incident solidified the newly established friendship between Calamity Pirates and the Neptune royal family. At the same time, with the deliberate encouragement of the Neptune royal family, this incident quickly spread throughout the entire Fishman Island, causing a sensation among countless people. While scolding Hody Jones, they also felt grateful to Loya who exposed the matter, causing the latter's reputation to reach a new peak on the island. In fact, there is an important hidden reason why Loya revealed this matter. Fishman Island is too hostile to humans. Fisher Tiger died suddenly 10 years ago. Although the actual situation was that Tiger hated human blood because of his status as a former slave and uttered his last words, "I can no longer fall in love with humans." He eventually died from excessive blood loss. But his follower Aaron later covered up the truth, claiming that his death from blood loss was caused by humans refusing to transfuse him. In addition, Princess Odoheim was killed by human pirates, causing many residents of Fishman Island to completely despair of humans. Even though Neptune and Jinbe have inherited the wishes of Princess Odoheim and Tiger over the past few years and have been working hard to maintain peace between races, there is still a deep gap between the fishmen and humans, making it difficult to coexist harmoniously. Although the revelation of the truth this time will not change the minds of the entire island at once and make them completely accept humans, At least they will not resist the natural disaster pirates, and many residents will welcome them. That's enough. Loya does not intend to be a saint and eliminate the barriers between races. After all, this thing has existed from ancient times to the present. No matter which world it is, even humans themselves have regional and color discrimination, let alone between races. For him personally, the harvest this time is still great. Deliberately revealing his voice and revealing many secrets also allowed Neptune to give up his worries. The Scourge pirates successfully settled in Fishman Island. Jinbe joined the Scourge pirates and Shirahoshi. Although the power of Poseidon has not yet been awakened, it still needs to be developed slowly, and Loya is not in a hurry. Next, it's time to help the Red Earl find the Bat Fruit. And then, after leaving Ryugu City, Loya and his group sat on the giant flounder filled with large bubbles and headed to Fishman Street. Loya was thinking about the next move, while boredly looking at and comparing the proud figures of these girls next to them. Well, in terms of scale, it is still Shirahoshi. Although he is the youngest, he still has the bonus of having a head. But when it comes to whiteness and elasticity, Yamato is even better. Robin's curves are more symmetrical. Mermaid Kimmy has the unique, youthful vitality of a girl. There are girls everywhere, especially on a dreamy island like Fishman Island. I really feel that the air is sweet. You are all pirates, right? I don't think you are bad people. Have you ever seen the sun? Also, have you seen all kinds of flowers and animals covered with hair? They are the same animals as Lord Peytonji. That I asked this called a civet cat, so amazing. By the way, are forests really green? Just when they came out of Ryugu Castle, Shirahoshi, who hadn't come out for a long time, looked particularly excited just like Yamato before. Of course, when we first came out, there were big carps, so big, and there were empty islands 10,000 meters above sea level. Unfortunately, I haven't been there yet. Yamato also gets along well with her, and she understands Shirahoshi's mood at the moment. Kimmy also chimed in a few words from time to time, and several people chatted and enjoyed it. But Robin seemed to have become particularly silent after the banquet. If you have any questions, just ask. You were eavesdropping on my conversation with Neptune before. Now you must have a lot of doubts in your mind. Oops, had you been discovered? Robin smiled cutely, but he didn't feel that his little actions could really hide the opponent. Since Loya was not angry, he obviously didn't care about her using the flower fruit's ability to eavesdrop. However, Loya was really not polite. He sat over and put his legs on her body, gesturing for her to help massage her thighs. Robin rolled her eyes at him, and while rubbing it gently, she asked, "Do you really know the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Hades? Don't you know where Yamato and I came from? Don't use this little trick to tempt me, don't worry. For now, only you and I should know about this matter. I don't know, there should be another person, but that person has been living in seclusion for many years, and he probably won't come out again." Loya shook his hand and couldn't help but think of the Tengyama Fei Tetsu who lived as a swordsman in Whaley Village. Who would have thought that the real identity behind this guy's mask? Probably even the old monster would not have thought of it. That's it. Robin nodded and said nothing more. The test is over, so I say sometimes it's not enough for a woman to be too smart. A woman should be a little dumber to be cuter. Like Yamato, Robin couldn't help but smile. I didn't say that, Loya shrugged. The relationship between you two is so good. It's different since we grew up together. I don't know how my friends are doing now. Robin looked at this lively scene and couldn't help but think of his life on the Straw Hats. A group of people were fighting, laughing, complaining together, talking about the difficulties in front of them. But they didn't care about the world. Here, if something happens to someone, it is everyone's business, regardless of gains and losses, and not too troublesome. Every day is full of sailing adventures. Suddenly, Robin stopped moving his hands, and his expression became serious. Loya, I want to become stronger. Can you help me? The longer she stays with Loya, the more she can see the terror of the truly strong people in this world and her own lack of strength. She still needs to become stronger. Okay. I'll wait for you in the room tonight. We can compete with each other on martial arts. We can complement each other. Loya shook his head and said, I'm not kidding. Me neither. Okay, don't look at me like that. I'll just help you later, staying next to us, but thinking about another group of people is really a scumbag. Loya pouted. Robin didn't show any weakness. Humph, that's better than you, a stinky man who's restless. Oh. You dare to call me smelly? Nicole, Robin, I noticed that you have been disrespecting me more and more recently. Haha, why is this? Don't you have some idea? Don't forget that you did such an excessive thing to me. It was an accident, and I didn't even go in, so you have to say it's okay. Okay, you win. Seeing that Robin completely lost his original restraint and politeness, and even choked himself from time to time after getting acquainted with each other, Loya felt helpless. You go out with me later, and I will train you on the way. and help you develop your fruits. As soon as the incident on Fishman Island was over, it was time for him to set off for his next goal. But unexpectedly, on the way to Fishman Street and the Forest of the Sea, two uninvited guests came. 167, Chapter 151. Baron Eggman and Pokemoose. After the two of them answered their mother's call, they rushed to look for the natural disaster. But this guy was running around here and there and finally heard that he had gone to Dragon Palace City. When they got there, they learned that they had rushed to Fishman Street. They both cursed in their hearts. Why is this guy like this? You can run, but you can't just stay where you are and don't move. It took a lot of effort to stop the other party before he arrived at Fishman Street. What's the matter with you? Loya was a little surprised, but he recognized the other two. You are Calamity, Loya, right? My name is Pokemus, and I am a pirate under the Yonko Big Mom Pirate Group. Baron, what should I say next? Pokemus started to announce his name as soon as he came up, but as he said it, he forgot what he said. Baron Eggman was helpless and had to come out and say, "The first time we met, Mr. Calamity, my name is Baron Eggman, and like Pokemus, he is one of the combatants of the Big Mom Pirates, with the rank of knight. This time, he came here originally with the intention of fighting with Fishman Island, sign the agreement, and both parties get what they need. Unexpectedly, Mr. Natural Disaster is also here. What a coincidence. Mom has already learned about the situation here and hopes to have a conversation with you." Baron Eggman can talk a lot and briefly summarize their purpose of coming. Yes, there is another thing. Jinbei seemed to have said it before, but Loya's attention was on the girls, and Taiji was worried about it. Even if Fishman Island really signed an agreement with the Big Mom Pirates, it wouldn't be a big deal. He could just rob it again and spend more time and effort. Stealing things from the pirates, Loya has no psychological burden at all, let alone the fact that the other party is Big Mom. As for Big Mom, Loya doesn't care at all if she can't be offended. Yes, that's it. Mom is very angry now. Please call Mom quickly. I don't want to be scolded again, you bastard. Pokemus pushed up his sunglasses, exposed his eyes, and said with an imposing manner. It's not that he wanted to intimidate, but he just subconsciously acted like he did in the past. Baron Eggman also said before that they had always done this. Zhongli, what is he afraid of? And he also said it bluntly that the person who needs to be explained is his mother. He is the Emperor of the Sea like his Captain Kaido. If he doesn't look at the face of a monk or the face of a Buddha, he will have to do it no matter what. Give me a 3-point thin noodles, right? Otherwise, how can they communicate with each other? Oh, what an interesting guy, with a hot drink on his head. Yamato was immediately happy. He looks so cute when he's fierce. Robin always gets some weird points. Talk to Ant. Not interested in. Loya replied coldly, and then signaled the giant flounder to move on. Big Mom is not a big beauty now, even if she has a good personal relationship with the old monster. So what does it have to do with herself? Big Mom's name, the head, can calm other people, but it is useless in front of Loya. If you feel unhappy, you can knock on the door, and IT depends on whether Big Mom can bear the loss. As for Baron Eggman and Bakamu in front of him, he didn't take it seriously, and he didn't intend to embarrass them. What's the point of bullying an egg and a lion? Wait, Lord Natural Disaster. Seeing this, Baron Eggman and Porkmas suddenly became anxious. It's just a phone call. You should also want to know Mother's reaction to this matter and what she wants to do next. If Mom can't get on the phone with that Scourge guy, they're going to be in big trouble. Well, Brother Loya, you better take it. This matter always has to be dealt with. It's also good to listen to what they have to say first. Jinping wrote, I'm not in a hurry, Mr. Loya. Why don't you just answer the phone? Maybe the other party is in a hurry. Bai Xing rarely said a word. She didn't know what Big Mom or the four emperors were. She just simply thought that Baron Eggman and Pockmus should not be embarrassed. Several other people also quickly encouraged them. Everyone was out of good intentions and did not want Loya inexplicably provoked such a behemoth as an enemy. Although Loya's usual behavior is enough to cause trouble. If you don't answer, others will think that you are afraid of Big Mom. Robin also knows why Loya, like Yamato, has just gone to sea, but can quickly cause such a huge shock to the SEA that it is difficult not to offend people with such a behavior. Loya is speechless. Should you use such an old-fashioned way to motivate me? But what Robin said is right. If you don't answer, others will really think that you are afraid of Big Mom, which will damage your reputation. In the past, it didn't matter, but now I still need to work hard to improve, prestige, increase the bounty, and the system tasks still need to be completed. Just take it. When Baron Eggman and Poke Moose saw this, they felt as if they were being pardoned, showing gratitude, and hurriedly took out the phone bug with heavy makeup. Luo Asia, why are you two so afraid of this old woman that you still call her mom? However, Big Mom's treatment of others is indeed much worse than that of the old monster. Natural disaster. Auntie's voice soon came. It's me. If you have any questions, just tell me. Fishman Island will become my territory from now on. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. If you feel uncomfortable, just draw a line and let's make some gestures. Loya went straight to the point. Oh. Hey, brother, that's Big Mom. That's the Yonko. Why don't you be so arrogant? But remembering that when this guy was at the top of the war, he had a fight with Whitebeard right after he came out, and even the world government dared to provoke him, I'm afraid there is really no one or thing in the world that he fears. Baron Eggman and Porkmas were already so scared that they hugged each other, their faces full of fear. It's over. This guy doesn't play according to common sense. How can you flip the table as soon as they meet? But to everyone's surprise, the ant didn't get angry because of this. Well, you are as arrogant as the rumors that I don't care about what you have done. I can also give Fishman Island to you. You can join me. I reject. Well, what a pity. Then come to Cake Island. I will give you the best tea party. And then you can marry my daughter. If we join forces, that guy Kaido will also agree. What the hell? You stinky old woman. You want to marry your daughter off so casually. Who can agree to that? Oh, I'm almost pissed just listening to them talking. That bastard from Natural Disaster actually dared to call his mother a stinky old woman. He really dared to say that. Baron Eggman and Porkmas were completely paralyzed with fear at this moment. As this a conversation between top experts, it was too scary. 168, Chapter 152. I remembered Big Mom, the stinky old man, the white beard I met during the war, and the red hair are all known as the 4 emperors of the New World, right? No wonder it sounds so familiar. Yamato suddenly remembered that the only one among the 4 emperors he has not seen now is Big Mom. Jinbei, Shiru, and Robin. You have just realized it now. People are marrying off their daughters and are competing with you for their men. However, wouldn't it be bad for Loya to provoke Big Mom like this? If a war was really provoked, then a few people would be a little worried, and it would finally be over. The conversation between the two did not last long before they hung up. Eggman Baron and Porkmas tremblingly took back the phone. It was over now. The bastard Scourge provoked his mother like this, and her mother must be very angry. Thinking about the terrifying scene, the two of them could not stop trembling. Otherwise, they should go back to Cake Island later. Just when he was thinking this, he heard the sound of Natural Disaster talking to his friends. Loya, are you going to Cake Island? I want to go too. I heard that the houses there are made of chocolate, the rivers are made of juice, and everything is made of delicious food. Yamato remembered that when he was on Ghost Island, someone described Big Mom's Totland Kingdom like this. Now he feels like he's drooling just thinking about it. I do plan to go there, but before that, I have to go to another place. It's not because Big Mom wants to marry her daughter to him that Loya wants to go, nor is it because there are delicious food everywhere. But there is one system task that involves Big Mom, and that is the text of the road sign history. Not only Big Mom's Cake Island, but also Zoe from the Fur Tribe. He also plans to go back to Wano country. Just kidding, that can unlock Halakti, the god of light creation, which is better than the 3 phantom gods. With even more powerful power, how could Loya not be tempted? The historical text of the 4 road signs must be obtained. As for the last piece, it should have been on Fishman Island. Before Roger became the Pirate King, he and during the adventure of a group of friends, the whereabouts of 4 historical texts of road signs were also clearly revealed. Point 1 was in Zoe, the hometown of the Fur Tribe. 1 was on Big Mom's Cake Island in the Yonko, and the other was in Wano country. 3 were obtained. After finding the text of the road sign, Roger said that he knew the whereabouts of the 4th piece. Immediately afterwards, Roger led the pirate group to Fishman Island, and also made it clear that the text of the 4th road sign was on Fishman Island. Point 1 is bright red, 1 is Joey Boy's apology, and the other is the historical text of the road sign. Then he went directly to Raftru. But Loya is now like Luffy and the others 2 years later. When they arrive at Fishman Island, there is no text on the road signs found on Fishman Island in Roger's time. Just like in the original direction, Big Mom began to take charge of Fishman Island after the death of Whitebeard, but in Luffy's World chapter, Brook did not discover the 3rd chapter. Point 2 pieces of historical text of the road sign. In other words, after Big Mom took over Fishman Island, she did not get the historical text of the road sign discovered by Roger. From Roger's time to today, for a full 23 years, someone has moved that the last historical text of the road sign. Who has the chance to take away the stone of the historical text of the road sign of Fishman Island? The giant Neptune? Before and after Princess Shirahoshi was born, the Neptune was indeed more active. But the Neptune only had Noah in its eyes. Does Poseidon, the king of the sea, who is about to awaken, have a motive to remove the historical text stone? Loya does not think this is possible. Maybe it is in the hands of Whitebeard, but it is unlikely. Roger once wanted to remove the final stone. I told Whitebeard the location of the island, but Whitebeard expressed no interest in even such a big secret. In other words, the historical text of the road sign is not attractive to Whitebeard, and it is unlikely that Whitebeard would hide the historical text of the road sign. Of course, it is not ruled out that for the safety of Fishman Island, Whitebeard put it away after Roger died and the era of great pirates came. It would be a disaster for such things to stay on Fishman Island, so he put them away. If so, the only way to know, then the only one is Phoenix Marco. In addition, the person who can keep the historical text may also be the man closest to the Pirate King red-haired Shanks. Or even in the hands of the world government. Or that, well, there's no rush now, he has other tasks to complete, so he won't be in a hurry for a while. Natural disaster is going to Cake Island? Baron Eggman and Porkmas were both stunned. Did he miss something they just said? The atmosphere between Tianjia and Mom just now is not good. They basically went back and forth between rejections and invitations. Did the natural disaster agree in the end? But before they could react, the natural disaster took Yamato, Shirahoshi, and the others on this huge flounder to the Fishman Street in Umi no Mori. Is that the tomb Shirahoshi mentioned? Yamato asked. She's been doing that for a long time, Robin said. The two girls looked at the distance. Bai Xing was squatting in front of a tomb. She closed her eyes tightly, with tears at the corners of her eyes, and clenched her hands. She seemed to be telling something. No one disturbed her, so she waited quietly. Jinbei sighed and said, her mother, Princess Otoheim, was sleeping there. The princess happened to be poisoned by Vanderdeacon's fangs at that time, and was unable to even attend her mother's funeral. From then on, she living in a hard-shell tower for 8 years. Thinking of Princess Bai Xing's suffering over the years, this tough guy couldn't help but have red eyes and choked up a little. I must have accumulated a lot of things I want to say to my mother. That's it. Then let's not go over and disturb her. Let her talk to her mother alone. In the Fishman Street southwest of the Sea Forest, the construction of the natural disaster base camp has also begun. Those who are waiting and the jailer beasts are busy building a natural disaster castle. There are also many other people among them. For example, the original residents of Fishman Street and the soldiers sent by King Neptune to help. It is worth mentioning that in the Fishman Street originally controlled by Hody Jones, except for the cadres of the new Fishman pirates who were basically dead, most of the Fishman pirates have been forcibly dismissed or arrested prison. And there, the waiters discovered that there was a dungeon hidden in the original base camp of the new Fishman pirates. In the dungeon, there were nearly 10,000 human slaves captured by Hody Jones. Of course, this is not a lot. If you know the original direction, the new Fishman pirate group 2 years later, including the human pirate slaves, will exceed 100,000 people. But it also caused quite a commotion. Those human pirates originally thought they would live in darkness like this until they died, but they didn't expect to be rescued by a big shot like Calamity. Each and every one of them felt grateful and spontaneously joined the construction cause. Well, Loya didn't know about this at all, but he just thought that there were quite a lot of construction workers. With this efficiency, it seemed that it wouldn't take long to build a castle that was not inferior to the haunted castle. It's time to set off, but before that, let's take a look at my exclusive battleship. 169, Chapter 153. Is this our new exclusive natural disaster battleship? Very cool. Yamato's eyes shone as he looked at the new battleship in front of him, and he was immediately excited. The natural disaster battleship is mainly black, with gold, red, and blue embellishments. It is made of special materials that surpass the treasure tree atom in this world. The mast is the same size as a warship and has a sea rock attached to the bottom. The hull can absorb heat energy, wind energy, and electrical energy and store them in the power room to generate power, allowing it to sail in windless areas and even in various terrains, flying in the environment. There are 3 floors, upper, middle, and lower, stacked one above another, with basements, personal bedrooms, kitchens, bathrooms, restaurants, and other basic facilities. There are also many entertainment facilities such as aquariums, libraries, and wine bars, which are also equipped with training facilities. However, this ship also has a particularly powerful hidden function that spans eras and worlds. Loya does not intend to let people know about it, at least not now. The most important pirate flag pattern is even more unforgettable at a glance. A skull like a giant god soldier, with two pairs of long blue horns like blades extending from the temples on both sides, and a bifurcated three-pointed horn on the head, which looks ferocious and terrifying. There are red dragon bodies wrapped around the cheeks, attached to them, thunder and lightning. Unlike many pirate flags that have bones underneath the skull, the natural disaster pirate flag is a pair of crossed golden wings. Yes, the pirate flag that is based on the three phantom gods and is generated by the system is finally born. Full of domineering and majestic, I don't know how many times better than the one painted by Yamato. The flags belonging to the natural disaster pirates were also hung all over Fishman Island. Even Jinbei, a sea hero who has seen the world, can't help but feel impressed by this gorgeous ship. Shocking, you can tell at a glance that it was made by a famous master, and its material is extremely hard. Even if it is bombarded by a cannon, it is difficult to break through this hard material without dozens of rounds exploding at once. How could a natural disaster happen to such a ship? Got it. Woo, well, Master Loya, Master Yamato, Master Robin, are you really going to leave? It's rare that we become friends. IT will be fine if we stay at least for one more day. No 1 week, no 1 year. At this time, Princess Bai Xing held Luoya in both hands and cried so hard that her words were full of reluctance. Little Bai Xing, you didn't hear what I said clearly from the beginning to the end, right? I've said it before, you're too big, and you're still too conspicuous when you go out. When I have time in the future, I will take you out to see the outside world. But forget it this time, there are things to do on this voyage, and we will be back soon. Loya comforted her somewhat helplessly. This crybaby is really cute. Really. Really. Well, let me give you my phone bug. If you are bored, you can call us. As for Bai Xing being so big and the phone bug being so small, how are they going to fight it? Oh. Well, Shirahoshi gave perfect instructions and asked people to help. Luoya held his forehead. Little Shirayoshi, I don't want you to fight now. Although the Calamity Pirates had officially settled in and the news began to spread, the fall of Whitebeard, the world is in turmoil and has not completely calmed down during this period. Someone still needs to be stationed on the island. This time Loya chose to let Jinbei, a local, stay, and also let Shirlu, Little Suddy, and the 4 jailer beasts stay on Fishman Island. As for those who are waiting, since the base camp has not been built yet, it is naturally impossible for them to follow. In this way, Loya, Yamato, Peyton, Robin, and the Red Earl finally appeared, for people and one Tanuki finally set sail. Natural Disaster's exclusive battleship officially set sail. After moving away from the roots of the treasure tree atom, the sunlight on the bottom of the sea gradually disappeared, and the surrounding sight became dark and gloomy again. In this case, controlling the ship became a very challenging and difficult task. Especially as the altitude gradually climbs, you will encounter a large number of whirlpool currents, and the gravitational coverage is quite terrifying. If you are not careful, you will end up with a shipwreck and death. But all this is not a problem at all in front of the natural disaster battleship. Because this warship has a self-navigation function and an attack and defense system. As long as the permanent pointer or recording pointer is placed in a specially designed place on the bridge, you can go to the next destination by yourself. It will avoid itself, and even if it encounters danger, it can detect and deal with it immediately. And extremely fast. This ship, without a crew or a helmsman, can sail itself. How can this be? Not to mention Robin, Yamato, Pa Dong, and the others, even the Red Earl, who has lived for so many years, encountered such a magical ship for the first time. If ordinary ships want to pass through such sea areas and still be safe and sound, except for luck, but also requires an extremely talented navigator. Even so, without half a day, it is impossible to pass through the hole at the bottom of the Red Earth continent. However, the natural disaster battleship only took half the time. Without a helmsman and under the premise of becoming a navigator, they easily and successfully completed the ascent and arrived at the sea area at the other end of the Grand Route. They returned to the New World. Just when they were about to let them experience another major function of the ship, far away, the legend of a series of clashing sounds. That is, someone is fighting. With Loya's current excellent eyesight, he can vaguely see a broken pirate ship on the other side of the sea level. Of course, there are a large number of pirate ships entering and leaving the New World every day, which is not unusual. However, among these people, there were actually 2 very powerful auras, at least at the level of the Shichibukai. Interesting. I saw 2 figures fighting in the sky at extremely high speeds, and the sound was extremely powerful, and then they fell on each other's ships. 1 or 2 of them are so stupid. They actually said that only the members of the Whitebeard pirates are Whitebeard sons. A burly, fat, ugly-looking man with snot always flowing from his nose, thick lips, and a height of 6.8 meters, a blond fat man made a very angry voice. Then he turned his head and looked at a thickly painted man behind him with red lips. The short old woman asked, Mama, I'm Whitebeard's son, right? My beard is white. That's right, son. The Whitebeard pirates are just playing house. You're his biological son who truly inherited the bloodline of the once world's strongest pirate, Whitebeard. The old woman stomped the crutch in her hand and said extremely proudly, and I am the woman Whitebeard loved. You have to cheer up, my baby, and kill this guy quickly. Hoo ho ho. Dad would never have a son like you. The man opposite was only half the height of the fat blond man. He had dark skin, 2 curved black beards, wore a dark blue top hat, earrings, and held 2 western swords. Foil Bista roared angrily. 170, Chapter 154. Gee. The 2 knives collided. After another collision, Foil Bista retreated violently in the air and was unexpectedly slashed into the sea by Weibel, directly sending out tens of meters of waves. Captain Bista! There was a burst of exclamation from the pirate ship that seemed to have been slashed by some sharp weapon. Mom, I beat that guy away. Weibel asked for credit like a child. Is this enough? In your own words, what should you do? Miss Ba-Jean knocked the cane in her hand hard. We need to find all the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates headed by Marco the Phoenix, and then take them down in one fell swoop. I forgot. Weibel scratched his head. Mississippi Ba-Jean knocked her calf bones several times, and she said, It is a huge legacy left by your father Newgate, and you, his biological son, are the legitimate heirs. The guy who was beaten away just now is called Huajin Bista. He is the captain of the 5th Division. You can kill him. Head, force out Phoenix Marco, and take back what belongs to us, but before that, missed that a cold light flashed under Ba-Jean's sunglasses. My good son, first kill all those irritating guys. Okay, Mom. Weibel, who followed Miss Ba-Jean's order, jumped from his ship, and the already broken hull suddenly collapsed into 2 halves. Do it. Shoot, hit him. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets have no effect on this monster. In the horrified eyes of the pirates, he was like a butcher walking into a slaughterhouse. With his knife in his hand, one after another, the remaining pirates of the white group were chopped off their bodies and heads. The blood on the pirate ship was it flowed into a river, and countless pirates from the remaining white regiment died tragically at the hands of Weibel. Stop. Foil Sword Bista jumped out of the sea. His eyes were splitting. Because he was not a person with abilities, it was okay to be thrown into the sea. Like the Navy's 6-4 moon step, he stepped on the air and rushed through the air. But in a hurry, his flaw was revealed, and Weibel suddenly turned around, seized the right moment, and struck him on the shoulder with a knife. However, after all, Bista had the strength of a great swordsman. At the same time as he was struck, 2 western swords, the sword was also inserted into Weibel's body smoothly, bringing out a large amount of blood, and what was inserted was the opponent's vital part. Since the end of the war on top, the remnants of the White Regiment, with the help of the Red Hair, have finished dealing with the father at Ace's funeral, and successfully returned to the New World. After a period of rest, at Marco's suggestion, all the white pirates began to prepare for revenge against the Blackbeard pirates. But they hadn't started yet. Without the White Beard, the white group had no deterrent effect. Their original sea area immediately fell into chaos. Many forces, like hungry wolves smelling blood, rushed forward crazily, trying to bite off a piece of fat from them. The remnants of the White Regiment are helpless and can only retreat steadily. Misfortunes never come singly, and bad news strikes again. A Whitebeard too, who claims to be his father's son, suddenly appears on the sea and begins to attack Whitebeard's captains many times. Brothers Descartes, Anton Ray, Ermi, Octopusman Kalma, and Jinko were killed one after another. This time, they were targeting Captain Yaxley again, and Foil Bista happened to be nearby. Come to help. Who would have thought that Weibel's strength is so terrifying that he is no match for him? He exchanges injuries for injuries and lives for lives. Now he can only do this to stop the opponent. However, just as the foil sword, when Bista endured the severe pain and tried to pull out the western sword, he found that the 2 western swords were as if they were inserted into steel and could not be pulled out at all. How can this be? Huajin Bista was shocked. What kind of monster is this? A vital part of his body was penetrated, but he can still act like a normal person. In a daze, he actually felt a little helpless and hopeless in the face of his father. It hurts so much, I want to kill you. Weibel screamed in pain that, in fact, such injuries did not have a great effect on him. He experienced major injuries such as his entire left hand and head being chopped off or even severed. But he still survived. Okay. But the pain at this time also made Weibel instantly angry, because Mother said that she would kill this guy named Bista. The knife fell. A dazzling cold light flashed in front of his eyes. No, you can't avoid it. Are you going to die here? It's clear that Dad's revenge has not been avenged yet. At this moment, even Huajin Bista, who experienced hundreds of battles, was filled with despair. No matter how powerful he is, he can't withstand the opponent's monster-like physique. If he wants to resist, he has no tools and it's already too late. He couldn't avoid this knife. At this moment, there was a burst of sound in the air, and Weibel's knife seemed to hit an invisible wall. What? Weibel's angry eyes couldn't help but froze. His knife couldn't cut down. A strange wave appeared in front of the blade from the void. It was a small whirlwind, and the core part shone with lightning like blue light, like it was as beautiful and gorgeous as a thunderstorm. It pulled out a long gas trace in the air, with a sad sound of breaking through the it violently rioted, and hit Weibel directly along the blade. Bang! Weibel felt like he was hit hard. It spurted out a mouthful of blood, flew backwards across 100 meters, and finally crashed into the sea. Boom! Like a bomb hitting the sea, water tens of meters high rose into the sky, and huge waves pushed away everything around it. The broken pirate ship and the ship where Miss Biagine was on were also shaken violently by the impact. The whole place was dead silent. The sudden change prevented everyone from reacting until a huge wave broke out. Moment. Ah, my precious son, Miss. Jean screamed in fright. I'm alive, that is. Only then did Foil Bista realize that he had saved his life. He turned around and saw that a very gorgeous battleship had arrived nearby at some point. The pirate flag on the battleship. I had never seen it before, but the figure on it made the eyes of Huajin Bista and the surviving white pirates shrink. How could this person appear here? The person coming was none other than Loya. Loya looked in the direction of Weibel, who was knocked away, and nodded with satisfaction. Oh, the power is quite good. How about my new move, Wind Slash and Lightning Flash? He showed off to the Red Earl, Yamato, Robin, and Pa Dong on one side. If the power transformation of the Sky Dragon is thunder, then the power transformation of the Giant God Soldier is the blast, although the Giant God Soldier has not yet been fully upgraded to 10 stars. But with the experience of the Sky Dragon, it has become much easier for him to master the power of the wind transformed from the Giant God weapon. Both are known for their speed and explosion. When combined, they can produce an incomparable explosion, terrifying energy. Pa Dong and Yamato nodded repeatedly. Handsome. Robin and Red Earl couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Robin said speechlessly, Are you serious about your name? The moves are awesome and powerful, but what about the name? Why does it have a strong second-level style? Oh, there is no such word as second level in this world. Anyway, it just makes them feel out of place. But not really so handsome.